Ergy! Hey, Ergy! Like, why you help? Pusha, I like Darroqual. To you too. Ha 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 ha.
Becky, come out, you little foxer. We need you. The GI.
Hello, hello. Wait, hold on. We're very quiet. Hello! Good afternoon! You top, thank you, female Unix. It's actually a dress. Okay, wait, here, let's say hi to everybody. Let's see. We got Ties and Wine. Welcome in. Parse. I was starving. Well, I was starving too, that's why that's what I was doing right before stream. Noid Avoided. Welcome in. Subutai Sword. Holy shit, I made it to a weekend stream. Well, welcome to the weekend stream. Let's see. Ties and Wine, thank you for the 101. McFiston. Rogueweeds, welcome in. Female Unix. Ergy! Ergy! Thank you, for the 101 again, Ties and Wine. Deez, welcome in. Living Lily, nice to see you, welcome in. Who else? We've got Sen with the pyramid, nice 3-width pyramid. And then Female Unix also getting another 3-width pyramid in. Rogueweeds, unfortunately, unable to. Actually, hold on. You're supposed to get like the bot is supposed to make fun of you if you fail at a pyramid. Okay, here, hold on. Let's do this. But yeah, I am late. You should really refund our subs since you're late, and I will not do that, no. Nice try, though. Good morning, Stare. It's okay, Mason made fun of them? Okay, there you go. How is everybody doing? Welcome in. I know I am late. Dunk Souls today? Maybe. Actually, that's not a bad idea, because I don't really have, so I don't really have a whole lot of, content planned. I do have content planned.
The G-I-E-I-E.
Where's my kitty time? I need to find a good way to show 2 minutes ago. Okay, you did do a kitty time. I love, okay, that one is so good because you can hear him saying like "Urgy," like several times in like the tail end of it. It's so funny. It is horrifying, yes. The entire, actually, I think, if I remember correctly, that specific clip was a pretty long clip that was just that for about a minute. But obviously I can't do super long clips as bit alerts. I'm kind of limited to like 13 to 14 seconds before the TTS kicks in. Like whatever if you ever say anything afterwards, the TTS can only be delayed like a maximum of like 10 seconds. So if your clip is longer than that, then it means that your message will probably get cut off, you know what I mean? Okay, here, let me go see where I can see where the big boy is. Not outside, is he? Let's find out. Okay, he's somewhere around. Find him. Oh.
Cause when the roof caved in and the truth came out, I just didn't know what to do. But when I become a star, we'll be living so large I'll do anything for ya. So tell me, girl, what you say. That you only meant well. Well, of course you did what you say.
The little annoyed tail flick. Which will be the only indication, apart from the airplane ears, that he will ever really give to indicate his displeasure. Oh, and the looking down at the floor, of course. But, you know. I love his paws. He's got really cute little, like, he's got little, that's a weird looking dog. Hey, Danabo. Welcome in. Tolerance. Yeah, it is very much tolerance. Like, you see the claws are out, but he will never, like, really, like, he doesn't understand, oh, you know what, I could probably just, like, scratch you and then get away with it. You know? Okay, let's look at this clip. Aiko cooks Chud. What has been going on with Chud lately? Okay. Let's see if this will, switch my, Oh, nope, it kept it. Perfect, okay. Where is the link? Where are the linky? Talos. Sir. No! Okay.
I aim to, as I get older, I just aim to be the most, you know, good version of who I am, where I'm at. Am I the best I'm gonna be? I don't think so. I hope not. That doesn't make what I am right now trash, okay? Just like Chud is on his own gender-affirming journey by taking finasteride, okay? That is his gender-affirming journey, and I support it, okay? I support it. If he merely became trans and started taking estrogen, then his hair would stop falling out, right? So, I mean...
Oh, no. I mean, you know what? Like, okay, that is honestly... I feel like, you know... Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I did not realize... Like, okay. God. Okay, so I understand that Chud went through, like, or rather, I feel like I knew that I definitely knew his audience had kind of drifted into that more, like, righty, centrist, like, transphobic side of it. I didn't realize how much, like, Chud himself emanated those things until, like, recently when it was, like, the start of this month, actually, because it was like Pride. It was the beginning of Pride. And, like, I got to hear kind of, like, firsthand some of the stuff that he was saying that really, like, he is actually kind of, like, actually transphobic. And I guess it was, you know, it was disturbing to hear. I'll say that, you know. Again, like, I understand the audience. You cultivate the audience. You know, you cultivate your audience, and your audience influences you and stuff. But I feel like we definitely hit the. It's like the unironic race. Yeah, it's like the ironic. Instead of unironic, it has now become. Instead of ironic, it has now become unironic, right? Chudette. Who's the Chudette? Oh no! Oh no! 1,000 lifetimes! Oh my god! That's really disturbing, actually. It's disturbing because I can see, like, Chud, you know? Although I don't know the mouth. Here, let's
like,
look.
I Okay? That is.
I don't think we can get it side by side. I'll flip back and forth. I mean, that's actually... The eyes, maybe? I don't know. Is it just the hair that they've replaced and kind of smoothed out the skin a bit and, like, upscaled it, maybe? I don't know. He looks like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob! Oh my... That's literally it! That's literally it! Oh my goodness, that's actually it. Look at the linky. Okay, here. Wait, what is... Oh, yeah. Oh, if it's the... yes, we are going to be doing this. We are going to be doing the tier list, I guess. I don't... It's not really a tier list. Wood? Wait, Wood... Wait, isn't he British? Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Or this one? If you're talking about the other one, we will probably do... I don't know if we will do both today. I definitely want to do the first one today. We might save the second one for like another one of those segments, you know what I mean? Both of them in one stream? Maybe. The Brits say God save the Queen. When they come, I don't make the rules. That would be spoiling chat. Yeah, that would be spoiling chat, right? Exactly, yeah. We don't need to spoil chat. But yeah, going back to what Aiko's saying, I need to go back and like watch this Aiko stream. Because I feel like she's probably put together some like actual like info, and I like, you know, or she's like gone over some like actual clips, you know, and has put together like a sort of thread or narrative that I can kind of follow, you know. Where's my damn pepperoni? I told you, Headless, you didn't put it on the groceries app. So I didn't pick it up. It's that simple, okay? Look, it's really simple. If you go into the app and put everything on the... Look, I got the milk. I checked everything off as I did. It even says, like, shopping's done, okay? If you put pepperoni on the list, I will get pepperoni. She doesn't even put it on the app. Christopher, welcome in. How you doing? And also Headless. But yeah, like I don't know. I think it's not, you know, I don't know what his specific, I don't remember what his specific like maybe issues are with trans people. It feels like a lot of it is that he's very influenced by like or he's like, he's influenced by the people who are, you know, that, I don't want to say like Twitter lefties, but it feels like a lot of his criticisms are just kind of Twitter like against, like railing against Twitter lefties, you know? And like nobody really ever talks about like the trans people who are just like living their damn lives. Not that the Twitter lefties don't have a right to exist or anything like that, as Twitter lefties, but it's just I think what's disappointing and like upsetting is that the railing against the Twitter lefties has kind of then seems to have, in Chud's case anyway, transcended into like hating on it for everybody. You know what I mean? And it's really unfortunate. Like it's like you don't understand. Like now it's weird because you started out like in a completely different position, and I can understand why you would feel like you want to examine that position, because you're not like a Twitter lefty anymore, or you're not like of the left anymore. You know, I understand why you would want to re-examine it. That makes sense to me. But yeah, I don't know. I know that there's some stuff about him like chasing, like being a chaser and stuff, and that's like, I guess that's mildly interesting from the point of like, oh, it's drama, but I don't know. It's like the shift is disappointing, you know what I mean? God has looked at too many wild trans people. Wait, hold on, let me bring that up because I'm losing track. Wild trans people on the internet, and just subscribes those wild people to all trans people. Yeah, I think that's it. And I think his audience is definitely not helping, right? Like his audience is just full of God, that's some shit. That's some weird there's some weird people in there. He just wants to re-examine the transes and re-examine closely, intimately. So many chasers are transphobic, it's odd. I would actually say that that's it makes sense. It makes sense in the sense of it's like, you know, the stereotypical like, oh, you're homophobic, but you like secretly like you secretly are gay. I heard something like Chud fantasizes about himself as a woman. I don't know, was that a meme or something? I don't know, actually. People need to accept their inner machinations. I feel like that's the sign of a mental, like, that's like a sign of a, like, emotionally mature person, right? Babu, he's also British, let us not forget that heinous fact. Not every homophobe is secretly gay, but there's certainly a pattern. Yeah, I mean, I think it is a pattern, right? But I don't know. It again, coming from Chud, that's disappointing considering his roots. But I don't know. Apparently this is not like actually new. I feel like so whenever I asked about like the Pride stream, and apparently he did one last year as well, where like the first day of Pride was him like kind of taking apart like trans people, you know what I mean? So seriously though, he willingly chose the name Chud. Is that not a red flag? No, it avoided. No, because okay, so for people like Noid Avoided, I think you entered the space pretty recently. I love your dress. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Living Lily. I'm not wearing pants today. It's too freaking hot. So this space specifically, yeah, fair enough. Like the Twitch Bowl space, right? So the that's amazing. Noid, it was originally a term of opposition. Yes, Tuna Chip. Welcome in. And yes, Tuna is correct. He literally started out like very lefty. Like he was like Demon Mama's like pretty good. Like he was a pretty good like personal friend of hers. And he was pretty like, I mean, I remember his streams and stuff where he talked about like his time spent as like he used to like work for like, was it an insurance scam or no, it was like a coin scam thing, right? Where he had a whole stream where he explained the coin scam. I remember like at some point he did stop talking about politics as much, and I think I understand why. It's because he is not like his positions weren't really like, they weren't crazy left, like they weren't like crazy left, or they weren't like Demon Mama's takes, you know what I mean? But he also was in a position where he didn't really attack them, so to speak, because he was like, you know, people would bring up Demon Mama to him all the time, and he would like refuse to comment on her, essentially, right? And at some point he like made a deliberate shift into just like covering like drama content, and that was kind of where he actually started to take off. You know, so like even if you personally disagree with like, or if you don't like the dude, that is, I feel like that was probably what he was going to do all along. You know what I mean? Like, no, sorry. Like, that was a correct move for the career, right? Because that's when he actually started to take off. When Chud turned to React content, that was the beginning of the end. I mean, I think that was the beginning of the end of him being like... but I see, this is what I'm trying to say, is that I feel like he didn't really have opinions before that. Like, he had opinions, but he never really, like... I don't know how to explain how to say that. He didn't really stand out in the Twitch poll space. Like, he was just kind of there, you know? He's a certain type of leftist. He's a I guess you could. I don't know all of his political takes now, to be honest. I don't know. I know he's moved. He's definitely moved right in certain ways. Bathtub estrogen was when he shifted on Demon Mama. I don't actually remember where he... I know that he also, like, stopped being her friend and, like, they had some issues personally, right? I don't know if he's left anymore, but I don't watch him. Maybe socially right, but otherwise left. Maybe. I guess it's kind of difficult to say, partly because he doesn't specifically cover, like, political topics anymore, or at least he doesn't cover, like, you know, it's not like he covers the news and, like, you know, it's not like he gives his opinions on those things. He kind of just talks about, like, culture war stuff, and I think that that's the problem, is that the culture war stuff is, like, the culture war stuff that he does talk about, it used to be that he used to, like, it used to be, I think, before, I think, maybe this maybe I could be wrong, I haven't really watched him, right? Like, the fact that he's, like, an actual transphobe is kind of, like, actually shocking to me, like, and that maybe tells you about how much of his content I've actually watched, right? But, I knew he was edgy. Yeah, I don't know. It's the beard. But I don't know. Either way, like, and it's not even like, you know, lib or not lib. I guess you can still be conservative. I feel like you could still be conservative, but not, like, transphobic, you know? Like, what he's doing is, or at least the commentary that he's doing, because you can be, I feel like there's still, like, I don't know if anybody who actually fits this label necessarily, but, like, I can see where there would still be some people who, you know, could hold this position of, like, oh, well, yeah, you know, I support, like, I support adults being able to make choices about their body, I support, like, you know, if there's a medical diagnosis, blah, blah, blah. And then maybe you have to talk them into, like, okay, puberty blockers, for example. Like, okay, how puberty blockers are a good alternative, blah, 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 right? You could do all of that stuff. Like, and that's the area that they're kind of, like, on. But, I think that then there's there's a completely different type of transphobe where you pick out, like, random, like, adults doing their thing. And shitting on them, you know? And then using this as a way to be like, well, all trans people are kind of like shit, I guess. I don't know. Let's see what, Republican governors have vetoed anti-trans laws, like the governor of Utah. Yeah, I think that's right, exactly, you female Unix. There are way too many negatives in this statement for me to figure out the meaning. What? Chud is just an entertainer? Okay, hold on. I don't know if you're saying this to me, Tuna, or if you're, I know I could see you're going back and forth with Eon, but, like, I think I'm allowed to be disappointed at his slide into, like, this specific form of it. Right? Like, yeah, I'm not even off the position that his shift in content and everything, like, I mean, I think that that's fine for him. He's doing well, good for him, blah, blah, blah. But, I just don't, it's just, I don't know. It makes me feel weird that he's like this now. And I think that, I don't know, it's just weird. It's like, because it does actually represent a more solid step away from the positions he used to have. So yeah, anyways, I'll stop yapping about Chud, but, like, At least Tuna does care about. Oh wait, okay. Half the country wants their rights stripped away by the orange taco man. Yeah. Well, yes, kind of. They want half of the, or at least the voter base, the Trump voter base, did just want, okay, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Now I have mustard on me. Hold on. Half of the, these people basically voted for, like, other people's rights to be taken away, right? Anyone else getting feedback when Bean speaks into the mic? Mustard? Oh, it's because I have a...
Everyone's like, Chud logic this, Chud that. What about Bean's logic?
Bean's logic.
Icebean logic.
What's funny is that I actually made that and I called it Ice Beer Logic because of Chud Logic. That's actually very funny. But yeah, no, it's just the rest of my glizzy. Okay, I'm gonna put this away. Hold on. The only good mustard is honey mustard? No. I like regular mustard. Okay. So, we have a couple things today. There is a sort of a tier list of sorts that I want to do. And then we also have a is icebeans smarter than ants thing that I need to try. But I kind of want to wait until I perhaps see Leonard in chat before I do the ants thing. Open your textbook to page 62. A pepperoni tier list? Wait, I don't know that I know more than 2 kinds of pepperoni. If you find me a pepperoni tier list headless, I will do it. But bet, hey, if you find it, chat, summon Leonard, somebody get the pentagram drawn. Okay. What should we start? Should we start with the tier list? I think we should do that. Let's do that. Let me pull it up. I think I do actually have to get it onto, because it's not actually a, I have to get it onto a drawing program. Okay. Tuna Chip still doesn't know how to perform cunniling the correct way. Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? Is that referring to something? Subutai? What is that? Okay, here, let's make this large. Okay, so this is the tier list we're gonna be working with. Okay, it's not really a tier list. Okay. It's a community sorting list. That may be a better word for it. Where's my freaking, hold on, where's my freaking, oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. Where's my freaking pen? Where's my tablet pen? Hold on. Oh, here it is. Aren't you not supposed to do it diagonally? Wait, what does that mean? Okay. Also, welcome in, Yamato. How you doing? Icebeans breaking news, check DMs. I did see that, Yamato. The senator. Oh, sorry, the representative. Yeah, I heard about that. Pen collector can't find a pen? Well, this is a pretty specific pen, Subutai Sword. I wouldn't be able to just use any old pen for this one. Is it that because one time I asked chat whether they eat pussy hot dog or hamburger style? What? Neither, right? Neither. Hello? What? I eat it both ways. Beans face? It's the sus beans think. Oh no. What the hell? Okay, alright, so we're gonna do this list, okay? How is this a challenge for you to conceive of? When she's on her side, hold on. When she's on her side, it's hamburger. When she's straight on, it's hot dog? What? When she's okay, hold on. I am actually just like picturing how you would eat a hot dog, and like any of these, you are putting okay, no, hold on. What is it? What is going on? Were you born yesterday? I don't know if this is directed at me. Human centipede? Oh my god. Okay, here, I'm gonna make a few layers because we're gonna need them, okay? Alright. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do, okay? We're gonna make this, and we're gonna use our people from the community, okay? This is what we're doing. Hot dog versus hamburger style is a term people use to talk about the orientation of a piece of paper. Sorry you grew up in a nation without freedom. Hot dog versus hamburger style I've never heard of this. Literally ever. A hot dog fold is a vertical fold along the shorter side of the paper. A hamburger fold is a horizontal fold along the longer side. I see, okay. I see. So specifically as it relates to like the origin, like the shape of the paper that you make when you fold it. Okay, that makes sense. Don't look it up. I just did, I'm sorry. But you're still not, like, it still does not make any sense whatsoever. The question still doesn't make sense. I've never heard of this. Think. Just think. I swear that tuna is from another. The list is all I will say. I'm not drawing this. I am not drawing this, and no, I will not be accepting voice calls to explain this to me. I think my brain is trying to protect me from the knowledge, okay? See, my problem is that, like, why are you folding these things? Why are you folding them? It's what's inside that counts. No. Alright, I'm the pussy's born folded? Okay, but like this makes this no, I'm refusing. I'm refusing. I refuse. Yeah, focus. I'm moving on. Of course, Americans would like unfolding paper to eating fast food. What could you expect? Sure, Artemis Tucano, welcome in. Abort. Okay, yeah, I will abort. I'm aborting this discussion, okay? I'm aborting the pussy lips. Alright, let's go. Alright, so, we're gonna do this. The categories that we have are, yeah, I committed war crimes. Yeah, I ate all the Oreos. Yeah, I was having a mental breakdown at 3 a.m. So what? I'm sorry, and I will do it again. Okay, I will do it again. So, okay. Who do I think would say, actually, let's start with the war crimes. So what? Let me think. Who in my community would absolutely say that? Yeah, I committed war crimes. Okay, that would actually be, honestly... oh, and here's the trick. The trick is we can't use the same person twice.
Listen, I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere without a PC, okay? Look at this. There's like smoke coming out of my mouth. I'm not doing fine. Me being outside is a cry for help, okay? Send help.
For fuck we are. Imagine eating just the meat with your tongue, ignoring the bun. What can I say but, you're welcome, prate.
Oh, okay. Now I understand what you're saying. But now you're talking about, okay, McFiston? Okay, nope. I understood it, but I'm not gonna go. I'm just gonna move on. It's not a war crime the first time. Hashtag Geneva suggestions. Okay. Also, thank you for the 245. I appreciate it, McFiston. Okay, yeah, so the trick is we can't use the same person twice, okay? So if I use somebody, I can't then put them, unless I move them away from the first place, right? Okay. I honestly think Leonard goes in the, yeah, I committed war crimes, so what? I'll grab their profile pics. Actually, Parse, if you... I mean, I think you have actually a folder with all of these profile pics, right? If you can send them to me, that would be fine. All but Willied. Okay, yeah. I'll if I need Willied, I will I'll ask. Wait, what is this? This is, I'm supposed to use, I thought I had the version of the I thought I had the version. Wait, what is? I could cut them super easy. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, no. Wait, they're gonna watch that afterwards. You're like, what's I done with this? You cut them separately? Okay, perfect. I was, yeah. Or you could actually just like send, you know what you could do, Parse, is you could zip that file and then send that. If you zip that file and send that to me, then I just have them all so that you wouldn't have to send them individually, right? Oh, I see what you did. Oh, nope, I see what you did. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is actually perfect. Okay, so let's get Leonard in here, okay? Oh, but it will do this thing every time. Okay, wait. Turn off all notifications. Okay, perfect. Alright, cool. So we got Leonard here. Okay. And, yeah, I committed war crimes, so what? Who is... Yeah, I committed war crimes, I'm sorry. Zip, what is this 2002? Hey, well, Eddie, welcome in. How are you doing? Who would that be? We need an apologetic person. An apologetic person, but someone who would also commit war crimes. I feel like that would... Rezi? Would Rezi say I'm sorry? I guess it would be, you know what, I guess, okay, see, when I'm thinking sorry, I think it would be, like, remorse, but, it could also be, I'm sorry, as in, like, whatever. Sen? Yeah, I committed war crimes. I'm sorry. Okay, you know, no. You're right. You're right. It would be Sen. It would be Sen. It would be Sen. No. Glitter. I'm already thinking glitter. I know. I kind of know where glitter goes, and it's not in this column. Okay. No, you're right. Y'all are right. I think this is Sen. Okay. Where is Sen? Here he is. So we've got Sen here in yeah, I committed war crimes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just came back, bro. Yeah, you would commit war crimes and then apologize. Try to get out of it. Okay, all right. Who is, yeah, I committed war crimes. I will do it again. Actually, no, you know what? I know who it is. I know exactly who it would be, okay? I don't even need to ask. I just know. This is 100%, this is 100% parse, okay? Now that is glitter? No way. No. That's not glitter. Come on. You know it's parse. It's absolutely parse. It's 100% parse. Not a good week to say that? Well. Oh no. The Leonard Sen parse trio goes hard? Yeah, exactly. Okay, now. Yeah, I ate all the Oreos, so what? Who would do that? Ice beans? No, I don't know. I feel like, you know what? Who would? No, I could make. No, I don't. I actually. Who would be that? I'm looking at my. I'm looking at my pictures list, but also suggestions welcome in chat. Beans gets yelled by her doctor for not eating. I don't think it's her. Yeah, it's not me. I don't finish off Oreos like that. You know what I mean? Ice beans will go to bottom center? Maybe. Tuna is definitely a food thief? No, it's not tuna. No, it's not tuna. Also, so here's the thing. I feel like if anything, I would be, yeah, I ate all the Oreos, I'm sorry. I feel like that's me, you know? I honestly think, okay, you know, this is not, like, I don't really have a picture for this, but I actually feel like Dr. the Man would be a good person for this. If anyone knows Dr. the Man. I finished my fruit girls play, but I don't need to eat her food. Or should I say lol e? Yeah, yeah. I don't actually have, you know what? I think that's actually funny. I think what I'll do is I'll put, because I don't have, he is very famously not on Discord. So I'm going to put the lolly. I feel like that's him, okay? He's not in Discord, but he is part of the community. Okay. Yeah, I ate all the Oreos. I'm sorry. I feel like this one is me. I would apologize for eating all the Oreos, even when it's like inappropriate to apologize for eating all the Oreos, because I'm like the only person that eats the Oreos normally. I think that would be me. So here, let me grab my snip. I would never eat an Oreo though. Do you not like how they taste or what? I honestly go through phases of liking and disliking Oreos. Just like with most of my snacks that I eat. Okay. So that's me. All right. Yeah, I ate all the Oreos. I will do it again. Ooh, who would that be? I feel like Resi. You're right. It is Resi. Resi, yeah, no, he's not in, yeah, he's definitely not in breakdown column. He would be in, yeah, we'll do it again. Do I have Resi on this? Parts, oh yeah, Resi, yeah, Resi's here. No, you're right, it is 100% Resi. Alright, here you go. I feel like Resi should do this list with his community. Resi has a mental breakdown every stream, what do you mean? No, it's him just like crashing out. It's not at like 3 a.m. You know, he just does like, he does it at normal times. He does the mental breakdown at normal times, okay? This is specifically 3 a.m. He just never reconstructs. Okay. Yeah, I was having a mental breakdown at 3 a.m. So what? Okay. Who is that? That actually might be, who would that be? That honestly could be Mad Lad. That honestly could be Mad Lad. I'm getting a Mad Lad vibe here. If anyone knows Mad Lad. For a week there he was gashing out. Jesus. Tuna. Mad Lad or okay, here possible contenders in my mind, okay? Because I know Glitter is in this column, but she's not so what? You know what I mean? I feel like I'm sorry. Mad Lad, I would say I'm sorry. Who would be is it really so strange? Y'all so sensitive? Me, I'm so sensitive, Tuna. Yes. Okay, who would this be? Let's actually focus. I feel like Mad Lad would say sorry. He would also say I'm sorry. But like, here's the thing. Oh no. You know what? Also, hold on a second. Parse, why do you have a picture of Panda? Where did you get a picture of Panda from? What? Where I found him? I'm resourceful? Oh my god. Parse just casually has a picture of Panda. Is that like finding Jesus? Kind of. You have a mod who is as capable of Mossad? Oh my god. You and Cheeto are like, well, no. Cheeto is like truly the panda whisperer. Cheeto knows how to spot a panda. I've kind of been better at like figuring out a panda. Panda wants to be a part of the space so bad. He has 5 million or else but hides poorly. Yes. He cannot camouflage for shit. Okay. Who would actually have a mental breakdown at 3 a.m. and say so what? Honestly, I feel like that would be Resi. Like, you know, going back to what Tuna was saying, I feel like that would be Resi. But also, we've already put Resi in I Will Do It Again. So, I think I am going to put, I'm gonna put Mad Lad in here temporarily, and if we think of a better person that fits that, I'll go ahead and... Could it be Tuna? No, Tuna doesn't... Like, if Tuna's having a mental breakdown, he wouldn't, like, say it like that. You know what I mean? He wouldn't say, yeah, I'm having a mental breakdown. Like, he wouldn't... He doesn't... that's not really Tuna. I can't picture Tuna saying that. I really do think it is, Mad Lad is our spare Resi. Okay, here, here's Mad Lad. Okay, cool. Also, the thing is, I can hear Madled saying "so what" in my brain, you know? And that's why he goes, I think that's why he goes here for right now. Oh, it's not like, okay, alright, cool. Okay, yeah, I was having a mental breakdown at 3 a.m. I'm sorry. I feel like this is Glitterbell. I feel like this is Glitterbell. She'd say I'm sorry. She would say I'm sorry. She's either sorry or will do it again, but I feel like she's way more likely to say I'm sorry than I will do it again. Okay, and now that leaves us with one option, and who is yeah, I was having a mental breakdown at 3 a.m. I will do it again. Alright, let's take a look. Who do we got? Okay, what do we... Alright. What do we think about... What do we think about this option? What do we think about our good friend Parallax? I feel like... I feel like he would say I will do it again. Like that. Okay, that's fair. Okay, alright, there you go. We're putting him in, we're locking him in. Alright, that said, okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. Oh, I could have made this a little bit bigger, huh? Oh, no, wait, hold on. There you go. Tuna's typing a lot. It's kind of crazy to not have Parallax in the Oreo column. Yeah, I mean, sure, if you like, yeah, I guess so. But also, like, I like going one step further and like making fun of Parallax and his like, you know, his emotional states rather than like how fat he is, you know. Okay, alright, I'm gonna save it, I'm gonna clip it, I'm gonna ship it. If anybody else wants to do this, there is like, the template is in the content suggestions in, like, channel. Under, like, new community tier list just dropped. So, feel free to share. I'm gonna post this in memes. Alright, Beans locked in? Yeah, a little bit. I started stream after my meds had already kicked in. So maybe that's, like, it. Beans, can I ask you something about your childhood? Yeah, go ahead. Tier list 1. I'm just gonna put that in the Discord, which y'all should join, by the way, if y'all have not already. I'm going to put this in memes. And done. Hey, Profiley Face. You grew up in Saudi Arabia, yeah, right? Yep, that is correct. That is correct. Also, how you doing, Profiley Face? Welcome in. Alright, while I'm gonna wait for your answer while I pull up the thing I want to do next. I think we did, or rather we watched, Parse, I think, I'm just looking at the content suggestions real quick. I think the enemy effect is what, Leonard reacted to the other day, right? That's correct. You're up in Saudi Arabia. Bet the first time you saw a kippot, you went, it's Jewish. And well, no, Gills, I never, I didn't know any Jewish people growing up because there's just, they obviously don't identify themselves in Saudi, right? We are South Park keyboard twins now. Ooh, Profiling Feast, did you get the same keyboard I did? Did you get the Q12? Like the Keychron? Or did you get a different Southpaw keyboard? What do women do to get around if they have no father and are too ugly to be married? Do they pay for an Uber or something? Well, there's yeah, so like, okay, so in Saudi, you usually will have, like, if you're rich enough, which is actually not, you don't actually need to be this rich to be able to afford this, but you might have like a personal driver. If you're not super rich, like, usually it's you still have a driver, but they're also like, you know, they're just a driver that like drives a lot of other people around as well, you know. And you just call them and be like, hey, I need to go this place. And the rest is taxis. Like, my mom would take taxis all the time. I thought you said something about Sri Lanka. Yeah, no, so I was born in Sri Lanka and I moved to Saudi Arabia when I was like a month old. A key 12, my keycaps are all blue though. Gotcha, yeah. Because it's still, no, it's not illegal anymore. They did legalize driving for women. So now, of course, it's very different. But, so it's not really, I mean, there are, I guess you could say Ubers, but like, for the most part, if you're talking about commutes, like, if you're talking about getting to work and stuff, then it's most, like, usually you have like a driver. Is it socially stigmatized still? No, not at all. One of the biggest, Saudi Arabia has gone through like a huge cultural shift ever since like basically since I left. Like, I barely recognize the things that I see coming out of Saudi anymore. Like, you know, back when I was growing up, we didn't have cinemas, we didn't have like there weren't really like bars in that way, like in the traditional sense, you know what I mean? They're still not bars, but like the restaurant scene has blown up. Like, there are cinemas now. There are concerts, which are crazy. Like, concerts in Saudi Arabia is fucking crazy to me. Like, Eminem went to Saudi and performed in Saudi. That's crazy. That is batshit insane. Because I, like, growing up, like, music is weird because they like music, they do, but it's also, like, it was also very religiously, like, discouraged, right? Saudi restaurants are blowing up. No, bad. It was one of the rare MBSWs, the legalization of driving for women, I believe. Well, here's the interesting thing. I would actually say that, Christopher Wallace, is that, if it weren't for the fact that it's MBS, I would actually celebrate a lot of these changes. And I do celebrate, like, a lot of these changes that they've made because it means that it's a lot less restrictive. You're not gonna get, like, arrested by the religious police because you're having coffee with your colleague at a Starbucks, you know, which was a thing that actually happened back in the day. Like, you actually couldn't just, like, hang out with unrelated men, right? And you're fine, Artemis. But, like, they probably already have just indirectly. Wait, what do you mean? Have you seen the Saudi Rolls-Royce dealership? Was it the Emirates? No. Do you have a link? Dealer of death. This man sells automobiles to women. Well, here's the thing: is that, like, before they legalized driving, it was very much like there were religious explanations for why we couldn't allow women to drive. You know. And there were, you know, to their credit, there were a few logistical ones as well, but it was mostly religious. Like, when I say logistical, what I mean is that, like, if they had allowed women drivers, then what they would have also had to do is basically give the police the power to say, you need to lift your veil. Like, because if, for example, a policeman pulls over a woman driver, then like for identification purposes, they would have to tell them to uncover their face, right? And then that goes against their like religious view of like asking an unrelated man to like ask a woman to uncover, like that kind of thing, you know? They did have more stupid explanations like that too, D's, like, you know, your uterus is gonna fall out if you drive. They did have shit like that, but there were also like legitimate logistical things, and also the fact that like you know, they'd have to deal with like women driving schools, women police, like women like, you know, making sure that like the sudden influx of women drivers didn't like fucking make you know, the safety of the streets go way the fuck down, right? I think the Taliban just re-implemented that shit. Well, the Taliban is just the Taliban is actually so depressing. Okay, what is this? Here, let me get rid of this. I would sure hope they take the burqa off to drive. No, they don't. They wouldn't take their headscarf off if that's what you mean. You know what I mean? Okay, wait, what is... Oh, this is Dubai. Okay, but here, we'll still watch it anyway. Wait, what is this? Why is it at 480p? All right, let's go.
Good morning, my name is Rami Judy. I'm the Rolls-Royce Motor Cars Regional Communications Manager for the Middle East, Africa and India. And today you are here in the iconic Rolls-Royce...
The Taliban is so depressing. What do you mean they're the fucking Taliban? Yeah, I understand. But Tuna, the rolling back of women's rights and shit that they do, that they're doing is just, it is depressing. It doesn't have to be, yes, it is surprising. Yes, it is very surprising just how low they are going. Correct. It is very surprising. Correct. my experience of what like religious suppression of women looks like is limited to Saudi Arabia. That is correct. Yes.
Motor Cars Dubai boutique and the city walk in the heart of Dubai, and as you can see behind me, you see a lot of colors and
well, yeah, no shit, you just said I can't believe Satan is raping and maiming. No, okay, this is just stupid. Tuna, shut the fuck up. Like, you're actually just like, oh yeah, no shit, well, no shit, they will do this. No, yeah, actually, you would think that they wouldn't be this stupid in like to reduce their women's rights to the point where they're hurting their own nation. Like, it's going beyond like it's going beyond logic and reasoning. Tuna should get in the call. No, Tuna does not need to get in the call. He's just essentially doing the meme of like looking at like the results of like social psychology studies and being like, yeah, we should know this. Yeah, of course, duh. No, actually, no. It is surprising. Like, what the hell? Are you this well versed in like Taliban culture? No, not everybody is. It is surprising.
Materials.
They're evil. Yeah, I agree they're evil.
As we say, Rolls-Royce is bespoke, and bespoke is Rolls-Royce, and there is no Rolls-Royce like the other one. Here, where the dreams come true, you can commission your car, choosing your leather, favorite colors, even the stitches, everything can be done here professionally. Why we call it boutique? It's been inaugurated first in 2016, and it's not only where you can come and buy a car. No, it provides you with a comprehensive experience to live the lifestyle of Rolls-Royce Motor Cars.
Oh wait, that was a fucking latte. Okay, all right.
Rolls-Royce Motor Cars Dubai boutique is located in the heart of Dubai in the city walk. it's a very modern, I would say.
Where? Oh, this was 5 years ago. Okay.
Community or
Wait, so hold on. This is just what, where you go to essentially like get a custom Rolls
area or
Royce?
district where you can see people. They walk, of course, in the very good weather. They
Platinum
walk
Soul,
and
welcome in.
they have a lot of outlets here, which gives you this luxury lifestyle experience that you would enjoy in Dubai.
And kind of
So
disgusting.
Rolls-Royce Motor Cars Dubai, or AGMC.
Isn't this a part that gets stolen all the time or something like that? That's why you can. That's why you can. You can retract it or something. Hey, Platinum, sup? Nice dress. Thank you. I appreciate it. Taiwan promised to respect women's rights in 2021. Yeah. Hold on. I'll get back to talk about the Taliban in a second.
Years. And
Al-Qaeda,
they've been the authorized dealers for Rolls-Royce Motor Cars in Dubai and Northern Emirates since 2003. The business evolved, of course, and kept improving, and that's why here this is a reflection, I would say, for the success where they AGMC in partnership.
Why? Oh, is that like? Why is it?
With Rolls-Royce Motor Cars, they inaugurated the Rolls-Royce Motor Cars boutique in Dubai in 2016, where the dreams come true.
Okay.
As Sir Henry Royce said, strive for perfection in everything you do.
Okay.
If it doesn't exist, create it. That's our, I would say, slogan or path that we want to follow in everything we do. And we'll keep following this wisdom, I would say, of the words. And if you are happen to visit Dubai anytime, please don't hesitate to come and pass by City Walk, especially here at Rolls-Royce Motor Cars boutique, and enjoy your stay in Dubai and have bespoke moments in Rolls-Royce Motor Cars boutique.
Real quick. But this car port in India? We have no idea what you just asked. To be honest, it's a pretty ugly car. I guess it's not. Yeah, it's. I would say that it's like it's not really my thing. It's not my style. I would agree with that. Yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. The point of the design isn't literal beauty. Well, I feel like, so for cars, I feel like silhouette is a very important thing for me. If I'm picking a car based on like aesthetics, and I would not go for this silhouette. That's kind of my thought about this, right? What does it even mean? Wait, what do you mean? What does it mean? What does what mean? Oh, sorry. You're talking about, you were replying to know about it, sorry. Also welcome in, Leonard. How you doing? Rolls Royces are peaking. The point of the design is when you crash, there ain't much damage to yours, but the other guy's dead. Well, and also, I think that, like, you mentioned something about, oh, no, wait, Artemis mentioned something about, like, people, like, getting hurt by that kind of element, but, like, that's kind of not why, like, people kind of don't care about that, right? Like, it's the whole, like, you know how, pickup trucks have now, pickup trucks, like the what is it, fender? Is that what you call like the front of the car? Like, you know how that's so high basically that it could be like, there are some cars that are literally like taller than me on that for that portion alone. And so, like, because it's so damn high, if it hits somebody, they don't roll up onto the front of the car, they just get fucking thrown forward, right? So, like, quite literally, I would say that more than those kinds of elements, it's the height of the fender, right? But, like, even in that case, like, nobody gives, the people who buy pickup trucks don't think about that shit, right? Or it doesn't matter to them, right? Leonard is here, the summoning rituals was successful. Time for the video. Yeah. They're big because they want you to know you're on the road. True! The price tag is the selling point at the moment. To be fair, aren't like 94. No, okay, hold on. Headless, yes, but also not every car's fender is taller than me. They get sucked under. I don't know about that. No. It's I mean the I don't know about sucked under. I think most people who if you get hit by a car, if you're crossing the street and a car hits you, if like it's a regular like sedan, you have like that chance of rolling up onto the hood, right? Rather than like being thrown forward. But if you have like a pickup truck with a high fender, then that's not happening ever. That's my point. I got lifted up onto the dash by the car that hit me. If I instead got thrown under the car, I would be dead right now. Well, I think don't people get... I guess I don't know what actually happens when somebody gets hit by a car. If they get thrown forward or if they just go under, right? Most people are bouncy. This is my favorite pretty car. Let's see. Icebeans obviously have never been hit by a car. They died. Well, I understand that. Mura. Okay, this is 6 minutes, so I'm just gonna keep playing this in the background while I talk.
The most redeeming thing about the Mura would be the fact that there's only so many of them. It's highly collectible.
Oh wait, wait, is this an actual, like, this is not just like an ad? It's like a... Wait, hold on. Is this an actual... Is this a thing you want me to watch, or you're just showing me the thing? It's an actual video? Okay, here, we'll watch it and then we'll do the ants thing, okay? I jumped both times, so just kind of rolled. Rolled, like, I'm assuming you mean that you got hit by a car and you rolled. Rolled where? My bike bounced off the bumper, I flew forward and to the right. Ooh. Hit and run. Oh, I'm sorry, Deez. Okay, here, let's watch this.
Because it's
$2 million? Oh, damn. That's kind of sad.
the most redeeming thing about the Mura would be the fact that there's only so many of them. It's highly collectible. It's exciting because it's unusual, it's small, it's exotic, it's still exotic today, and it was significant in its styling. I think it's the car that put Lamborghini on the map.
This is an
My
old
name
car.
is Dennis Varney, and
Right.
I'm driving a 1970
Goddamn.
Lamborghini Mura S.
1970. It looks brand new. It looks brand new. Like, it looks untouched. Like he just rolled it off the fucking lot. Also, that metal clunk. The metal sounding clunk is great. McFiston.
Lamborghini owner at the time was a tractor builder and an industrialist in Italy, and he decided that he wanted a supercar. So he went to Ferrari, and Enzo said, "We can't build you a special car. We have special cars, and you can have one of mine." He wasn't excited about that, so he went out and built his own car.
It's very small on the inside, I think.
One day, near the place I was working, which was a speed shop at the time, there was a sports car shop, and this Lamborghini came in, and that was in the 60s. And I went over and talked to the guy and saw the car.
Wait, your noms will go numb driving in within an hour? Wait, why? Why? Is there something about his position that, like, told you that? Like, how he was sitting in the car? Those near silent electric cars give you a headache if you don't watch you? No power steering? Wait, okay, hold on. Might be a dumb question. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that... Oh, wait, are you saying that... Hold on a second. Are you saying that, like, all of the... Hold on, okay, wait. Is that all of the entire force of turning the car is, like, you have to do that? You're controlling that car entirely with your hands. The vibration of the engine can be felt through the steering column. Oh.
I said, "Can I sit in it?
Interesting.
Can I get a little ride in it?" And we went maybe an eighth of a mile if we
Right.
went that far. And I looked from the back, I saw
Gotcha,
the car doors, I
platinum.
heard the noise, and I went, oh my God. And these things were $19,000 new in those days. And I had just bought a house with my wife for $11,000 in
Jesus.
1966. And I said, I'll never be able to own one of these. So when I could afford it, I found this car, and it was somewhere in the Paso Robles area.
Also, guys, he bought his house for $11,000. $11,000, guys. He bought his house for $11,000. Okay, I understand. You know what? Hold on. I actually want to know. Wait, hold on. When was this? When did he say this was? Wait, no, hold on. Let me wait. In 1956. Okay, hold on. Surely there's a way for me to do this. 1956 dollars today. Inflation calculator. I guess you do inflation calculator, right? So $11,000 would be $130,000 today. Okay. All right. Okay. That's still pretty. That's still you know what? Actually, that's fine. That actually makes sense. Like $130,000 today. I'm not spoiling the fun. Car people know that cars are stupid. They like it. No, it's just a hobby thing, Tuna. Like, whatever hobby you do, somebody will find it stupid. Like, that's kind of the point. Hey, For the Perfect, how you doing? Hope you're staying safe. Hope everything's alright. I don't know, a house for 130K today. No, Ties, I know that I know that houses have gotten more expensive since then, but like, I guess my okay, so for example, like, I feel like so when I feel like there are still places where you can find houses for, like, you know, they're kind of remote or whatever, but like, there are still places around that sell houses for, like, you know, 250,000, 300,000. All start at 200K. Yeah, that's what I mean, I guess. Is that, like, 130 is still not that off of that, right? They usually just suck. Yeah, that's true.
And I bought the car and I drove it home. And it was fantastic. And I've owned it since 1979 and love the car. Never will sell it. It's just a beautiful, exciting automobile.
I feel like you have to live at some place where you have roads like this, right? Hey,
It did
Testy.
inspire me to go onto a different track because it was the sports car world and I was coming from the hot rod world. And in the hot rod world, you just figure out what transmission fits with what and how it fits in the car, and you know, you make it work, and then you go to aesthetics. Well, when
Are you standing or sitting in a high chair? Me? Are you asking me this? This guy's got a pile of cans of garbage in the passenger seat.
mirror
Does he
came
really?
about, and
Or are
I
you
saw
just
it.
saying
There
that?
was a stylish thing.
It's my
with
normal
an
chair.
exotic motor in it, sideways in the back seat. It's an Italian hot rod. I went, whoa. And then that opened my eyes to all these other sports cars that I didn't even care about. And then I started looking at the race cars and carrying myself off into different areas.
God damn it, is this his car collection? I'm not in the booster seat. Jesus.
I think my philosophy about collecting cars is things that I like, and it's not about value. It seems like the car value has gone up and it's gone crazy, but I bought cars because I like them. And
Okay,
like
this is... Wait, hold on. I like that one. Hold
car
on.
value has
Let me go
gone
back.
up and it's gone crazy, but I bought cars because
That's kind of cute, actually. I have no idea what the fuck that is. Pepsi ad. Hey, Pezzy, welcome in. Oh yeah, just his personal old Formula 1 cars. Yeah, I know, right? He talks about that bus a bit. Like a Hummer. Yeah, wait, what is this? What is this? Is this a bus? Is this an actual bus? Right?
and like the look of them, or they had to perform a certain way, or they looked ugly and they were beautiful because they were ugly. So I'm very eclectic in my collection, and all the automobilia that goes along with it. I
What is that?
have a 200S
Actually,
Maserati,
look at that.
There's 27 of those made. I have a D-type Jag,
Bean getaway.
300 SL,
Here.
so they kind of run all over the place. I've got a couple of Alphas. I've got a 1940 60 2500 Alpha that's one of. It was a Graber body-built Swiss body car.
I'm holding you
little Beetle.
hostage,
I have a
Testy.
Healy. I have a Yellowstone bus, so I go from one extreme
Oh,
to the
Yellowstone bus.
other. Model Ts, a lot of hot rods, Izettas, Hinkles, Topolinos, so I go all over the place. I love them all, and when I'm in that
Testy.
one, I'm with that one. You don't want to walk up to one of your daughters or sons and say, I love you the best more than anybody else, because the other ones will be very upset. So I don't talk in front of any of the cars.
Oh my
Each car
God.
I'm in love with.
He's treating these like I talk to my plants or something. Oh well, no, I actually shit talk my plants all this time. I shall not be contained. Well, you are being contained. Hold on, get back here.
I look
being-
at these cars that I own as pieces of art. They're just moving art. They have flowing lines. The designers, each one of them is different. It's exciting to get in and go out and listen
Actually,
to
if
the
I put
motor
you over
wind
here,
up
you
at
won't be
6,000,
able to go all the
7,000
way back.
RPMs, and it's just shifting through the gears and just a wonderful sound, feeling. It's truly a road car. It's not a race car. It's a grand touring car. It doesn't get into the tight turns, you know,
Hey,
and go
wait.
through them. It's for an open road, nice big car to drive. You don't need a radio in it. You just listen to the motor. You look out the rear window and you see the carburetors. That's all you see. And you look through the louvers and you can see a little bit out the back to see if there's a car coming. But you're looking forward anyway, so it doesn't matter who's behind you. But you look at the carburetors and you got this big window.
It doesn't
in front.
matter
You're
who's
sitting
behind
down
you.
Like in a movie theater, looking at the road. And it's just got a whine to it. It's screaming, let me go. You know, and the more you push down the gas, it wants to go. And it's just an exciting car. I drink, eat, sleep cars. I'm up at 7, I'm doing cars all day long, and then I come home and have dinner with my wife. Next morning I'm up, back to the cars. And that's my life. I love it. I wouldn't change it for anything. I hope I get to stay around a long time and play with all my toys, and then when I go, somebody else will have them.
All right, there, Testy, you are now allowed to go. Okay, what are we arguing about in here? Wait, am I the only person who hates this guy? I don't hate that guy. Like, I don't think, I mean, I think there's I feel like it's a very, like, I feel like it's very fashionable right now to, like, shit on, like, rich people. Right? That makes sense to me, right? But also, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem productive to me. Like, I guess, like, we created a system and, like, everybody wants to be rich, but then as soon as we become rich, like, everybody hates you because you succeeded at the thing that we created the society to, like set up society to be like. That doesn't make sense to me. You know? Depends on how he's made his money. Yeah, but like, okay, but even that though, I plat, like, I don't know that I like the, like, I don't know, I understand the issues that we have with, like, okay, I understand that there are issues with, like, okay, you know, you make your money through inheritance, and I understand that there are issues that come with people, like, not understanding actual everyday struggles because they've never had to work for their for their living and never had to work to eat and all that shit, right? I understand that, right? But we also, like, Like, if you were somebody who, instead of being born the person that you were, if you were somebody who was born and inherited a lot of money, would you realistically then go out and change society and give all your money away? Would you do that? Or would you probably be like one of these people to some extent? Not all of us are gonna be Bill fucking Gates, right? I guess that's my point. You're wearing Crocs? I am wearing Crocs. You can only hate that guy if you throw away your trading cards and rare comics. Yeah, there you go. It's not about him being rich, it's about the way he talks about it. Well, he's been asked to talk about his, like, he's been asked to talk about his special interest. Like, what do you expect? Are you expecting something different? Like, the way that you talk about your special interest is probably just as cringy, I would say. Yeah, it is cringy, I suppose, but, like, I don't understand. I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. I guess I don't know. Okay, hold on. I need to get this, hold on. Duplicate? Copy? Where is it? Put it here. Featured chat. Come on, copy the source. Oh my, I'm gonna lose it. Okay, now I can paste it. Okay. Sorry, I needed to get this up on. Okay, let's take a look. I was born in the wrong body. I should have been born in a rich person's body. Here, let me move this like here. Okay, cool. He's just a retired guy doing a hobby. I got here late. I'm just being a hater. That's my pastime. Yeah, that's fine. No, I think people are allowed to be a hater. It's just I don't know. I think we can recognize that statistically speaking, everybody who would like hate this type of guy, if they were instead born in like a rich person's body, they would probably be doing exactly this, right? I've seen worse rich behavior, like someone buying a helicopter just to be an ornament on their front drive because they couldn't fly it, but they thought it would be fun to have. If I had more than I need to live the rest of my life, I'd be giving away the excess. Yes, Aeon, but that would be okay. I believe you, but also that is, you are influenced by your life experiences, how you were born, how you were raised, in what kind of childhood you have, like the work that you had to do. Yeah, that makes sense, right? But if you were more like if you, I don't know, but I don't know anything about this guy's life, by the way. I'm just assuming things, right? But if you didn't have to go through those experiences, if you didn't have that, like, if you never had to be like a retail worker, would you still be the same person giving away your excess? I will have this conversation at some point if you want, but it isn't about how the money could change the world. My critique of him is that he has a large amount of land and vehicles that would be useful to others. The money isn't the issue, it's the being active nuisance on the limited resources we have. He has a large amount of lands and vehicles that would be useful to others. Who would those vehicles be useful to, Tuna? Wait, I don't know about this land. What do you mean by, does he own that land? I don't actually know. I grew up wealthy. Okay. Cool. Good. Like, that's great, actually. But that doesn't change my point. Like, statistically speaking, every person who is, like, in here critiquing that guy, would they all be exactly the same if they were born, like, without any form of need? Like, if all their needs were met, they never actually had to grow, like, work for anything or whatever, you know? I wouldn't give shit away. I'd have all my life savings turned to cash and burned with my body when I die. Holy fuck. Holy... Dusty. Call? Okay, yeah, hold on. Give me a moment. I'll pull... get in the green room, Tuna. I'll pull you in. The problem with this line of thinking isn't inherently that this person is living inefficiently. It's that he's way too nebulous to actually define what an efficient versus inefficient life is. Wait, here, hold on. I got here late, so I don't know if you saw this. You see this? Wait, what is this? Hold on.
But I'm going to now take you to the...
Oh, yes, I did see that. I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. That just happened, like, right before... I saw that right before I started stream. I don't know whether I wanted to talk about it or not. That's fucking insane, yeah. I mean, we could talk about it if we want. You're all just mad because he's a boomer with no children. He drives any of those cars and the upkeep is negligible in terms of, okay. The eat the rich is kind of thing, it's kind of cringe, but I get a certain sense of schadenfreude when bad things happen to rich people, like seeing a BMW driver getting pulled over. It's like, ha, that's what you get for having money. Does someone who have 5 acres of land need to sublet it to people because they can use it? At what level do we have to start sharing because we have limited resources and people can use it? Do I need to lend out my one car because the other needs it? Beans versus ants? No, Parse, we will do the beans versus ants in just a bit. I'm sure Leonard will stick around. Ressentiment? Yeah, ressentiment! Okay, wait, somebody has to explain what ressentiment actually remembers me. Ants, let's go. No. Let's pull, we'll pull Tuna in for about, let's see. We'll give him 15 minutes, okay? We're not doing the pay we're not doing that today, okay? But I will hear him out. Start the timer? Yeah, I'll start an actual timer, not like on screen or anything. Here, let me turn this down a tad. Howdy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so laying the groundwork here. I know that I'm taking the extremely bold and brave position of rich people bad. So I've got to pick my words carefully. No, I'm joking around though.
Yeah.
I don't think that you genuinely believe the idea, or that anybody believes the idea that a hobby is not with moral weight, right? Like, do you think?
No, sorry. I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? Yeah, sorry. Say that one more time.
Okay, I'll start this in a way where it feels like it's more fully contained within the conversation, and you don't have to like read chat messages back and forth and everything. So, sure. We're watching this video, right? We're watching this video where this guy has like 100 cars. They're extremely well maintained. They're contained inside of a garage that takes up a large amount of land. He's talking about them, and sure, the people asking him to talk about them are, they're asking him to talk about them, and they're making a little film here. Sure. So it's very likely that the way that they're doing their talking head is edited to like take all of the, like, I'm a car guy to 11, right?
Sure, yeah, of course.
But when I critique the
romanticization of, like, you're saying, like, it's driven up.
It's driven up.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, when I say I hate this guy, I don't even mean the guy himself. I mean this presentation, this particular influence. I think it's similar. And the reason that I take issue with the hobby itself is because it's not like many other hobbies. Like, somebody compared, like, comic books or cards, and I agree that comic books and cards, because they exist inside of a secondary market which is extremely competitive, they accumulate this like very unstable value, and it's like hyper capitalism in its own sense. But what I'm critiquing is not the capitalism of the matter. It's not the fact that a person has money. I'm critiquing the fact that this is a hobby which uses the scarcest resources on the earth and also some of the most like useful resources on the earth. I would say that it's akin to poaching, except people feel a lot more emotional immediacy about endangered species than they do about endangered resources.
Sorry. To be specific, which endangered resources are you talking about in this case?
Gasoline, oil. That's a huge one, and then also land and water.
No, hold on a second. This doesn't. No. Okay, hold on a second. No, this is not that. I reject that those things that you said are as scarce as like any other resource that we need, like lithium or whatever. Like those are not scarce. We're not killing endangered species to make this car.
Okay, so as people, no, the car already exists. But in order to make new cars exist and also simultaneously maintain the cars that are not on the road, that are not being used by people, we have to spend resources that would be better spent on the transportation, because unlike other resources, gasoline is a resource that is used to transport all other resources around the world. So as our population gets more dense...
but then this sorry, I understand, but then this exact same critique can be applied to something like NASCAR. You're just literally spending millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yes.
Why would you wait, so hold on a second. Then why does this guy specifically get your ire?
At no point did I say this is the only guy that gets my ire. I'm saying that this type of guy, and we're watching a video that has this guy in it. I don't like the fact that car culture exists in general and that it romanticizes it, because a lot of old cars, I have no problem with a person taking an old car that's run down, repairing it, and then putting it on the road and then using it. I think that
he's using it, no?
Huh?
Okay, no. Okay, he's using that car at least. Okay. But the other cars.
He's not using all these cars, right?
Wait, hold on. So then, hold on a second. So if those, no. This is, you're literally putting him in a catch-22 situation. If he were to use those cars, you just said he's utilizing resources. He's utilizing gas. But then as soon as that is the no, you can't say that and then simultaneously be a collector yourself.
I don't believe that people are supposed to collect and maintain things that cost the most important resource that we currently have on this planet.
No, that's not the... Okay, no, I reject that notion too. I don't think it's the most important resource, though.
You don't think gasoline is the most important resource on the
It's
planet?
not the most important... No, there are other materials that cost, like if you look at gasoline, like the price of gasoline next to other materials, I guarantee gasoline is not the highest.
I said most important. Not the highest.
No, okay, even importance. No, I would agree, even importance.
It's the thing that we use to put objects in the place that we think it should be.
No, I understand that. It's not. No, but hold on a second. No, but no, it's not. Okay, hold on a second. We can I don't know how. Okay, hold on. I'm actually looking this up.
What do you think is the most important?
I would say okay, first of all, it depends on where the fuck you are, okay? Like if in Saudi Arabia, the funniest thing we would say to each other is that water costs more than gas, okay? If in Saudi Arabia that is true, what do you think is the most important resource in Saudi Arabia?
I don't know, the gas, because it's the resource that made it so that they have economic power.
No. Water. It is still water. It is water.
Okay, why is Saudi Arabia and not just a pile of dirt in the middle of the desert?
No, I understand its export is oil, its export is gas. I understand, or sorry, not gas. Its export is fuel. I understand that. But that doesn't mean that the most important resource to people, which is what you're talking about, like you're saying that this guy is utilizing resources that are important to people, right?
Not just important to people, it's important to everything that ever happens ever. It is the transportation of all goods. I think that gasoline should be a controlled substance. It should not be something that people can just purchase infinite amounts of.
Okay, fine. But then even with that, like okay, but you're still not then. I guess you're not really making it clear why this guy specifically deserves an eye, or are you just saying like you just reject any collection or any hobby where gasoline is specifically the thing that is wasted?
It's not just gasoline, but definitely any hobby with gasoline.
Get your sniffer gas cans out, please, guys. Go ahead, Tuna. Sorry.
No, it's just
he
it's
doesn't
very
drive
obvious
all the
to me
vehicles
that
at once,
all of this
so
land,
he's using the same gas
all of this
that any
gasoline,
other
all of this
person
oil,
would in
all of the
the
maintaining,
vehicle.
because he does have to fire up these cars and drive them every once in a while in order to make it so that these engines stay healthy. That's part of the thing. So he is burning gas.
He's not burning more gas than the average person, though. If he's only driving one car at a time, right?
Sure, that's not really the point, right? Because we also then have the fact that these cars are not being driven, and that these cars should be being driven by other people, and that the maintaining, which costs labor and time, and the land that holds these cars,
it's his personal property. He's working on these cars, and you're saying that like if he didn't have these cars, that land would belong to somebody else, and that he would instead spend his time fixing cars for other people.
I would say that would be the justified way to be a car guy, is correct, to be an engineer.
But again, you're going back to saying that like you're then basically saying this guy isn't allowed to have cars as a hobby. He can only do this if it is in direct service to other people.
How would you feel if there was a person whose personal collection, what they collected, it was like a scarce chemical that is used to prevent people from dying of a preventable illness?
Yeah, sure, I would have an issue with that, but you realize that like I think it's not. Then I would say no. Hold on, but that is different, because I'm not like I can still go and buy gas, and this guy can exist in the world. He's not actually impeding. Yes. Hold on, him using the gasoline doesn't mean that some child in Africa like dies because they couldn't get gas.
Well, I'm talking about the land in this particular analogy. The gasoline point we can already. Like, that's an aside to this particular analogy I'm making.
No, but then then the land is okay. But then now then you're going against like if it's the land that you have an issue with. Now any hobby that includes land ownership as an inherent part of it is a problem. So somebody who
land hoarding is a problem, correct.
Sorry, if you have a person whose thing is horses and they had a ranch, then that is a problem.
Yes. What are you talking about? Of course. Is that hard to understand? That hoarding land when we have like
no. This is not hoarding land. If somebody has a ranch, you can maybe talk about the size of it and like what other people could be doing with it. But like in our current society, it's not like I can be forced to give up my land to some people to develop it or some shit, right? Like you're essentially just saying we need to tear down the entire system that we have, which is fine if that is your position, but you realize why it's not being taken very seriously, right? If it's I
understand why you don't agree with me.
Yeah.
Because being a bit of a coward about it, but like you would
No,
recognize fundamentally that is hoarding land.
Okay, but now, like, okay, so basically any hobby whatsoever okay, go ahead, tell me. So gas is on this list, land is on this list, what else?
Okay. Golf courses. The
Okay,
amount of water.
no. We've established that. Okay, so water. Okay, so any hobby that includes a lot of water usage in it. Okay, correct. Go ahead. Anything
water
else?
usage, gas usage, large plots of land that are would be actually useful to people.
Okay, wait, hold on. What about this one? Okay, here. How about this hobby? What about a hobby where like in the like while you are creating this whenever you are while you are engaging in this hobby, you have to use acids, you have to use chemicals, you have to essentially use things that are bad for the earth if they get into the groundwater and shit like that. Would you condemn that hobby too?
No, it doesn't have scarcity of resource.
No, but it's damaging. It's damaging the earth.
What's the issue?
It's damaging the earth. If you put it into the water, it's bad. It's actually really fucking bad.
Yeah, but are you saying the hobby is throwing car batteries into the ocean? Or are you saying that
No, I'm saying that like
it contains a risk?
No, I'm saying that it is literally bad for the earth. Like the usage and then disposal of those chemicals is bad for the earth.
So is the hobby the disposal of the chemicals? What are we talking about here?
While you are engaging in the hobby, you're using these chemicals, and then afterwards you're disposing of them.
Then the hobby is not an issue. The way you're disposing of it is an issue.
No, this is the only way. This is the only way to do it. This is the only way to do it.
You're saying that there's no way to get rid of there's no way to do the hobby without polluting the earth?
Correct.
Yeah, definitely not a hobby that I would encourage.
Okay, all right. That's printmaking, by the way. Printmaking, which we've done for basically a good freaking chunk of human history. Most of the the fucking Great Wave painting, that's printmaking. Like your favorite Albert Dürer Rhino, that's printmaking. Basically, all of the fucking art that you know from. I have no idea
what the fuck you were saying right now.
Okay, I'm saying that we do this. This is our
I'm saying
thing.
Who are these? What are the names you're saying right
That's
now?
That's fine. You don't have to. You don't have to know them. Okay, I'm just saying that do you know the Great Wave painting?
No.
Okay, here I will pull it up for you. You have.
Well, I'm not gonna be able to look at your screen. Can you just tell
fine.
me what it is?
I will just DM it to you. That's fine.
Pull it up for them.
Okay. Yeah, this is basically what I'm saying is that I don't understand. This is not an argument that is compelling to me at all. This painting right here, it's actually a woodcut, right? It has very famously been the issue. There's no green way to do printmaking, right? So that means by that logic we shouldn't do it. People shouldn't engage in it at all. And that doesn't make sense to me. Any hobby is going to have an issue, either an issue of you are using resources, you are polluting the earth, you are engaging in capitalism. I don't fucking know. I guess I don't take it. I understand the extremes. Sure, I can understand people hoarding cars or whatever. But I don't understand an issue with all of it. Is I guess my problem.
I don't understand why you don't, because it seems like you're saying each of the components of this thing is a bad thing. But then again, what other hobbies are there? There's so many fucking hobbies in the world that aren't taking up massive amounts of land, using gasoline, using water to maintain the land. You're not taking cars that could be on the road and keeping them inside of a garage for you to drive every once in a while because you think they're pretty.
I don't agree. It's not a compelling argument. You haven't actually You haven't actually.
These are useful objects. These are useful objects that people lack that would be more beneficial and should be publicly regulated because they have become a necessity in order for people to even work.
Vintage cars. No person is going to use a
are you
vintage
stupid?
car. Hold on, wait.
Beans,
You literally.
Beans, be
What are
mature,
you
be mature.
saying? What are you
Be
saying?
mature right
go
now.
ahead. Go ahead.
The maintaining of the vintage cars requires
That guy
the
is not going to go.
resources.
Hold on. This is some guy on his fucking retirement. He's not going to go give his go work on random people's cars for free if he didn't have
never said he
cars to
should.
maintain. No, wait, hold on. No, that is what you're saying because you're saying
It's
that.
not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you literally said it
need
earlier.
Hey, listen. You can hang out in your house with your voodoo doll fighting straw men all you want. I'm saying very specifically the resources that he uses to maintain these cars are resources that are scarce and useful.
His time
They
and
fix
okay.
cars that do exist. His
His
labor
time
and
and-
skills. I'm not
okay.
going to say he has to use them for free or something. I'm
His
saying
time
all of this
and
land and all
energy.
of the resources.
His
Yeah,
time and
what the fuck are
energy.
you-
Hold on. His time and energy and motor oil and the tools that he uses. And I don't know what else is. I don't know what else is involved in maintaining a car. Those are things that other people can access to. They're not
Yeah.
that scarce, right? So it's not
They
like
literally are non-renewables.
no.
They're literally
Okay,
non-renewable.
so wait, so then you are going to the pollution of those things.
It's not the pollution. It's the fact that they are non-renewable. Gasoline doesn't just start reconstructing itself. It is a resource that we have a limited amount of before we use all of it, and then we go extinct.
Okay, so basically, again, then by that logic, any hobby that uses non-renewable resources that's bad because they should be used in service to a greater good.
Useful ones, yes. There are non-renewable resources that don't have common public use. But when we're talking about ones that are the backbone of our civilization, yes, that is an issue.
No, this still doesn't make sense. You are still capturing a lot of hobbies with that statement. It's not just cars.
Name one that you think is actually not a moral issue to me.
I don't know. I actually don't know what is not a moral issue to you. Go ahead. Tell me what is not a moral issue to you as a hobby.
There are all kinds. Okay, D&D is an obvious one. Anything that's conceptual, any game that is played with the mind, anything that is.
Okay, wait, hold on. But there are lots of things involved in playing D&D. Yes, you can do it. You can do it completely without any materials whatsoever. But then that's not how people engage with that hobby. Just to be clear, there are lots of things involved.
I think that modern D&D players are disgusting.
Modern D&D players. How long have dice been around for? And how long have dice been involved in D&D?
It's not the dice. It's the. I'm talking about figurines like Warhammer. I think anybody that collects Warhammer figurines should be drowned in the ocean.
Oh my God! Stop! You cannot be. Okay, no. That figure. I'm pretty sure as soon as we figured out, oh hey, we should play this game. At some point, somebody would have come up with figurines and started using them in the game.
It's specifically the way the figurines are made. You can represent those things with objects in your kitchen, just like any other person would have before.
But that's not how people. No, hold on. Stop. It's not about being possible. It's about how people actually engage with that hobby.
It's how they did engage with the hobby before the mass production of these figurines, correct?
Okay. I'm talking, it's not even about a modern thing. As soon as people figured out, you know what, instead of my salt and pepper shakers, I think I'd like a figurine that actually looks like my character. So as soon as you stop using random shit objects that are around you to represent your little thing, that's when it transcends from being okay to not okay.
No, it's a shift. It's obviously not a black and white thing like you're depicting. My issue with modern D&D, there are a couple of them, but this one in particular is the fact that it is being turned into a consumer hobby where everybody is instead engaging in the act of purchase, exchange, the creation of all of these tools, the collection of them, and then using them far less to do the actual game. When I talk about the actual game, because remember how we got to this
I
portion of the
I
conversation to
understand
begin
your
with.
I understand your
The
thing.
whole
You
point
want
I'm
it to
saying
be
is that
conceptual.
there are hobbies that do not use scarce resources. That is the point.
Wait, hold on. Real quick. Real quick. Yes, the timer has run out. So here, I am gonna give you a couple more minutes. I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Go ahead though. Go ahead. Tell me. Could you say that point again? I won't start until after you're done with it.
Yes, sure.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is that you can't compare every single hobby to, or you can't imply that every hobby that is your definition of a hobby right now, in order to bridge the gap between these extremely spendy hobbies, such as having a large amount of land to put a bunch of cars on, where you spend gasoline to keep these cars going and you spend time and labor to keep these cars running, you can't compare that to other hobbies unless your definition of a hobby is a consumerist hobby, which uses things that are bought and produced in factories and then sent around the world. I critique that latter form too. That is a problem as well. But I'm saying there are plenty of hobbies that don't do that. There are plenty of hobbies that you do with the resources that are locally available, that use the mind, that use speech, that use play between people. Not every hobby is somebody using gasoline and water in mass quantities in order to like have a little bit of fun with their brain. You can have fun with your brain with things that are like locally available.
Okay. I'm starting your timer, by the way. Give me an example of a hobby that is not, like, that does not befoul your like, you know, the limits that you have, that people, I don't want to hear this, like, salt and pepper shaker thing, because that is not how people play D&D. You know that. It's not even like a modern, no, it's not even like a modern thing, okay? Go ahead. A hobby that doesn't involve like excessive uses of land and gas and all that.
Okay, hiking,
Okay.
basketball,
Okay. Basketball.
stand-up comedy.
Okay, stand-up comedy, actually a good one.
Obviously anything that is theatrical in that same way, anything that uses bodies and mind and word. So we have theater, we have a great majority of live music. Some live music, not true. Obviously, we have these massive festivals that I think are slop. They are very spendy as well. I mean, anything that you do that doesn't use technology and instead uses your body and space is an obvious care. So there's a very long list there. That's an entire category of hobby. Writing.
Okay.
Reading. Writing and reading.
Writing and reading.
Writing and reading, completely available. Same thing with any board game. Like
board game.
There
Okay.
are some board games that go to excessive degrees where they can't be played with makeshift parts. Like for instance, Mousetrap. Mousetrap's an example where anytime something breaks, the entire game disappears. But like anything like Monopoly, anything like poker, anything like any game that is played with makeshift, that can be played with like a deck of cards or something simple like that, you can just play it. It's just pieces of paper and concepts. I mean, how many do I need to go? Because that's like, I'd say 50% of hobbies right there already. There's a lot of freedom in this definition of what is a morally bankrupt versus morally permissible hobby.
Okay, so where do you class streaming then?
Oh, definitely a decadence that was only justified temporarily by COVID that we now engage in. That is definitely not a good idea. We are using a lot of bandwidth, and it's both financially unjustifiable for Amazon. It's also like probably one of the worst ways to democratize content. Because I don't think that video should be streamed, period. I don't believe in like to me, by definition, what's supposed to happen when you watch a video on YouTube is it's supposed to be downloaded and permanently held. It should not be deleted from your computer. The fact that streaming exists, that you watch a video that gets downloaded in small portions and then deleted, and then when you rewind, it has to be re-downloaded and re-deleted again, is a massive waste of resources. I think that this entire modern way of doing the internet is extremely grotesque and only happens on the back of capital.
Okay, all right. Your time is up, by the way, so I am going to essentially just rebut your point, like in probably, or here I will. No, actually, no. I've written it out, so I actually am just we'll shelve this discussion for another time. But you can hear what my response is. So I'll talk to you later.
I mean, do you want to give any closure to the conversation right now instead of saying
sure,
we'll talk about this later?
Sure. Okay, here. Basically, like, okay, I am looking up this hoarding thing. I do want to look at the hoarding thing, and because it is relevant to my point, okay? But here's the thing, okay? Your critique, like, I don't understand where you're going with this critique then, because then if streaming, if video production and video consumption is just as bad, then like me streaming is probably using way more resources or somebody, especially somebody who streams every day, like if Rezi, like if you want to look at Rezi, right? He's probably using way more resources than that guy is. So hold on, no, wait, because you can absolutely make that thing, right? None of these, like all of these examples that you gave me, yeah, some of them are like truly, like you can do them without anything, but almost all of them still involve some usage of resources. Even the bare bones versions of even if the bare bones versions of some of them are using some kind of resource. So, like, I guess I don't see then why you would like, if you have such a issue, or if you have a I'm trying to think of the word, like a disgust, like you have a certain level of disgust towards this guy, why you wouldn't turn that upon yourself or other people for engaging with themselves. Like that's where it doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, hold on. No.
We've had this conversation.
We are wrapping this up, though. We're wrapping this up, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can wrap it up, but I have to answer the question. I'll answer it terse. I'm not going to,
go ahead.
Bait you into continuing the conversation.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, the issue I have, so there are two things I'm answering. The issue I have with streaming is not necessarily the people doing it, because uploading a video feed into the internet is actually quite efficient compared to the actual expenditure, which is the system of several people, whatever the number of viewers are right now, downloading the video and then it instantly being deleted, not by their own will, but because that is the terms and conditions of the model. I think that Twitch is doing the immoral thing by making it so that when video is downloaded via the streaming method, it is deleted. Twitch, YouTube, etc. Okay. They're the immoral ones because they are maintaining the temporary creation and the constant recreation of the same video codec on people's computers all the time, just to maintain their own business model and stranglehold. Secondarily, because I don't want us to loop. And if we do a back and forth, it can loop. That's fair. After I'm done saying this, I will leave. You can say whatever you want to say.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I've said, and then regain control of your stream. The second issue is, while there are hobbies that quote unquote use resources, aka they utilize them in order to do the thing, there's two types of uses here. There's use which exhausts the resource, and then there is use which temporarily uses the resource as a representation or as a object, but then when they are done using the resource, it goes back. They borrow the resource. Most of the things that I said before borrow the resource. They don't exhaust the resource and make it no longer exist. Not in the way that driving a car does, not in the way that watering a lawn does. That being said, we can close it there.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Sound
fine.
Fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm sure we'll talk about it at some point. I'm sure this will be a conversation we unpack in like a 3-hour VC the next day or something.
Like as soon as you're done eating dinner tonight. Anyway,
Yeah, probably.
have a good rest of your stream.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. My like at least at this point in time, right? Like this does not like here for example, like this is reading. If all I ever did was read a book and put it on my shelf and then never read it again, or even if I was the only one who was reading, that is it stays on my shelf. It never gets read. It's not given out to the community until at least until I die, which maybe that's his point, is that at some point it'll go back into the into the universe. This is why e-reader is more moral? No. Okay, hold on. Also, this is Tuna when you see someone having fun playing Warhammer. Wait, let's look at this. This is why you buy ebooks now. No, that is not. That's the silliest. No, that is the silliest counter. How much resources are going into you like making an e-reader? What? What? No. I don't even by the way, I don't even buy that argument to begin with, okay? What is this? Oh no.
38 shots. 2 passes. 2. Man, you ain't even letting the ground touch the ball.
There's only one set of prints on this wall. Your son's.
No, I pass. Sometimes.
Pass the ball, dog. Come on, pass me the ball. Pass the ball, dog.
Jimmy, do it. The man says pass the ball.
I'm waiting.
Oh no.
GP, I think I got something.
It's never easy busting a kid who hasn't learned that passing is fun. You just hope it turns
The
him
fucking
around.
Nike ad, I love it. Oh my god, now I'm imagining Testy and Tyson White on their parents. Oh my god. E-readers literally grow on trees. Welcome in, Turtle Messiah. Also, Red Radius, welcome in. No, I don't, no, this is ridiculous. No, my issue is that, like, man, board games? Like, board games, no. Like, in Tuna's world, like, the only good acceptable board game is, like, Uno or something that gets printed once and then is used by, like, thousands of kids so to, like, dunk on their friends with the plus 25 or whatever. Yeah, here, I'll link it in chat. But no, again, to go back to the thing, I don't see this as a, I mean, I think I understand the class thing that the class issue that some people have with it, right? Like, I understand the class issue that some people have with it, but it's not like, why is it that we are allowed our hobbies? Because, like, for example, Tuna makes like Suno music, right? Like, why would you be allowed your hobby that, like, uses AI and all that shit, right? But not like this guy with his fucking cars, right? Like, with what? Okay, so the thing that we were arguing about, Glitter, and also anyone else who didn't know, we watched this video of, oh, here, I'm not actually showing the video. We watched this video of this man who owns this car, and he was basically waxing lyrical about this car and, like, talking about it's the Lamborghini Miura, and, you know, it like, in some respects he was essentially showing us his, like, car collection, right, his vintage car collection, and also talking about this very old car, right? And it's and essentially the critique is he is rich. Well, not from Tuna specifically, but like this was what I was talking about at first. The critique was this guy is condemnable because he is rich and he like owns these cars and can spend all his day like, you know, jerking off to them or whatever, right? Reading was a class issue when the printing press was first invented, just in the other direction. Well, do you mean like because everybody could read now, everyone could own books? Casual catharsis, also welcome in, I'm sorry. I have an e-reader and the things breaks down over time faster than almost any paper. That's funny. I actually like my Kindle. It's like an older one with like the e-ink. I don't know if they still do those or if they've like switched to like LED screens or something, but this argument was the most debate brain thing ever. I love it. Yeah, don't use gasoline. Like a true radical centrist, I hate centrists trying to court both sides, be entirely divisive like a real debater. Wait, are you referring to me? But yeah, I understand the class issue, right? Like, yeah, he's rich, he probably could be giving his money away, but my literal point about that was that, you know, like, to fix that refers, like, I feel like to fix that actually, like, it kind of necessitates a complete shift in our culture, no? Too brown to safely protest? Unfortunately, that is... You're not entirely wrong there. I was going... Why isn't Beans out there protesting? Yeah, okay. I did want to go to the protest. But... I decided not to. Mostly because I didn't have anyone to go with. And I didn't want to go, like, without... Like... I wouldn't have wanted to take my phone. I do want to cover the protests and like check in on them and see how they're doing and see, you know, what's been going on. I hadn't thought about not bringing a phone. Well, yeah, that's the thing is like I didn't know. I mean, I know it's South Carolina. It's South Carolina, but I still don't know, especially with how like I realize that's like cowardly, but taking a moral stance on hobbies is one of the useless things that you could possibly spend your time on. Yeah, I guess that's okay. I guess that's my like, because like and yeah, like what I was saying earlier with the printmaking thing is absolutely true, right? Like there's no green way to do like printmaking. You're using acids, you're using you're using turpentine, you're using you're using thinners, like the chemicals themselves, the crayons, like all of the oil, like this, all of it is bad. And even the good stuff, like, okay, so I literally had I don't think it's here at the moment, but oh, it's over there. Like I have like the I've been using this ink that basically is marketed as like it's water. It can be washed off with soap and water. Okay, it can be washed out with soap and water. But I very recently found out that does not mean you can wash it off in the sink. What it just means is you can clean it up without using harsher chemicals, but that water and the soap and the like those rags that you use, they can't be put into like the they can't be put into like the normal trash. They cannot be put down the drain, because it's actually very, very bad for like the water system and for like if it gets into groundwater. So even like the green versions of my hobby is pretty bad for the earth. You're supposed to dispose of the rag. Well, what you're supposed to do is like you're supposed to use soap, like you're supposed to use like minimal water and like wipe it up with rags, let the rags dry out, and then at some point, like when you discard the rags, you discard them like you discard paint materials, like at like a center that treats it like that. So then Bean's coping because she's part of the problem? Well, I guess my point is that I would never use that, like, even with all of that, I still wouldn't say we shouldn't do printmaking, right? Because that's like the conclusion that, I mean, I'm making an argument for like harm rather than like resources not being used, but I figure that it's like more or less kind of the same, right? Or at least like, I consider, like, for example, harming the environment to be, like, as important as, like, or, you know, comparably important to, like, providing for the people, right? Bean says 36th vehicle. Of course she's arguing morality on keeping cars. No, Glitterbell, no, your conclusion about that was wrong, but I'm not gonna get into that now. What is this? Yeah, when, I'll take a look at it, but also at some point we would probably have to move on to Dark Souls if that's what we wanted to do, right? If you read a lot of ebooks and oh yeah, we also have to do the ants time. If you read a lot of books, e-readers more. We will move on to it. We'll do ants time. We'll do ants time. Okay. E-readers are more environmental friendly than buying books. If you already own an ebook reader and style buying paper books, you're being silly at best. But for sure, you are wasting resources unnecessarily by buying paper books. Still, no. But like Artemis, I reject this too. Like, I reject this too. Like, just because I own an e-reader, that means I shouldn't buy, like, a book. That doesn't make sense at all. Like, there are things about books that I just prefer. I recognize it's not, like, an environmentally friendly thing to do. Like, I'm not kidding myself when I buy a book, when I could have instead gone online, gone onto libgen.io and downloaded my book and then put it into my e-reader using Calibra instead of like the Amazon. Like, I could have done all, like, no, right? I could have gone, I don't know. I want a book sometimes because I just want a book, right? Like, I want the physicality of owning a book. But that is illegal? No, it's not. Just admit that your pleasure of holding and using real book is more important to you than that environment. Yeah, no, I don't disagree, Artemis. Yeah, at that point in time, yes, it is more. I am placing my like enjoyment of a physical book higher than like the environment. Yes, that is correct. Just like I'm saying that like me doing printmaking is I am placing like I'm placing like my enjoyment of that hobby higher than like the damage that it does to the environment. Yeah, right? But like this is part of the here's part of the problem, right? Or at least part of my problem is that when we start getting like into people on these like tiny things, and saying, okay, you're not allowed to do this hobby, right? Like, who do you think, realistically speaking, is going to stop having to do this hobby? It's not gonna be the old man, right? It's gonna be like the person who doesn't have a lot of money but who pours all their spare money into cars. It's not gonna be this guy. This guy's still gonna get to do his fucking hobby, right? Like, that's one problem. Just like how all the, you know, the climate stuff ended up being like, oh well, if you use a plastic straw, you're a fucking morally bankrupt person because of the sea turtles. it's putting it on it's putting it on individuals rather than like the small things that people do. Like, yes, of course you can be more sustainable, but like me using a plastic straw isn't like why our like it's not why our oceans are getting polluted, right? Like, you're focusing on the wrong person there, Buck. You know? I like to catch a fish first and just prop his mouth open and pour the garbage right in there. Yeah, I guess that's my problem. How many turtles have you killed? Yeah, I know. My hobby is planting native species in places with little vegetation. That's actually kind of cool. I have heard of like you know, where you what's it called? Oh, what is it called? Where it's basically native planting. Like, you look up what are the species. Is that I forget what that's called. The corp is using plastic. Okay, buy my store is morally bankrupt. Right. Rewilding? No, no. It is like native plant. I'll look it up. I'll probably... Icebeans, we need to have a talk. Oh no, what is it? Sorry, I meant collecting cards, just like collecting... Oh wait, hold on. But you must admit that besides that there are excessive hobbies in collecting cards is one of them, just like collecting houses, right? There should be some limit, just like we should have some limit on human greed. Some collectors should be shamed by society by their excessive hobbies. I don't necessarily have... okay. I don't necessarily have an issue with saying... Like, I do think that there are some collections that are excessive, right? I just don't see... I don't see that as a... Well, there are two things, right? One, that's not a problem that is only limited to the rich, right? Like, I'm sure everyone has seen the oh, what is it called? Like, I'm sure everyone has seen like the people who own like a shit ton of the Stanley Cups, right? Like these. I'm sure people has seen these where like they just own like an insane number of like these fucking cups. And or Labubus, oh my god, Labubus. Like this. Okay, here where you're starting to have to buy shelves and stuff, right? And I think Tuna did talk about, he did refer, you know, to his credit, he did talk about essentially this kind of hoarding as well. He did like denigrate this kind of, not like, I guess you could call it hoarding, but it is just like, you do not need more than like really like you don't, like, at least for me, I wouldn't need more than like 2 of these, right? But like but I guess my issue is well, that's one issue, right? This is not limited to the rich. Like, a rich person could easily do this. They just do this with cars instead of like Stanleys, because this Stanleys is what is Stanleys are what like is within our price range. Like, you could realistically speaking dump you know, $3,000 over the course of a couple years into something like this, right? But like, we tend to, especially when it's not this crazy, we tend to give it more of a pass because we're like, well, this is the kind of thing that enables them to kind of survive their day or whatever the fuck else, right? Like, you know, I'm allowed to spend my like disposable income in a way that makes me happy, right? Because I really don't... Yeah, material distractions. I think, yeah, no, material distractions. Like, I'm allowed my creature comforts, right? But, and in that sense, you can say, yeah, like, the rich people tend to collect things that are more harmful for the environment or more, like, they could have benefited society more than they benefited us. But I don't think it's that dire... or at least I guess, okay, and this is kind of where I'll end on it. I moved away from that tab, but like, I don't think that man with his freaking like collection of cars there is like the problem, you know? Or at least it's not, or at least he's not a problem that, it's not a problem that he himself could fix, right? Like, in order, like, I guess that's kind of the issue that I ultimately come back to. It's not a problem that that man himself would really fix by himself. Like, even if he gave away his money, all of his money, he's still not fixing, like, he's not stopping car collection everywhere, right? I don't know.
Focus beans.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm more or less done, but yeah, what the actual fuck? Oh, sure, but the rich are bigger sinners just by the fact that their consumerism is not limited by anything, since they can't go broke just like average citizens. Yeah, I don't disagree, but I don't like that doesn't. I guess, and here's, I will actually wrap it up like this, but it doesn't ultimately like link back to the problem, at least. Like, why does that matter? You know what I mean? Like, if he could go broke, would that really change? Right? Like, I think Ties and Wine actually brought this up. Like, there's absolutely people who have have like 100 cars in their backyard. Like, they have like 15 broken down cars, and they're probably going to work on them at some point if they had the money and time, but they don't. And this guy just happens to have the money and time to work on those cars. And this guy is the guy that gets like all the shit, and not the guy with the breaking down the cars in like various stages of disrepair in his like backyard, right? Can't we let the guy cope with his tiny penis in peace? Yes, true. Alright, okay, ants time. Okay, actually, I'm gonna get some water. And then also, Cheeto, thank you so much for the resub. I'm so sorry. I forgot to thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, sure. I'll agree. I just think that it's too limiting to just hate on this one guy for having a hobby, I guess. Okay, all right. We are going to do the ant challenge that our good friend Leonard suggested we do. So I am going to get some water, and then we will get to it. Okay, I guess, okay, just to be clear, Leonard, are we allowed to watch the entirety of this video? I know you answered this yesterday, but I can watch the entire, this includes the solution. Okay. Will they give me a warning before the solution gets, or would I actually not watch this at all? I just go ahead and trace over this? Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. I'm glad I'm asking you this clarification. Don't watch it all, just trace. Okay, so it's just 3 minutes? No, that's not it. That's not the problem with it, Artemis. The problem is, okay, here's the test. The test is, I have to get this shape through these two barriers. And obviously I have to do it, you know. It takes the ants roughly 20 minutes to solve in real time. Oh no. Okay, wait, does that mean I need a timer on screen? Oh, okay. Alright, okay. Alright, okay, I'm gonna get water. We'll come back, we'll put a timer on screen, and then we'll get into it, okay? Oh, holy shit. Okay, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's a race? Oh, okay. Alright, y'all, give me a couple more minutes. I brought my drink back to the table and then promptly spilled it all over my keyboard. So, I'm just doing a quick cleanup. I'll be right back. Actually, okay, I know we were gonna do the ants, but, my issue is that it wasn't just water, it was like lemonade, basically. Like, I mean, it basically had like a little bit of lemonade in it. So I am going to have to essentially take my keyboard apart, in order to clean it and let it dry so that it doesn't dry like sticky. So we might actually, instead of doing the ants thing right now, we might like do a react and while I take apart my keyboard. Yeah, I'll get ants alright. Yeah, I know. We're doing a different kind of ant video. We'll be doing a different kind of ant video very quickly if I don't actually take apart my keyboard right now. You know what's funny is that what's really funny is that I do actually have an ant issue in here. I do actually have an ant issue in here because one of my plants outside it has an ant infestation, and I noticed when I came in last night that I do have ants in here as well. Like I have seen a couple ants, and that's when I went out and realized like, oh, actually the ant infestation outside is like really fucking bad. So it is actually ice beans versus ants in real life. She just admitted to drinking watered down lemon. Well, okay, sometimes. Not all the time. Wait, what's wrong with watered down lemonade? I can't drink lemonade all the time. Ice beans versus ants, the ultimate battle. I mean, okay, here, I could just come off of this. It's just me, like, I spilled it all over this thing. And all over my actual fucking keyboard. So I have to literally take it all apart now. And this thing I don't think I can take apart, so realistically speaking, I mean, maybe I can take it apart actually. It has like screws in the back, so maybe we can just like, maybe we'll do like, oh, don't turn on. Maybe we'll just do like a taking apart stream. Cleaning stream, yeah. And obviously my desk pad has to go in the wash, but that's fine. That actually will be easy enough to, that'll be the easiest thing to clean actually. So I will be right back. Get some isopropyl alcohol? Yeah, I do have that. Wait, why would I need that again? I'm just gonna bring a towel over here and, Oh, I need a trash can. Okay, cool. Trash. Heck, Tradwife screen, the stickiness. I can deal with you being a tasteless class traitor, but the cursed watered down lemonade is some wild shit. Oh no. I'm sorry, Babu. Okay, yeah. Okay, here. Let me put down a roll and bring the keyboard over. Yeah, the stickiness. Oh, I see the stick. You know what's this? The funny part is that I've actually done this before, where I've spilled something on my keyboard. And you know what's by the way, you know what's the worst part? It basically it has it has it had it had dragon fruit chunks in it. So so there's absolutely dragon fruit chunks in this. Wick streaming about the Minnesota shootings. Oh, I guess we have to take this apart too, huh? Okay, all right. Well, I'll go get my screwdrivers and stuff. Then we will start. And here, you know what? I'll have like a second camera with the actual thing. But maybe we'll watch. You know what? But why don't we watch then the Abba and Preach? Fuck my life. There's juice on this too. It's technically a soup, no? I guess so. Imagine dragon fruit. Hold on. Do you have an alt keyboard? Wait, what does that mean? Oh, an alternative keyboard? Yeah. I do have one. I guess I will need it, huh? I do have my old keyboard. I'm not sure you want to use those wipes on plastic. Fair enough. It will do for now. Okay. What do I need? My screwdrivers, and then I'll just set this up so y'all can watch. Alice. Okay. All right. I'm gonna grab my screwdrivers and we'll. Okay, tools. Still need to get water. I also realized I need a keycap puller. I don't remember where my keycap puller is. Might have to. Where is my Jerry? Where is my Okay, we may have to wing it. The stuff we have. Can't find my keycap puller or my switch puller. Think we would need those things, but I feel like we would actually need those things. I'm actually mad now because I'm like, where the hell is my keycap puller? I at the very least need that, or I'll have to like jerry rig one out of a paperclip or something like that. Isn't there a way to do that? There is, right? You can make out one out of bent paperclip? Okay. Actually, okay, can somebody, here. Let me, where's my mouse? Hello? Oh, it's right here. Okay, also, let me, set the camera up so that you all can see. Oh no. God damn it. No, stop! Okay. Alright. Okay. Hopefully the camera doesn't fall over. But let me get the second cam up. Ay ay ay. Shit. Then we get rid of this one and smaller so that you can watch your ADHD content, okay? When you ordered your Q12, did you get blue caps? No, I ordered a bare bones set. So I didn't get any keycaps with it because I already had keycaps I was gonna get with it, you know? Okay, here, let's get a, we're gonna watch the video before doing the test, are you? No, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm actually not gonna watch this video because I don't want the solution. Noid, I would not want the solution, right? Oh my god, I have not used this in too long. Binder clip. Oh, binder clip. I don't know if I have a binder clip. How could you make one out of bent paper? Oh, here we go. Oh, this is like, this does a bunch of shit. This does a bunch of like fancy shit. Do the test first? No, no, it avoided. I can't. If you're talking about doing the ant thing first, I can't. I have to take this apart now before the lemonade dries on the, oh. I'm not saying. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Capitalism wins again. Well, here's the thing: is that I don't have you know what's the worst part is I have this shit. I have it. It's around. I'm gonna find this after the. I'm gonna find it after the stream is over and be really mad. But I... Here, while I bend this, let me vaguely poke through my, like, stash of, like, my stashes of, my stashes of materials, my drawers and shit. Use your house key to pop them out violently should be fine. Well, here's the problem, Testy, is that the keycap puller is actually not the thing I need. I feel like I'm gonna have trouble with the switch, like pulling out the switches, because I am going to have to essentially take this completely apart. So that's gonna be even more annoying. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Before I do this, I'm gonna take a picture of this because I've done this once before. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna use this, like, clip from my stream so that I can remember, like, the general layout. Okay, cool. Maybe make sure you pull and jerk when taking the keys off. Ties and wine. What the hell? Advice for life. Let me start down here. Oh, you know what? We get to see how dirty my keyboard is. Hey, that'll be fun. Oh no. Oh no. I see it already. I see the grime already. Icebeans Asmon Gold stream. There's a lot of cat fur. There's a lot of cat fur, okay? Just let the ants clean it. Oh no. Oh, rest in pepperonis. Okay, hold on. I feel like this is about to fall the fuck over. Okay, wait. Where did my headphones go? We should watch the Abba and Preach video, huh? Can we get a poll for how many Asmongold cockroaches will be in her keyboard? Oh, that's disgusting. I feel like they would have already popped out by this point, right? Oh my... That hit me in the fucking face. You got two angles of that. Somebody better clip it. Okay, here. For while we watch keyboard cleaning? Wait, what is this? Need for Speed, a brief history. You're gonna find a rat in there. Hey, Schwein Barman. Schwein? Am I saying that right? Welcome in. First time chat. You're gonna find a rat in there. You already belong here, insulting the streamer. Schwein means pig. Pig Barman. Bear Pig Man. The fun thing about these keycaps is that I can just, like, wash them, right? It's me, Man Bear Pig, Casper's for— Hey, hey! Welcome in. Yeah, why not? We'll watch a brief history of Need for Speed. Okay? Mike in this stream, true! Okay, also, I need to turn that down a bit. God damn it. What the hell? This is the opening.
The concept of getting into a big metal thing and going fast has been around for slightly longer than video games.
Oh my god, it's a commentary on our topic before.
Racing was one of the first genres we started to dabble with. In fact, Space Race was the second game released by Atari, after Pong. Very ahead of its time. Throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we can see a wide array of games from various developers and publishers trying their hand at portraying the feeling of cargo fast. To say that most of these games, especially the 2.5D ones, are kind of lame by today's standards would be very...
Oh, okay, here. I actually I'm gonna say off the bat, I very much highly appreciate that this man just apparently animated his entire, like, he animated all of this. Holy shit, that's a lot of work. I feel like they would have already popped out by this point, right? Oh my... That hit me in the fucking face. That's great. Amazing. Thank you. I love it.
Reductive and correct. With the rise of 3D, though, there's an immediate difference in the way racing games look and feel.
You can still edit it.
You had your winning runs, your virtual racers, your ridge racers, then wow! Need for Speed. Sorry. Road and Track presents The Need for Speed. This monolithic, multi-million-dollar cash cow of an intellectual property exists purely because EA was sponsored by Road and Track. You know, the car magazine. What? Don't tell me you don't read. You know, whatever. You are forgiven.
Oh, no.
This time. Honestly, the cars and the racing aren't all I want to talk about here. What I really want to talk about, and what I think you'll get a kick out of, is how on the one hand, the series has some of the best, goofiest, dumbest shit on the planet, and on the other, how incredibly influential it was despite, or maybe because of that. Pretty much every single Need for Speed game can tell you something about game design, car culture, and culture in general.
He's even better than a racist, Parse. He's a gaming racist. That's what he is. Okay, also, I have no idea why I have an apparent row of brown switches right here when the rest of these are boba switches. What is he, Tommy Tallarico? True! I do have more boba switches. I'm not sure why I put, like, a single row of brown switches in here. I guess that... Thomas the Tallarico engine? Okay, alright.
Good year of release. Also, you might want to stick around to the end. The last game is by far the most fun to talk about. For now, though, let's start from the top. Need.
Ah! Oh, this came up with the switch.
Holy shit. This game is amazing. It has everything. Killer music, pictures of cars, immersive chases. Okay. And a pretty solid handling model. Playing it for the first time in 2021, I gotta say, I kinda like how it feels. It's a lot slower and more methodical than most of its contemporaries, but it's definitely not a simulation. I like the balance, even if I am very bad. What's really interesting from a design angle, though, is how simple everything is. For example, there are exactly no customization options. Like, not even the fucking color. Progression, something that would later come to define the entire series, did not exist here, and would not for years to come. It's so quaint by today's standards, but back then a handful of cars, tracks, and a decent handling model was pretty much all you needed. A simpler time. Hi, my name's Noodle, but you might know me better as mildly successful YouTube sellout. If there's one thing I hate, it's gamers. If there's two things I hate, it's gamers, and being unable to watch Air Bud Golden Receiver on Netflix. That's why I use today's sponsor, Private Internet Access VPN. Many VPNs today have questionable marketing and questionable security. I have turned down several offers from others for this reason. That's right. PIA genuinely does some pretty cool stuff, though. They've proven in court more than once that they don't log anything. Their apps are open source. They even give you direct command line access. Wow! Here is a cow code. It's real, try it. Getting started with private internet access is easy and can be used on up to 10 devices at once. And with technical support available 24/7, you're sure to be saying to yourself, wow, this sure is a VPN. Browse in confidence with PIA's 30-day money-back offer, guaranteed. Here's how to order.
Visit https://www.privateinternetaccess.com/noodle. Visit now to order your copy of Private Internet Access VPN for less than $2 a month and 4 extra months completely free. Click now.
These are gonna be a pain in the ass because they're like
So anyway,
inset.
a lot of people were divided by the first game's slower and more grounded approach to racing. It was enough of a gripe from enough people that EA would course correct, like with cars. With Need for Speed 2, there are either 2 or 3 driving modes in this game, depending on your gender.
This whole gives a whole new meaning to sticky keys. True.
This is the
Can I just
simulation
pull them off?
mode. In the same year, we also got Need for Speed V-Rally, which is a fake game, because in Europe it was just called V-Rally, but when EA localized it to the US, they called it Need for Speed V-Rally, even though it plays nothing like Need for Speed. Then, V-Rally 2 came out and was called V-Rally 2 in Europe, and Need for Speed V-Rally 2 in the US, except for the Dreamcast version, which was called Test Drive V-Rally. Test Drive, of course, being another racing franchise in direct competition with Need for Speed, made by the Need for Speed people before the Need for Speed people made Need for Speed.
The string, the red string.
Try to keep up. EA is really cool, and so from this point onward, Need for Speed became everyone's favorite, an annual release franchise. I'm sure everyone at Canada and Seattle were thrilled by this decision. By today's standards, Hot Pursuit might look a little like someone grabbed your glasses the funny way, but back in '98 when it came out on PC, it was one of the prettiest games ever. Look at these Spyro-looking ass colors. Also, the cops are back.
You're busted! Don't let me catch you!
High Stakes did a great job of building on the foundation of Hot Pursuit while adding several new features, such as vehicle damage, an actual campaign, and a high stakes mode where you can race other people and whoever wins takes the loser's car. Forever. That's sick. Why would they drop that? Let me steal my friend's car.
That's
Next one's a
actually
big
very
one
funny.
for me. In Y2K, we got Porsche Unleashed. Not as cool a name as Motorstorm Apocalypse, but I mean, you know, thanks for trying.
these
Now
keys
this
are the
one is
horrors.
especially quirky in that
they're, like, in their
although
own
2
little
different
fucking
developers
layer.
have been working on the PC and PlayStation versions of the game separately for a while, this was the first time that the PlayStation guys instead handled the PC version. The PS game was actually outsourced to the guys who made V-Rally. The result is that these 2 games drifted into wildly different directions. Like with cars. They play nothing alike. The PC version is more of a Simcade title, whereas the PlayStation game was... What is happening? Borderline unfinished. These are not the same game. One of them is good.
Oh my God,
Nowhere
I found
are you
it.
told this
I
information,
knew it.
and
I
also
knew I
the
had
covers
it.
look
I knew I
exactly
had
the
it.
same. To
Oh
be
my
clear,
God, I
the good
found
one
them. Sorry.
is the PC one.
Sorry. I just realized I remembered where my keyboard. I'm sorry. I just realized where my fucking keycap puller and my switch puller and everything is. Oh God. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Sorry. Didn't mean to soy out like that. Let's go.
No contest. I'm gonna say it was the first real video game I ever played. Depending on your political beliefs, you might disagree with me on that, but whatever your vibe,
Freddy Fish
I just find it
2?
charming as hell.
That's your first lap. You're in second place.
Speed 5 is one of the most Y2K-ass games you can play.
God damn.
It's up there with like Wet Tricks.
Peopler.
Everything from the gameplay to the graphics to the music.
Jesus.
Hell, even the
Oh,
UI,
that's great.
it all just screams, fly, dope, hella, jiggy.
I
These graphics
appreciate
are probably
the
a
effort
large
that
part
this
of
guy
why I
has
find
put
classic
into
game visuals so charming. I mean, look at
animation.
this. Come on, that's genuinely pretty. Color choice and the composition here, just beautiful. It's got some problems. Driving feels less like operating one of the most nimble and lightweight vehicles in the world, and more like wearing Heelys while attempting to pilot a boat. But in 2000, I guess you could just call that a simulation and get away with it. No one really cared. We were all too busy downloading malware off Napster and enjoying low security air travel.
Oh no. Oh my god, look at how. Okay, I'll show y'all. Jesus, this guy's face.
After Porsche, though, things really kicked into high gear. Like with car. 2000 saw the release of Hot Pursuit 2. If Porsche's aesthetic was slick and smooth, HP2 is just
Benedict,
straight
EA
fucking
Black.
popping.
What is that?
As a kid, I thought this was real. This was the first game to
Okay,
be
real
released.
quick before we I actually start pulling all the switches here. You can look at the final damage. Okay, you can look at it probably will not probably will not like focus or let me like change the focus, but you can see that there's some fur. We've got quite a lot of fur in here, okay? Not enough fur to pull out as a single layer, okay? We've got some dust. We've weirdly enough got a crumb. Snacks for later, yeah. Third cat. Yeah, no, it's not enough. It's not quite enough for a third cat. I unfortunately do not have any Q-tips, so this is going to be interesting. I'm gonna have to figure out how to clean this. I wish I had like a I wish I had a one of those like static wipes, you know, the like the dust wipes. I mean I don't do I have tissues? Hold on. I do have to get at least a paper towel. Cotton ball and lint roller? I do have a lint roller. You have a barbecue stick? Yes. I have a lint roller. You also have like an actual duster, like you know, like those like like toothpicks. Dump what isn't attached. Use your cat as a rag. I'm opening this like lint roller thing in the most deranged possible possible way. Okay. Squatters' rights? No. In this case, I will admit to being a class traitor, okay? I will evict the little... God damn it, where the hell is the fucking... Like, okay, come on. The crumbs should unionize. Why can't I open this? Okay, here, let me play the video.
During the 6th gen. It was also the first time EA Seattle would lead development on a Need for Speed game. And also the last time, because they were shut down by EA proper immediately after.
Oh, rest in
And
peppers.
Omen. The game's alright. I grew up with it, so there's a lot of history here, but going back, I think I like everything about it, except for the actual game itself. The environments are nice, the car selection is pretty solid, there's licensed music now, including but not limited to a song called Keep It Comin' by Uncle Cracker.
These switches were not lubed.
But the handling is stiff, the cops are underwhelming, it kind of sounds bad, I don't know, overall it just kind of...
I probably should take the switches out first.
A PS2 version also existed,
we got some.
EA, in their infinite wisdom,
That's
decided that the
disgusting.
console that had the largest market share by far would receive a version of the game made by an entirely different studio with a fraction of the
Good
experience. Probably to, I don't know, meet deadlines or launder money. Here's the thing, though. despite sharing most of the same features and design choices on paper, that PS2 version was better. Like, way better. Better than anyone expected. Like, it had no business being this good. It was weighty, responsive, everything felt faster due to the handling model and the more narrow courses. The cop chases were way better, and in the PS2 exclusive You Are the Cop mode, we see one of the first ever appearances of nitrous in a racing game. Boost. You know, the thing every single arcade racer after the mid-2000s has. Like every
I only ever
single
played one Need for Speed
because an
game.
arcade racer without boost is like Mario without jump. Yeah, Need for Speed popularized it. This was supposed to be just a supplementary side thing so the stationoids weren't left out, but it ended up being so much better than the actual game that Black Box, a then young studio with limited experience in general, never mind racing games, was immediately given full control over the development of the entire NFS franchise.
Also, can I
would
wash
never
switches?
happen today because
I don't
that
think I
is
can, right?
insane. It's also the best decision EA has ever made. By this point, tuner culture had been around for a good long while, especially overseas. But in 2001, this low-budget indie documentary came out, and people kind of liked it, Black Box included. Consequently, 2 years later, we see the somewhat anticipated sequel.
What the hell is this? Too slick,
And
too
Underground. Tonally, this game was a complete change in direction for the series.
I played Underground.
Like, the licensed music has taken a sharp turn from late 90s butt rock into tracks like Get Low for the menus and just full-on middle school angst for the racing.
Lost
The
Prophets.
winding countrysides are gone, replaced with traffic-filled city streets, all in the dead of night. No more exotic supercars. This game starts you off in a Dodge Neon. I love it. It's just overflowing with personality. This game's legacy is second to one. I mean, people love this thing. You get fucking assassinated if you're talking shit on it. Customization, handling, women, pretty much the entire Black Box era gameplay loop was born right here. They also made some crazy improvements to the audio. It's probably one of the best.
This is my gappy moment, y'all. Gross. Okay, hold on. Y'all should make a y'all should have Gappy clean his keyboard on stream. I feel like that would be. Is that from the keyboard or your legs? Oh my god. No, don't worry, Headless. I have gone like this is I have not done my like I've not shaved my legs in a while, and when I do shave my legs, it'll be like literally shaving a fucking Chewbacca. I think I need to go to the next layer. Like, this won't pick up anymore. Good to know. Thanks for sharing. Same.
Games of its time. And thanks to Car Movie, this game also firmly solidified Boost as a staple arcade
I have a lawnmower if you want. Hey,
all around,
I am
this
Saul
is just
Goodman. Welcome
an incredibly important
I'm
game,
good.
and it absolutely deserves the
I
legacy
do.
it has.
I have a straight razor and a double edge. I think I'll be, and I have plenty of fresh blade. I think I'll be okay. Also, I'm not. It's not gonna need like a pre-trimming either. It's not that bad. I'm not gappy. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Cool.
Also, it's not
Straight
very
razor
good.
for legs.
Now, granted, there is a lot of.
What would Tuna think about
Hello?
these games?
Don't get me wrong, I love this game.
That's
but
a great
there are a couple
question,
big issues holding it
Christopher.
back. The egregious reuse of tracks, the obnoxious rubber banding, the psychotic
Wasteful.
balancing, and the
Lego
countless
stuff.
other compromises that tend to happen when you put a studio through a perpetual meat grinder of yearly release windows are all things we either failed to notice or just put up with in 2003. It's like a dubstep. You know, I still like a lot of it, but I am aware that it sucks ass. Later installments would identify and take steps to mitigate a lot of these issues.
The whole
Hell,
shower is red.
sometimes
Oh
they
no!
even succeed.
Yeah, you can give yourself a nasty
Case in
cut.
point, Underground 2 is just a far better game all around. primarily because it features a remix of Riders on the Storm featuring Snoop Dogg rapping about Need for Speed,
Oh,
dropping
wait.
bars such as "coming in first, never in last."
Maybe I did
because
play
my
this
car
game too.
Too fast.
Because I remember the Riders on the
Better
Storm.
handling, more customization, more map variety, better AI, better UI, better graphics, and an actual
I
open
remember
world,
this.
which was impressive in 2004.
No, I remember
The
this.
list
I
goes
definitely
on.
remember those.
And it's fucked up because despite there being an advertisement featuring tiny cars driving on Big Woman, it didn't sell nearly as well.
Big Woman.
That's all right though. They made up for it next year. I remember being on a school playground and talking with some friends about how it's kinda lame that the last 2 NFS games have been set at night. I was stupid. I sure wish they'd bring back daytime for the 360, I said, and boy oh boy did that monkey's paw have some plans for me, because the daytime is back, and in 7th gen fashion, it looks like I'm trapped inside a urinal. Look, don't get me wrong, I'm not one to turn down cake, I'm just not into the color. If you played games in 2005,
great.
you heard about Most
See,
Wanted.
this guy,
It's probably
this
the
guy
peak of the
knows
series.
this guy knows how to use his this guy knows how to use his animation. Like that's just a fucking excellent. Like that is comedy right there. Okay, we're officially going to a new sheet because we need to. Okay. Like it won't pick up anymore. Like this is how dirty we got with the first sheet. Of course you enjoy literal toilet humor. No, that's not my point. My point is that like this is like, you know how like animation lets you do shit that you would never be able to do in real life? Like that's perfect, you know? Damn, bitch, you live like this? Pee pee poo poo? True. Alright.
I mean, it made waves. Some of them yellow.
How am I supposed
This
to
was
clean
the
these
first game of the
switches, by
series
the
to be
way?
released on any 7th gen console.
not taking them
the
apart.
ubiquitous urine of the 2010s wasn't a thing yet, and so this aesthetic was actually pretty novel at the time, if you can believe it. It's a real shame, too, because buried underneath the filter are some really nice
Cold
base
cycle-
colors. If they
No.
had just employed color theory instead of piss theory, they could have gotten what I think would have been the best of both worlds. Fucked up and sad. Although I will say, being transported to the piss dimension does make sense for this game. For my money, no NFS stands out from the endless sea of forgettable racists unless it can establish a unique identity. And while I do not appreciate urine as an aesthetic, there's no denying that this game's got one hell of a personality. Despite playing very similarly to Underground, Most Wanted is a very different experience. For one thing, it's faster. A lot faster. Probably the fastest one yet.
I would wipe down the keys.
I could go into the
No.
copious amounts of rebalancing of every other mechanic that no doubt had to happen to make this change work, but instead
No, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Ties. No, the problem is these will need a deep cleaning. Like you can see like that the you can see the pink. That's like the lemonade. So I'm not gonna so essentially I'm just going to wash that with soap with I'm gonna wash the keys with like actual soap and let them dry for at least a day. Like out on the balcony or something. Oh, okay. Okay, I should have maybe done that before. How the fuck did an actual hold on. How the fuck did an actual why did a literal safety pin come out? Hello? Okay, this is disgusting. Why did I do that? Oh, I should have done. Ah, god damn it. Okay, here, you know what? Because you never changed it, Snappy! Hold on, I still need to use this as a workspace. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, alright. Also, we need to track how much dirt is on this thing. Okay, here. People live in there. Let them have their things. The little borrowers. Oh shit, this is actually a, fuck, this is like a fucking, do I even have like a, it's a fucking hexagon shit. hold on. This work? Please let it work. Oh, thank fuck, it works. Okay, alright, cool.
I want to highlight the amount of speed vibes present here. Other games, even in the same series, even at higher speeds, fail to match Wanded's sense of aggression and power. Pushing 200 in this game can genuinely be frightening.
Okay, I need a safe place for me.
Racevic put it really well when he described it as total control over the vehicle, but just barely. Officer, you are not going fast enough. Aesthetically, we've taken a complete 180 from Underground. The glamour is gone, bro. We're in the bad part of town. Or as I like to call it, the town. Roads are dirty and cracked, buildings are showing signs of wear, there's litter and graffiti everywhere, but more importantly than all that, this game has real life people. Most Wanted features a questionable cast of characters who all think they're the hottest shit to walk the earth, despite coming off about as intimidating as a stock Civic. Car joke. People love to clown on these cutscenes like they're the worst thing ever, which is stupid. The based opinion is that they are the worst thing ever, and it's amazing.
Razor, he shadowed me. I couldn't shake up.
Razor Callahan.
We don't see much of him, or anyone, really. There's almost no story in this game, but I feel like Razor's the kind of guy who will tell you everyone calls him Razor, even though nobody actually calls him that. Except Ronnie. Ronnie definitely calls him Razor. I swear, he says every line like a pissed-off stoner in a drive-thru. It's awesome.
My 60-footer, quarter mile, whatever you want to throw on the table.
I love this. His canonical real name is Clarence. It's awful, in the best way. It really feels like these guys are having a blast with their roles, especially Dean McKenzie, who plays Sergeant Cross.
Everyone!
Oh my god! Wait, where have we seen that before? Wait, really?
Plays Sergeant Cross.
Everyone!
In-game, though.
Yeah, oh, that was great. Okay, oh wait, did they actually like they were referencing that? Were they actually referencing that? Because that is very funny if so. Okay, I don't actually know. I don't actually know what I did. If I'm gonna be... Oh, there we go. I'm definitely gonna need some Q-tips, I think. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need some Q-tips. Don't think I have any Q-tips. Ask Mr. Beans, but I'm pretty sure I do. Like, I don't actually know.
It's never gonna end, baby. I'm always here.
The crumbs.
The crumbs.
That's great. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Tyson Wine, for the 320 bits of Resi saying. Okay, wait, so hold on. This is... Oh, there's actually like a tiny bit of I mean, okay, so alright, how am I supposed to do this? DoorDash the Q-tips for content? Could actually do that. But like, it's fucking Q-tips. Here, you know what? Let me actually pause taking this apart and take apart this real quick, because that should not take too long. Famous last words, maybe, but, because this is... I guess my problem is...
Well, honk honk, motherfucker! Honk honk!
Thank you for the 100 bits. That need... Oh, that's probably soldered
Few
in,
bits.
actually. Okay, I thought that this was gonna be like my old board, where I could take apart this, like, this layer. But it looks like this layer is actually, like this layer, the plate is actually kind of, attached to the PCB in a way that I can't actually... Oh. On. I hear crunchy. No, that's because I'm peeling off this this layer. I'm trying to essentially see how much like moisture is under there, you know? She's gonna break her keyboard, isn't she? No, I'm not! Okay, this actually does not look half bad, so I'm going to... There's no moisture. I'm just going to roll it a bit. Oh no, don't do that. I need a fresh layer. Was it supposed to make that noise? Yes, it was, because it was, essentially it was, kind of, it had glue on it. Like light dabs of, like, glue. To keep it together. So basically, all I'm going to do is just roll this. Actually, no, maybe that's a bad idea. I think it's a little too sticky for that. I'm just trying to take the dust that I see. No! Stop! Okay, wait. Dabs versus mumbles. Okay, I don't think I can actually take off any, I don't think I can use this thing on this thing, because this thing is stickier than this thing. This thing is basically like a... It's like a fucking roach motel or whatever those are called. So even though there's like some crumbs on here, I can maybe... It's actually not that bad, really. Like, it's just really on the edges. I could just like clean up the underside of the PCB with the isopropyl alcohol, and then... Wait, so I can use, like, isopropyl alcohol on this, like, on, like, the edges, right? If you set it down, the cat will sit on it? No, I'm not gonna set it anywhere the cat can reach. Butthole prints? Oh my god. Stop. Hold on. ISO will make anything unsticky? Okay. I have like a little paintbrush here. I could like ISO it with the paintbrush and then dab it up with a paper towel. I think that might actually be, better. Let me actually get a little, hold on. Grab a brush. Small paintbrush here. Small one. Well, I have some pretty tiny... Like I have like a paintbrush where, well, fuck, it's not gonna like, I have a paintbrush where you can barely see the bristles. That's probably a bit too small. I'll probably want like a normal size paintbrush, at least. And where's my little, oh, there it is. Okay. Beans is gonna take a shot of it now. Of 91% isopropyl alcohol? Ain't no way, no. Okay.
The cops are kind of an anomaly. Like the rest of the game, you're basically expected to take them 100% seriously, but unlike everything else, the performances aren't campy. They're just good. Now, this is strange, because this is the same game that features Ronnie, but it really works. When you're out racing, it's all fun and games, egos and emos, but when the police come out, shit gets serious real fast. Most Wanted may be a racing game, but you don't play Most Wanted for the racing. You play it for the cop chases, because fuck GTA, fuck Watch Dogs, fuck Lego City, there's not one game on Earth that does cop chases as well as Most Wanted. I am not kidding. You know, previous speed games have always handled cops the same kind of way. They're like a modifier. They put an interesting spin on the racing you'd be doing anyway, but not much else. This time though, if the race ends and the cops are still on you, there's no main menu to go back to. You can't exit the game. The button is gone. You're not allowed to leave.
I feel like I remember that, but I don't think I played this
game. The only
game.
way out of a cop chase is to just outrun or demolish everything the PD throws at you, which becomes more and more and more as your heat level increases. Basically, the heat system determines how much of an evil being you are. Cause trouble, heat goes up. Evade the cops, heat goes up. Park a car in stadium, that's okay. The more heat, the more you are considered deranged, and the more aggressive the fuzz is gonna be. Levels 1 and 2 are kind of a joke, but once you hit 3, they fucking activate. By level 5, you're like the only thing that matters. They aren't just ramming you off the road, they're head-on ramming you with 10-ton SUVs. They're throwing knives onto the floor. The whole force is in goddamn Corvettes and helicopters. The city is gamers, and you're a fucking menace. You're out here driving through golf courses, stadiums, college campuses, demolishing buildings, detonating gas stations. It is stupid. Even the way them boys drive makes them seem like they're all just desperate and unhinged. Half the time they'll be utilizing in-game tactics to strategically trap you in gridlock. The other half they'll be stumbling over each other, flying through the air, or rear-ending mom vans. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that isn't largely due to the AI being kind of stupid. Like, this ran on a GameCube, they didn't really have much choice. But it never stops being entertaining to see dudes throw themselves into oncoming traffic or drive off a fucking cliff if it means slowing you down. They will truly stop at nothing. They're borderline suicidal. And that's real cool. Because when I'm going 210 on I-35 in a goddamn Lamborghini Linguini, so am I. Adding to that sense of tension and chaos are the aforementioned performances. The game does the fear thing, where even though enemies aren't particularly smart, they do a really good job of appearing smart by telegraphing to the player what they're thinking in a way that feels authentic.
Dog shit means dog shit, okay.
There's something quite like being able to hear your enemies broadcasting your grid coordinates in real time.
Unit heading up to the code 3 chase. Suspect was last reported northbound, past the penitentiary.
I'm gonna have to change out this alcohol soon. I'm only on like, I haven't even finished the first quadrant.
Get more
what the
intense,
fuck?
you can actually hear the cops getting angrier, more stressed in response to your bullshit.
Jesus. Busted.
And it doesn't stop there. The dudes are constantly updating each other on plans, tactics, and status reports, using a mixture of plain callouts and their own version of 10 code.
Don't let this guy get away. What's the 1073 setup? Maybe 1075.
What this means is that if you pay attention, you can effectively anticipate almost every move they make to stay on top of things, transforming a cool aesthetic detail into an active gameplay mechanic players can use to their advantage. It's so sick.
The Bangor OST.
And As if that wasn't enough, it's all glued together by this completely over-the-top CSI Miami-ass soundtrack, which not only did I not do justice the last time I covered, I also just blatantly lied about how it actually works. Great job, past me.
I'm stupid and bad at writing. Also, my favorite YouTuber.
I know who you're gonna say. That guy's a pedophile.
Oh.
No matter what, anytime a chase breaks out, the game immediately hits the brakes on whatever song is playing and slaps on this hammy orchestral shit that dynamically adapts to the action.
Huh? Yeah, wait, what? Huh? Who is he talking about? I need to know now.
There are 4 themes in total, and yes, the other 3 are just as over the top and goofy. This one might be my favorite though, because of its wacky ass time signature. Like I said, it's all adaptive too, so the game basically scores the entire chase live. They got tunes for scrambling around downtown with like 11 cops on your ass. They got shit for reckless driving.
That's cool. That's actually just cool.
Almost getting busted strips away most of the instruments while the drums go ham. And making it out has everything else just pour right back in.
I used to be so cute. I even had a GF. Shit was okay.
I could honestly rant about this game until I die and then meet God, but it's far from perfect. Maybe if EA hadn't enforced yearly installments it could have been, but despite all the positives, I can't recommend this game to modern audiences. It's kind of a mess mechanically. I could elaborate on that, but I don't care. You know, something I've come to realize over the past couple years is...
Click this if you care! Oh my god.
Is that you could perfect a video game mechanically. You could get it working as good as possible, but unless it's also, you know, fun to look at and cool, most people aren't going to give a shit. Speaking from experience. People don't look back fondly on games like Mario 64, GTA 3, or fucking Sonic Adventure because they aged well. Beyond the nostalgia, the 2 things these games are really remembered for, I think, are their innovations and their character. You can feel the passion behind every janky animation or shitty texture or questionable design choice. Like, you can tell they were having fun. By simultaneously chasing trends and making waves, every new Need for Speed became an opportunity to explore new technologies, new visual styles, new ways to play. Despite only minor alterations to the actual moment-to-moment gameplay, despite being an absolute roller coaster of quality, despite having only 1 year of development time, each installment was presented so well that they all managed to feel entirely unique. That will never stop being impressive. This kind of thing was...
Well, I think he means that like those games have like great replayability and like people actually like them into the modern era because of their mechanics and like what they did, right? Or like the innovations they did. At least that's kind of what I was. That's how I understood what he was saying. I mean, I'm referring to when he was talking about like Mario 64 and whatnot. Why? Oh my god, stop. Okay. Alright.
Especially noticeable around the Black Box era and before, and it basically died immediately after. Now I could talk about that for a long time, but I gotta go buy wall supplies. Here's a little note.
See? Look, this is great!
Up. See you in 8 months.
This is fucking amazing. So Beans, when are you getting a Switch? I don't know. I'm not really a Switch person.
This is Omnipotent Voice Noodle here to say if this video does well and y'all like it, I'll probably make a part 2. Also, thank you to Vocal Booth To Go for sending me a Vocal Booth To Go. They make quality shit. Here's what I sound like when I don't use the booth. It sounds real bad, huh? Check them out if you are so inclined. Halo video is coming. I don't know when.
I'm more of a sub
don't
myself.
Hold your breath.
Well, this was an excellent video. Thank you for the suggestion. No way to avoid it. What if they make Silk Song exclusive? I mean, then maybe I'll think about it. I just don't really, I guess I just, don't really see myself playing, like, the Switch that often. Like, I would probably want, like, a Steam Deck, you know? Because I have quite a lot of PC games. You know? I don't have any Switch games. I'd have to start buying Switch games. You're making Miyamoto cry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Bean's called the first Switch, like, a Breath of the Wild machine, and I think that that's actually a pretty good, like, or at least it was a pretty... Until they started putting out more things, for the Switch, I feel like, that was a good criticism of it. Zelda and Animal Crossing. Yeah, see, I'm not an Animal Crossing person either. I don't know. I think Breath of the Wild wasn't even a Switch exclusive. Wait, what? What else could you play it on? I thought it was Wii U. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't have a Wii U either. My first console that I owned on my own, like as in you know, I'm the only one who owned it and not like shared owned with my brother, was the PS4. Before that, it was we had a PS2. And we had that PS2 for a damn long time. And we played PS1 games on it because we got like a little add-on hack thingy that let you play PS1 games on it. Also, was the Wii U the one with the screen? It was, right? Asman has 70k viewers. Is he watching? Is he like covering? What's he covering? I had a 3D. Actually, you know what? I did have a 3DS. I guess you could count. You know, no, hold on. I did have a 3DS. Probably protests. I don't want to check. I don't mind checking out and seeing what's happening with the protests. If anyone has a linky, is anything interesting happening? And I'm almost done with this, and then I have to take apart the well, actually, I have to look up like what I have to do. I have to look up what I have to do for the switches. Like, how am I gonna clean the switches? I really wanted a 3DS. So okay, seriously though, Testy, I'm actually serious.
Loner box, Twitch chat. Oh, Loner box. Why are you being a Destiny dick rider?
Sorry, serious does not compute. Okay, this is looking better. It's looking better. I don't know, I didn't see any moisture on the actual PCB when I opened it up. I still need to return my second Switch too. Oh, you ordered two? Oh my god. Why did you pre-order two, if you don't mind me asking? Was it just because in case you couldn't get one of them or something? I've never taken my shit all the way apart. Most I've done is remove the keycaps and vacuum ISO with a Q-tip. Well, here's the Well, here's the advantage. Because it's a keyboard that's like this, because it's a keyboard that's, okay. I didn't have to build this one. This one was, like, mostly pre-built. But this keyboard right here, it came in in parts, basically, right? Because of that, it basically lets you take it all the way apart, right? So I have spilled liquids on this keyboard multiple times, and each time I've taken it all the fucking way apart, and like cleaned the shit out of everything, and yeah, I still have not learned my lesson about bringing liquids around keyboards, but okay, so this is good to go. I guess I'm just gonna put this back on. Lets you go all the way, beans. Okay. Where do I... okay, I guess that's really all I need to do with that. Okay, so I can set it down now, so that part is good. We just put it in this drawer, actually. So the cats can't get to it. Honestly, this part can probably just be... Hey! Piposido, welcome in. Or thank you for the sub. Sweet subs. Here, let me...
Subsweet 16.
Is that thing with the, discount on gift subs still going on, or is that over? I never clean my stuff. I just buy new. I mean, I could probably just wash this with soap and water, honestly. So I'll do that. That doesn't need to be done right now. Same thing for this. I don't think that this needs to... Actually, no, I cannot wash this with soap and water. It's got the fucking port on it. Okay. Alright. I guess I can... I'll be able to wash most of it, maybe. But not just that part. The porn. Still going for 8 hours here. A wipe down while avoiding that spot? Yeah, maybe. It's just that I can feel that there's like sticky parts all over it. And I know I'm not gonna be able to get into some of these like crevices, basically. You not have a porn button on your keyboard? No? Do people have porn buttons on their keyboards? Alright, let's take this apart. I don't think that this is going to be, I don't know how much I can even take it apart, really. But I do feel obligated to try. Posh, is that you? Okay. Wait, this is... I'm a fucking dumb. People in red states don't have? Hold on. God damn it. Ah! No! Okay. Let me actually get... It's still gonna be too quiet because this thing... Like, the volume got turned down, and I don't know how to turn it, like, just the Spotify up now. Watch half of her keycaps be missing tomorrow? No, I won't misplace those. Seriously though, I don't know about these guys. I don't know if I need to like... Like, I don't know if I need to do anything to my actual switches. Oh, I'd need the actual, like... Wait. How long has it been since I've sent you a cinema therapy video to watch? Hold on. God damn it. Why is this one so fucking stubborn? Gonna look at her keyboard in 3 weeks and notice one keycap is upside down. Is this... No, this is not big... I don't know why I keep using that fucking little chode over there. Okay, hold on. Okay, there you go. For whatever reason, this one is really firmly stuck in. I hope it's not because of the... It shouldn't be because of the... Click on the video link. Focus. Why does he keep jumping? Okay, one more. This makes no sense. Alright, Leonard, I'll look at your link in a second. Also, what did second from the... Oh no, wait, there's more! God damn it! Okay, here, let's... What is this? This is playing every single Frogger game just to feel something. That's what that one is called. Okay. No, not that one. One down. Smoother animation equals better animation. Actually, that's pretty interesting. Here, let's look at Leonard's link first, though.
I feel like the world is so messed up.
It's 20s. Therapist reacts to Treasure Planet. Okay. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Actually, I might have an issue with this. These screws are very deeply set in. I might actually have an issue with this one. This channel is sick. Oh, cinema therapy. I feel like I've seen this channel around. I don't think I've ever really watched any of them. I'm assuming from what you're saying they're good. Okay. It's a therapist and a career film guy who react to stuff together. Okay. I swear to God, if I take this all apart and it turns out that this doesn't actually come apart and that the screws are just in there for like internal stability or some shit like that, I'm gonna lose it. Okay, also, Noid avoided, I appreciate you telling me that. And I'll say this to anybody in chat, if any of y'all get any DMs from somebody who basically request an unban from my chat, you can go ahead and ignore that. That is Panda Man on one of his alts. He is not getting any unban. He is underage and beyond and on top of everything else, he's like a transphobic piece of shit. So no. So I apologize to any of my chatters if any of my chatters get like messages from this person, but you can go ahead and safely ignore them, or even better, you can report them for being a serial ban evader. Who? Little slips. It's someone named Panda. Well, we call them Panda. Free People Sitto? People Sitto's literally free! What do you mean? People Sitto is literally free right now. What? Free Primordial? Oh, did Primordial get banned in Resis? Okay, here, let's watch this.
There's so much beauty in it.
Justice
and it's
for
what do we
People
pay
Sitto.
attention to? What do we tap into? Who do we connect with? What do they bring out of us?
Free
Very
People
first
Sitto.
thing you see
You're
him do is
literally
attempt
free!
to break free of his own atmosphere
Yeah.
and just fall into oblivion trying.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what he does throughout the entire film. And like he sees, this is a man that's also been doing that. Despite everything that he knows John Silver's already done, he recognizes that this is a man who understands life the same way I do.
Some people aren't super keen on relationships, but I think most people on some level,
This movie
that's
was
the
sick.
thing that's most important. That connection is
Who
what
had a
makes
crush
us
on? Who had a
human.
crush on the cat lady? Who else had a crush?
Welcome to Cinema Therapy. I'm Alan Seawright, a professional filmmaker who needs therapy. I'm joined by my co-host,
Jonathan Decker, licensed therapist who loves movies, and I'm so happy that we have this guest with us today.
Who are you?
I am David Sant, a highly unprofessional filmmaker who has intimate knowledge of what Jono's hairbrush smells like.
What
What?
Oh my gosh.
Not true.
David is one of our post-producers and editors, and your style is to make us look absolutely
Thank you
insane.
for the follow, by the way.
Responsible for what?
David?
Is the geese.
I am the geese.
Get out!
Aiming to undock this.
Run!
This is a
Don't smile! This is a nightmare.
But we love your energy, and we love your sense of humor, and we've just been saying for a long time we want to have you on the show.
And we finally got him, folks.
The Turtle
And here we
Messiah.
are.
Thank
And
you
we're
for
gonna
the
talk
follow.
about
One of my favorite movies.
You probably have ruined your followage now. What's your follow? Okay, I don't even have the followage bot. I don't think I even have the followage bot on this. But you probably ruined like your follow history. Oh wait, Stream Elements is up on my. Okay, I guess I never turned that off, huh? All right, go ahead, Turtle. Post yours as well. I want to see if it actually like has been affected. Let's take a look. I don't care. Leonard, the Turtle and Messiah has been following Icebeans for 29 seconds. Oh no. You ruined it. Okay, why won't this come out? Okay.
Treasure Planet.
Jonathan, you're going to be reacting.
Yeah.
And we're just going to be loving.
It's a violation of his probation.
Yes, yes. No, I understand. But could we just...
Pardon me, officers. If I might interject.
Yes,
here.
Niles.
I am the noted astrophysicist, Dr. Delbert Doppler. Perhaps you've heard of me. No?
No?
Are you the boy's father?
Oh,
What? No.
good heavens, no.
Not you. He's just an old friend of the family.
Off, sir.
Thank you, Delbert. I will take it from here.
Well, Sarah, if you insist. Don't ever let me do that again.
Almost
Due to
immediately
repeated
saw
violations of Statute 15C, we have impounded his vehicle. Any more slip-ups will result in a one-way ticket to juvenile hall. Kitty Hushka, the Slammo.
Thank you, officers. It won't happen again.
We see his type all the time, ma'am. Wrong choices, said Enders. Losers.
Oh my god.
Basically the beginning of J.J. Abrams' Star Trek, right? It's the same exact same thing.
James Tiberius Hawkins.
Jim, I have had it. Do you want to go to juvenile hall? Is that it? Jim. Jim, look at me.
Unironically, I super have a crush on Sarah Hawkins, by the way.
Without you, go.
It's no big deal. There was nobody around. Those cops just won't get off my...
How do you reach a kid like that? Not interested in what you have to say, completely just sort of checked out.
The very first thing is you need to take interest in what they're interested in.
Sure.
And even if you're not interested in that, you care about them. Like my mom got really into Jackie Chan when I was in high school because that mattered to me. I think you're super into
No, you do
Fortnite,
not
even though you
beat
hate
them.
Fortnite.
Not for it's
Testy.
Minecraft.
Is it
at my
Minecraft?
house. I know a shocking amount about the Ender Dragon.
To me, it really comes down to you gain that trust on the little things by showing interest in the little things, and then when it comes to the big things, they're more likely to open up, right? And I'm not saying she hasn't done that, but in their case, you know, she's lost her husband, he's lost his father, and he's just kind of sick of the world and sick of life and seeking a thrill and doesn't really care what happens to him because what's the point?
Yeah.
And the fact is, you can't control people, especially as a
this
parent.
girl
All you can do
doesn't
is
wanna
give
come out.
guidance and give choices with consequences, but you have to honor their free will. Otherwise, you're going to get rebellion time and time again.
I didn't pull any of these clips for us to watch, but I just want
What
to
zone
talk
is
about.
bottom left?
This is.
Oh, god damn it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do... Fuck! I don't know if we're gonna be able to do zones right now. I do not think we can do zones right now. Oh no! Fuck. The zones relies on the number pad. I can't just press the number buttons. I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. I will refund anyone who... if you already... No, you didn't. Not in OBS? No, it's not an OBS thing. It's my bird box. No, come on, people. No, stop. He. Oh wait, hold on. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, look at this. Okay, all right.
One of the greatest movies I've ever seen that's just like pure adventure filmmaking. Like it
I'm not
just
refunding those.
feels like adventure. The scene where they're casting off lines and about to sail away, like between James Newton Howard's music and the shot design and selection of the sails coming out and Jim just being in awe of this thing that he's always wanted to do and never been able to do. It feels like being young and setting out on a journey that's like scary but exciting and fun, and you don't know what's going to happen, and it's just like...
Why do you have two keyboards? Wait, what do you mean? Why do you have two keyboards?
This is sort of my gold standard
This
of
was my
adventure
old
filmmaking.
keyboard.
If I ever get to make a movie like this, I am going to study this movie stem to stern, top to tail. And just like, I want to make movies like this. It's so much fun.
I'll commission a ship, hire a captain and a crew.
You're not serious.
All my life
Why is his toothbrush up on top of a pile of books?
Go, Delbert! Go, Delbert!
Okay, you're both grounded.
Mom, look. I know that I keep messing everything up. And I know...
It does
that
come
I let you
apart.
down.
I know that now.
But this is my chance to make it up to you. I'm gonna set things right.
Problem is, I can't get that.
Sarah, if I may. You said yourself, you've tried everything. There are much worse remedies than a few character-building months in
This
space.
thing doesn't have enough, like...
Are you saying this because it's the right thing or because you really want to go?
I really, 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 really want to go. And it's the right thing.
I can't use this. This doesn't have enough, like, fucking...
Jim, I don't want to lose you.
Mom,
God damn it.
you won't. I'll make you proud.
Well, there we are then.
Oh, wait.
We'll begin preparations at once. Jim, my boy, soon we'll be off to the spaceport.
Animation question.
Sure.
Why animate someone Jim's age with bags under his eyes?
Well, that's a performance question, not an animation question.
What do you mean?
How do you show that he's tired and world weary?
Exactly. And so someone his age who looks like that has been through a lot.
Yes.
I think that's what they're going for.
You'll see that they disappear later on.
Do they?
I believe so.
There's a lot of stuff that changes about Jim's appearance as you go throughout the film. Like in the first scene of the movie, he's wearing all black, and then the clothes that he wears slowly shift. He loses his dark jacket, and at the end of the film, he's wearing a completely white uniform and no bags under his eyes. He
Beans
looks
ruined
younger,
her
happier.
keyboard because she
Like
goes
the amount of
slow.
detail in this animation is insane.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, Jim doesn't respond very well to Delbert. Like, he likes him okay, but he doesn't see him as a father figure.
No.
He connects with John Silver as, okay, this is somebody who can help me chart the course I want through my life. And it's probably because Jim
back to date
wants
his
to
mom.
be
What?
in space.
He wants to be a spacer. He wants to be kind of a rough and tumble, adventurous guy, and that's who John Silver is.
It's a key part of Jim's character to me that he doesn't respond to Delbert, because like You can see right in the very first time
I
you
feel like
see
I'm stripping
Teenage
this,
Jim in
like,
the film.
fucking-
He's solar surfing through that industrial park, shoots up into the sky, and then just goes into a free fall.
Yeah.
And I know that's like probably mostly just meant to look cool.
It's
but
mostly
like-
because everything had to be extreme in the late 90s and early aughts.
Delbert is kind of like the personification of like what it is to be at home. You know, he's like awkward, he's funny, always in a bathrobe and slippers.
Yeah, and he's smart and he's sweet and he's nurturing, just like Jim's mom. And Jim misses his dad. Like he's already got. That's like Delbert is just like an extra serving of mom.
Right, yeah. And you know,
Yeah.
adult Jim's very first thing you see him do is attempt to break free of his own atmosphere
Yeah.
and just fall into oblivion trying.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what he does throughout the entire film. And like he sees this is a man that's also been doing that. Despite everything that he knows John Silver's already done, he recognizes that this is a man who understands life the same way I do.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get these out. Which is really annoying because I don't know
It
how
wasn't
much
your fault,
water.
you know.
I don't know how much liquid
Lost a
is in
sailor.
these.
Why, half the crew would be spinning in that black abyss if not for...
Don't you get it? I screwed up. I mean, for 2 seconds, I thought that maybe I could do something right, but I just...
No, you listen to me, James Hawkins. You got the makings of greatness in you.
Okay, this is
But you
making me
gotta
just want to
take
watch the
helm and
movie.
charge your own course. Stick to it.
Is
no
that the only
matter the
driver you have around?
squalls.
That's no.
And
Okay,
with the-
see, here's the thing. It's not that that's the only screwdriver. It's that this screw, it's going in. I'm spinning it around. It's loosened, but it won't come all the way out. Have you never seen this movie? No, I have seen this movie. I mean, rewatch. This channel has an awesome video about Uncle Iroh. Magnet? No, it's not that it's like... It is still like... it won't fall out if that's what you mean. Or magnet driver? I do not have a magnet driver, unfortunately. And what's funny is that I have like multiple of these little screwdrivers that have like the tiny tips, you know? I have like 3 of them with like various yeah. But I still can't like, and I don't think any of them are magnetic, unfortunately. Like they're not like, they don't have like the magnetic tip or whatever. Oh wait, there's a whole nother screw. Oh fucking god, hold on. This screw seems to be... Oh wait, also, I wonder if this is one of those like screws that just never come out, you know? Like how there's something that stops it from coming out? Oh shit, hell yeah, let's fucking go. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Flap, yeah. Okay, alright, that makes more sense now. Yep, there's definitely... Okay, I'm gonna be honest with this one, Did you just buy a keyboard? No, Piposito, so you... so right before... So I was about to, like... I was about to do an ant challenge, and then I went and got a drink, and I spilled it all over my keyboard. My keyboard and like this thing, right? Which is like my She will pretty soon? Oh no. Also, I apparently I didn't realize that at some point I'd spilled the cup with the alcohol. It's fine. It's all over here. So, actually, I might just like wash this thing. Oh look, all the screws came out. Okay. If that got in the membrane? No, so I don't know about this one. I don't know about this thing. This is like my this is just my thing that I use for This is just a thing that I use to like control my individual volume things. But my keyboard, I did take out all the switches. I took out all the keycaps. I'm gonna wash the keycaps in like soap and water and let them dry because there's definitely like juice all over them. We cleaned off this with alcohol, so that's good. And now it's just like this thing. I'm gonna see if it can be taken apart more. But I don't know for sure. There are more oh, good, they did. Wait, what? Oh wait, you're talking about a story. Okay, hold on. Wait, I don't... Once I was at a relative's place and we were gonna make an IKEA closet, I asked her partner for a screwdriver. He came back with a glass full of vodka orange juice. Yeah, oh no. That's actually very funny. Great pause frame. Alright.
Time comes you get the chance to really test the cut of your sails and show what you're made of. Well, I hope I'm there, catching some of the light coming off you that day.
I can't see Wallace's messages.
Right there on the gut.
I think I accidentally blocked him.
It's comfy. That's dad bod personified. No wonder he sees him as a father figure. Nothing like crying into a beer belly, you know what I mean? It's soothing. It jiggles as you shudder.
Getting hugged by a robot arm.
Forgetting about my watch. And you'd best be getting some shut-eye.
Okay. I think
one of my favorite movie tropes is the villain or the anti-hero with a long suppressed conscience and sense of humanity that like the cruelty of the world they live in has driven it out of them, and then there's somebody who comes into their life and reminds them of that. That's why 3:10 to Yuma is one of my favorite movies, because Russell Crowe is constantly trying to keep that at bay, you know, because that heart of gold that's way down deep in there. And I see with John Silver, he's reminded of...
Okay, I don't think that I'm gonna be able to take this apart. Like, I'm just going to have to, let this dry out and hope for the best. Because I can see that, like, I can see that, I mean, I took those screws out, but I don't think that, like, there's a way for me to take this apart further, without damaging it. Like, I don't know how it was constructed. And I would have to figure out how to remove these or something, I think. So I wouldn't just be able to pull this out. So I'm just going to let this... I can at least wash this back half, I guess. Because I do see that this has, like, some juice on it, but... take the motherboard and soak it in water? Wait, are you seriously telling me that? Or, like, rinse it? Because I think it's not about, like... No? Okay. Now, is it that any water on this thing will damage it? Or is it that, like, any water, like, on a PCB, if it dries and, like, rusts and stuff, is that the issue? I'm not gonna put this because I see that there's some kind of, like, battery thing in here. I mean, if this dies, this dies. But... I think you can use ISO on the motherboard, but check that. Well, I don't think that this didn't have any moisture on it. It doesn't look sticky. There's moisture, like my issue is I think that there's probably moisture underneath it. Like I don't know what the other side looks like. Distilled water won't, but it easily becomes conducive if it gets dirty. I don't have distilled water. Okay, well. I guess I'll put this outside and hope for the best. But now I have to still figure out what to do with these keycaps with, like, this, hold on, real quick. I'm so not used to this keyboard anymore. Whoa! Keyboard cleaning guides. Video guide to cleaning keyboard. Why didn't I do this? Oh, this video is unavailable. Fuck. No dark soils? No, I don't think I need to finish this up. Okay, no wait, that's the same one from before. Watch that Aberrant Preach vid. Well, we'd have to finish this one first. Okay, wait. Para said? That's not Para. That's not Para! Okay, here we go.
Hey there. So recently one of my friends spilled coffee all over his keyboard, and I figured I might as well show you the process I'm doing right now on how I clean it and so on and so forth. Now, I know in the past I've done a video on replacing all the LEDs. Let me get you a better view. Okay, so as I was saying, we're going to do one of these F keys up here, and first what I always
this motherfucker is talking about... Hold on. This motherfucker is looking at soldered switches. Like, no.
It's flux if you have some. It just really helps the soldering process.
Okay.
You got to go under there. Then the other side, pry up as well. You see it starts to come up.
Oh,
Well, if
shit.
you pry it up, similar to if you put tweezers, this doesn't work, tweezers, into each of these 4 slots. So you may notice that there's actually 4 slots on each side, and it would just go in.
He's, like, taking them all the fuck away. Like he's taking them,
actually face
like,
You can use a
completely
paintbrush
apart.
as well. This one's a little exuberant. And just sort of go over all the pieces, the stems, make sure they're all nice and clean before you go ahead and do that. You can use a microfiber cloth as
Had
well
to use
dry
a
them and
chat
get them all
command.
perfectly nice.
Also, yeah, people said, I'm sorry, I didn't reply soon enough, fast enough, but apparently you can do it on your desk, you can do it in your Twitch settings, like there's a specific page that shows you all of the users you've ever, like, blocked. If you do that, you gotta relube them. Yeah, see, this is the thing, I don't think that they were, like, I think what I might just do is just, oh, no, you know what? I see, oh god. Okay, what I might do is that the switches that I can see, like, the first step should be don't spill, well, hardy ha, okay? You know what I should have really done is, like, segregate all the switches according to, like, which side, because there was really only one side of the keyboard that actually had lemonade spilled on them, and one side that didn't. I could give them all like a cleaning on the bottom, like, because I don't know, I see this one has, like, let's do that. Put them all in the washing machine. You should switch to one of those spill-proof... Oh, shut up. I haven't had to do this in years. In my defense, I have not had to do this in years. Sippy cup keyboard. Okay.
A
We'll get
more
back to
innocent time for him, or maybe a time that he never
This
had.
is karma for drinking
But he's
diluted.
been surrounded by rough and tumble, kill or be killed, dog eat dog for so long that it's almost extinguished, you know. But it's somewhere in there, and so to me it's a beautiful story of rediscovering that, because I feel like the world is so messed up, and yet there's so much beauty in it. And it's, what do we pay attention to? What do we tap into? Who do we connect with? What do they bring out of us? Because if you connect with giant
What is
spider
the ants
people,
challenge
you're
anyway?
probably not
Attracting
going to be a great
ants?
person.
No. No.
Accurate. That dude is creepy as hell.
Also, I don't want to buy new Switches. These were kind of expensive. They're boba Switches. Queue up the abobas. These are boba Switches. A booba. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, hold on real quick.
He's saying a boba. A booba?
Wait. Why can't I not hear it? Hold on. Why can I not hear it anymore? Wait, what the fuck? What happened?
He's saying a boba.
What? Huh? Oh no, don't tell me that. Oh no, don't tell me that this got fucking like. What? Huh? Why?
He's saying a boba. A booba?
Oh, there you go.
A booba. 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 A booba.
You know what's the best part about this is that this is the Gust is literally just doing like this might look weird, but I feel like Gust is literally just doing the thing that everybody has probably done whenever they've seen the Aboba emote for the first time, which is to like literally just mimic the way that it says Aboba. Aboba. For about 10 times in a row before your brain is like, okay, enough of that. Someone tell me I'm wrong. I feel like more people than you think has had that literal experience when they've seen that emote. Who's the streamer that hates that emote? It's not Gappy, right? Or is it? No, wait, isn't it? I think is it Red? Is it Red that hates that emote? I feel like it's somebody we know that like hates that fucking emote for no reason. Yes? Oh my god. Literally maniacal. No idea. Okay, see, fuck. I feel like this one, I'm gonna put this to the side because I feel like this one might actually stay sticky, and if so, I'll clean it further, but okay, alright, let's get back to it.
It's such a great character design, though.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
all of the aliens in
Have you
this
seen
are
a
so much
Glorpa?
fun.
No,
and
I have not
also
seen a Glorpa.
Very clearly the inspiration for most of Rick and Morty.
Yep. Nothing real. Scroop is one of the most disgusting. I think it was probably the first time as a kid that I saw like a likable hero character actually die in a film.
Yeah.
And it was just this like awful spider lobster man, you know, sucking my favorite character into a black hole. And I was like, no! But I mean, it's really good villain character building.
I say we kill them all now. I say what's this I say.
I love his little hair tendrils.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. So cute.
To pull with Mr. Arrow, and so help me, you'll be joining him. Strong talk, but I know otherwise.
Our Glorpa.
You got something to say, Screw?
Our Glorpa.
It's that boy. Methinks you have a soft spot.
Wait, hold on. Wait a second. This is a fucking lie. Wait, hold on. This is a lie. This is not a Glorpa. He's still very clearly saying a boba. No, this is disgusting. This will not be added. I'm sorry. He needs to be saying a Glorpa. He's still saying a boba. Okay, alright.
Frame. Now, mark me, the lot of you. I care about one thing and one thing only. Flint's throne. You think I'd risk it all for the sake of some nose-wiping little whelp? What was it now? No, you got the makings of greatness. Shut your yap! I cozied up to that kid to keep him off our scent.
Oh no!
I ain't gone soft.
He's a frog, he can't say R's. He can say G's though, right?
So what we see in
This
this
is your
scene,
tuna list, not that
and we see it in a ton of movies, is somebody damaging a personal relationship. John Silver, you know, obviously really hurting Jim Hawkins to maintain what status or like his standing, his hardened, rough and tough crew.
And their new friend always hears about it. I think of Shanghai Noon when Jackie Chan overhears Owen Wilson saying some racist crap.
I mean, it's practically a trope at this point.
Yeah.
Or Shrek overhears like
Do you
Fiona.
find this in therapy very often, where people are damaging a
Video abort,
personal
where
relationship
screen?
to
Wait,
maintain?
Oh,
yeah,
whoops, sorry.
I know I say this a lot. I'm reading this book, but I am. It's called Real Love and Post-Childhood Stress Disorder, but it talks about the idea of we seek imitation love. Imitation love, the reason it's not real love, in order for it to be real, people have to see the real you and accept the real you.
Sure.
But we're afraid the people won't want the real us. And so wah, wah. So we put up a front, right? Whatever we need to say or do to be accepted. And what we see a lot in movies, for example, John actually does love Jim, right?
Sure.
Ironically, he's saying to the other pirates here, I was keeping up appearances to throw him off our scent. But that's actually what he's doing with the pirates, right? I'm putting on this appearance of being this rough guy and tough guy who doesn't care so that you guys won't know that I actually do. And yeah, in relationships, people do this all the time. Why? Because we're afraid of rejection. We're afraid of being alone, or we're afraid of like a business or a career going south. Like there's all sorts of priorities or goals that we put before the people that we care about the most. And then we're not real. And in order to actually have love and connection in our lives, we have to show who we really are, which is one of the things, candidly, that I appreciate most about you.
Thank you.
You are David in every context.
Means I didn't come here for therapy.
And you are honest and true to yourself in every context. And I get a lot of
okay, we need
comments
something.
and compliments from the Ace and Arrow community saying, Jono, thank you so much for seeing us and speaking about us and mentioning us. And it's really because of you. Like, because of you, I understand that better. And I'm like, I want to make sure that the Davids of the world get some love and are seen and are validated.
Well,
that was
people said, oh,
actually
you
like a
missed
huge
earlier
part-
when we were doing a segment about a Need for Speed, and then before that when we were we had a fucking debate that was born out of some guy and his like car hobby. Gotta get it from somewhere. Oh no.
Of my personal mental health journey is for many, many years in high school. So I am asexual, but also biromantic. And so that caused a ton of confusion for me when I was younger, obviously.
Oh, biromantic.
Yeah. And so for a lot of years, I was definitely in the closet about that. And so through a lot of the time that I was in high school, I was a theater kid. I was a choir kid. I was a band kid. Did all the
Okay, I'm sorry.
all
I'm
the
so
weird
sorry. I'm
nerd-
so sorry. He said theater kid, but that's not what I heard at first. He said theater kid. I heard theater kid. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, Tuna came in. Tuna came in to have a little chat. You might want to watch the VOD for that. Yeah, exactly.
Glee Club kind of kid stuff. And as a result, I made friends with a ton of queer people. They ended up being a lot of my best friends. But then as a result of me being in the closet and kind of denial about a lot of who I was,
Yeah.
and also the fact that, I was a deeply religious person, and in my head, my perception of what my religion was that
I've been
those two
arguing
things have to be completely
about
separate.
TCG for
And so
about
There's
2
no room
hours
for them to
now.
coexist.
Oh, no.
yeah, there is no room for crossover or coexistence. And so there was a period of time where I actually did start to really distance myself from a lot of my queer friends.
You could come on and do a call-in and argue about it in, like, voice, if y'all wanted to. Somehow we were lucky we've just been DMing. I think he is at work. Okay. Well, if he wants to, y'all are welcome. I only put a limit on him because I know if we don't, then it will literally just go on forever. They argue you play DS. Well, I still have to finish these, but then yeah, I could play DS afterwards. Maybe. Tuna's lines for him as he... What is your opinion on the use of proxies in TCGs? Okay, wait. I think you're gonna have to explain it to me a little bit more. What does that mean, proxies in TCGs? Also, when you say TCGs, you mean card games. Trading card games. That's what that stands for, right? I don't really know... I've not really played any TCGs apart from Pokemon. Proxies are fake cards you use instead of buying the official one. Fake cards that you buy. Is this like online somehow, or are you talking about like? Oh, I see. Fake cards. So like because you can't afford or you can't find the real one, you basically just like fake the card. I see. Okay. I guess it depends on why they're rare. If they're rare because that's like they want them to be like they only want like 700 copies of this out in the universe. Like if the game designers thought of it that way. Actually no, hold on. Print a picture out on paper, put it in a different card and sleeve, slide the picture over it. Yeah, assuming the text is exactly the same. Proxies are for affordability. They allow access to tournaments without being rich. Yeah, like, no, that's what I literally just thought about, McFiston. Is, like, why would that prevent somebody from playing it, you know? I guess I don't have a problem with it in that sense. For, like, accessibility reasons for somebody to be able to play it, you know? Because realistically speaking, if the developers wanted, like, if the producers or whatever wanted only 700 copies out there, then realistically speaking, the only people that would own it are people who are rich enough to buy it, right? Yeah, I don't have any issues if it's for playing sake, I guess. I think maybe I would, the stream's been going on for so long. I'm sorry, Shoop. I might have missed you. I missed your comment for sure. Wait, how long have we been streaming for? 4 hours and 44 minutes. That's not that long. Come on now. I'm a big fan of proxies generally, but Tuna has been taking the position that official tournaments that allow 100% proxies should allow 100% proxies, and that would literally kill the game. Oh, I see. I mean, I think on a competition level, maybe you could probably run... That's where I would probably run into, like, okay, maybe you shouldn't be using proxies at a competition level. But, like, I don't know... 100% proxies is there's no actual cards. Like, none that they don't actually own these cards. The entire deck is, like, made up or... Basically, no one has problems with proxies at the cash. Oh, so wait, is your question actually... Wait, is your question actually... Should there be proxies at, like, the competition level? Ah, okay. Alright. I see. At competition, I think they generally have a limit to your proxies. Yeah, I think... Maybe I would have, like, some kind of limit. I don't know what that limit would be because I have no knowledge of these games. But, like, I would agree that, like, there should probably be a limit. But, like, also, why do I think that, though? Or at least, like, why would you say that there should be a limit to proxies? Here's my deck of all the best cards in the game. Yeah, I think, okay, that's probably the one reason, right? In MTG, you mean all the cards I can call in real quick? Yeah, sure, I don't mind. Let's do this real quick while we, Oh. Hello.
Yellow.
Okay.
What's going on?
Nothing. I mean, I'm doing this.
Yeah, I see. I know what's going on. I've been watching. You're fixing your keyboard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're talking about proxies. We're talking about proxies being used in tournaments. So, like, I will start by saying I think basically nobody has a problem with proxies in casual settings, or like the only people who do are just assholes, right? like nobody really has a problem with that. So we've been talking about like what would happen in a game like Magic the Gathering, because Tuna and I both play Magic, or at least did at one point, and played some of the same formats, so we have like some common reference ground with each other on that. That's the example we've been using the most often.
Sure.
And proxies are a big conversation in Magic, because Magic's also one of the games that is like the worst about like forced rarity.
Yeah.
And like insanely high prices for cards, right?
Sure.
Magic is the kind of game where you can be like, oh, that card costs a down payment on a house. You know,
Oh,
and
really?
there are very few games. Yeah. Do you remember some of the higher ticket items are you know, a bit of an exaggerated example, but like not that much. Like you want to buy like an Alpha Black Lotus, it's going to cost you like $100,000.
I see. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't realize I didn't realize there was that much money in Magic.
Yeah, there's a funny little history to it, because Magic had a big problem with collectors in the early days of the game, because people were hoarding the cards that are now expensive, right? And the company had to make this. They made this promise a long time ago called the reserved list. And they put a ton of cards on this list, and they said, "We promise we will never print these cards ever again."
Oh, okay.
And that's why they're so rare, because they're literally legally not allowed to ever reprint any of the cards on that list. And most of them were printed in the 1990s.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So they're like insanely old. They're actually very rare, but it's like forced scarcity that they create.
Yeah.
And they don't get rid of the rule now, because if they ever did, all
People
the
would
collectors
go ape
would.
shit.
Well, they'd sue them for something. There's a really cool article about this where one of the Magic players, who is also a lawyer who knows a lot about this, talks about it. There's this concept called promissory estoppel in law, which is that if a company ever makes a public promise like that, especially to its customers, that like you can actually enforce it in the court. Yeah. So and they would have a lot of damages to claim, because at this point, the collective market value of a lot of these cards, like all of like the existing population of all Alpha Black Lotuses put together, the value of that is in the millions of dollars by itself. And then you go through all of the cards on the list. There's like billions of dollars in damages that these people could potentially claim.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So it's like a huge private market. That's the environment that the proxy discussion emerges out of, because people who play this game are very frustrated with the fact that if you want to play,
made this promise. Yeah.
Yeah. And these old formats are super fun, by the way. They're fucking awesome. They're like the best version of Magic, and they're also the most gated by money.
So real quick. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay, my question literally just flew out of my head. Keep going.
Okay.
I might interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. If you ever want to interrupt me to ask something, just go ahead if you remember.
Go ahead.
So it emerges out of this environment. People want to make proxies because you have cards that, I mean, even outside of the super extreme example that I just gave you of a Black Lotus, you know, let me just go check TCG Player real quick, actually, because the format that Tuna and I played together, or not together, but is called Legacy. Okay, super fun format. Doesn't allow you to play Black Lotus, but it does allow you to play cards that were printed at the same time. Black Lotus is banned. There are these old cards called dual lands that you need. Lands are a card type in Magic.
Okay.
And you need them to make your mana so you can cast your spells and be a wizard, right? They're like your economy. They're your resource. A lot of the lands that you need to play this format are like $500 a piece. And you need like 4 of them. Like you need 4 Underground Seas if you're playing a blue-black deck in Legacy, and that's $2,000 just for those 4 lands, right?
Right.
Is Legacy the format with 1 to 2 turn kills? Nowadays, Modern also has those apparently, but yes, Legacy is the super fast one where you can die on turn 1, and there are all these super insane OP old cards that everybody gets to play. Yeah, it's super high speed. And it has like a really high ceiling for power level because it includes a lot of those older cards.
Well, good evening.
No, you're good. But the frustration people have is with like, well, I don't want to spend thousands of dollars to play this super fun format, right? I should be able to like, because a lot of those decks too, like there aren't that many super expensive cards in them. It's like, oh, well, I want to build this deck. The overall cost of this deck is $3,500, but $2,500 of that comes from like 12 cards.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and then
No,
the
I
rest of the
understand.
deck. Yeah. And so people are like, well, I wish I could at least proxy a little bit. And that's where the conversation comes from. So I understand people's frustration when they're like, why can't we have proxies? But especially at the competitive level, even though I wish we could, it's not viable because it would like instantly kill the card game itself.
Right.
Because like the companies like Wizards, like how do they actually make money? Like how do they fund the creation of the next set? They have to hire all these artists to draw art for the cards. They have to pay the people in R&D and testing who are going to like design the cards and test them.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
How to and
make
the
sure
way
that
they
don't,
normally
like,
make money
break the game, yeah.
is yeah, exactly. And the way they normally make the money to fund the making of the next set is like they sell cards. Right, that's where most of their income actually comes from because the card itself is the product that they sell. They don't sell. And one of the comparisons I was making in our conversation is Warhammer, because Warhammer is the kind of game where proxies are way fucking more tolerable, even at tournaments sometimes. Although there's kind of a conversation
with Magic specifically. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that it's like a TCG problem
Oh, I
specifically.
see. Yeah. Okay.
Anything where it's a card game where you produce a physical card, part of the problem is that the only utility that card has is as a game piece. The only thing you can use that card for is to actually play the game, right?
Okay.
They're selling you a game piece.
Yes.
Whereas with something like Warhammer, did you know that more than half of the people who buy Warhammer models will literally never play a game of Warhammer? Not even like a casual game with their friends. They just buy and paint the models and put them on a shelf and look at them and are like, that's neat. Damn, that's so cool. They're literally just like hobbyists who do modeling. They like painting.
Yeah. That okay.
Right?
I mean, that makes sense.
So there's like an external utility to the thing that Games Workshop is selling them. Games Workshop doesn't maintain the game itself on selling the game pieces, or rather they do, but it's because most of the people who buy them don't view it as a game piece at all. Yeah, it's Western Gunpla, right? And so they can appeal to this secondary thing. Like they're like, oh yeah, all these painters are going to spend this money buying our models. We'll turn around and use that to design the game.
Right.
But and that's why they can be more tolerant of like, oh, you 3D printed your own model for your army and brought it to the tournament. Like, that's okay. Because you being able to do that isn't going to take away the incentive people have to buy official models. People don't just buy Warhammer models so they can assemble them and paint them and play them in a tournament. Most people, and most people who even will buy the models to actually play in the game, don't play in tournaments, right? The composition of the amount of players in a game like Warhammer who are competitive and will ever attend even like a one-day event is way proportionally smaller than you'll see in a lot of card games, where like the focus in those games is on the competitive scene.
Right. So, okay. Okay. I think I remembered like basically part of my question from earlier. So
yeah, go for it.
I understand that idea of I understand that idea of like holding a company to their word, essentially, right? Do you know? I know this is kind of a side tangent, but do you know that if that also like applies to things like Kickstarter promises?
What do you mean?
Okay,
by
so
that,
yeah. Let me. Okay, all right.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay. So okay. So there's this site called Flight Rising. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not a scaly, by the way.
Okay.
But there's this site called Flight Rising, and it's essentially Neopets but dragons. Okay.
All right, she's a scaly.
I'm not a scaly. I'm not a scaly, okay?
No, go on. I'm kidding.
It's Neopets for dragons, and like essentially, I got sucked into playing this. I got sucked into playing this. Like basically, I got sucked into playing it. Okay. It was really cool. Like you can you basically collect dragons and you breed them, and then you like can get different like looks according to like what the parentage looked like. There was like a whole system. Blah 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 blah. So when they released, because this was done through a Kickstarter, they basically made it so that you could. So they have this thing that they have scrolls that allow you to change the species of a dragon. Okay, but what they did for one specific species, they decided to not like ever sell scrolls to change to that species.
Okay, I see. So they're like artificially rare.
So that species you can only get via breeding, essentially.
Gotcha.
And so that is something that has become like a controversial thing, because they obviously got big enough that they're still like around and operating today, right? Okay. And people pour like tons of money. I never made actual money off of this game, but I saw how people would make actual money off of this game.
But you could, yeah.
But you could, because they have their own like in-house currency, like where you would put real money towards, you know?
Yeah, they do the gotcha thing where they make you roll through the different currency types, but you can eventually spend real money.
Yeah, you can, right, exactly. But you could also just go to one of these like exchange houses and say like, okay, I have this much of the in-game currency, and I want this much of the currency that you can only buy with real money.
Okay, so there's like a slow free-to-play way to accumulate it, but it takes forever.
Yeah, it takes forever, but also like, you know, the exchange rates like reflect that. Basically, my point, but you understand my point. But like, yeah, like they had this, and it's a controversial thing. I remember like looking it up when I realized, oh, I can't actually buy the scroll for this. Like, this is just simply not available. And
you just have to roll for it. Yeah.
It's not even a roll. I mean, it's not even a roll.
You have to breed, right? And then hope that you get what you want.
You have to breed, but here's the thing: is that depending on what your depending on what your project is, I feel like I should log in and show. But like basically you can't depending on what your like breeding, so to speak, that sometimes it just might be a statistical impossibility for you to get like what you want. So, and like essentially people are salty. People are like really salty about it. But if they ever went back on that Kickstarter promise, I wonder how much like
I see
how
what you're asking
binding
now.
that
Like,
is.
would
You know?
that count as a binding promise? I think it does. I think for things like Kickstarter, especially, that like if you make a promise about an outcome on Kickstarter and then you get money and you don't refund it, probably.
I mean, I think maybe Kickstarter is like I guess I'm thinking about it in terms of like Kickstarter-like promise, not necessarily Kickstarter itself, because I'm sure Kickstarter might have like internal
anything
rules.
where you're gathering funding. I think that would probably apply. Yeah.
Right.
Anything like that. I think that would probably be the kind of promise that, like, even though it's just kind of being made publicly by a company in a verbal manner, like they're just making a statement, that it would still probably count. Because you're kind of in a Kickstarter situation like that, you're almost being treated like a company, even if you don't technically have an incorporated one, right? A lot of these Kickstarters are like, we're going to produce this product for you. Please give us money so we can do it. And that kind of counts as a promise. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so sorry.
True, Chodaway, I agree. Fuck the reserved list. All my homies love laser printers. Okay, I love proxies. I just don't think that they belong in like the highest level competitive events for TCGs. Even though I wish that I could use them that way.
And is it that Tuna thinks that they like what's Tuna's argument there?
His position is basically like the principled position that none of this should cost this much money, and that other games in some ways have kind of tried to circumvent this concept. Okay, pal, just get me on. Yeah, if you want to come on, you can. I was under the impression you were like super busy, so icebeans was asking me about what we were talking about, and I just wanted to kind of give her
Tuna,
a summary. But she invited you on earlier.
I invited you on too. Okay. Also, while we're waiting,
I just figured you were too busy.
I'm sorry. While we're waiting, I went back and I logged in. Okay, all right. Everything is still here. Everything is still fucking here.
No fucking way.
I have a bunch of fucking. Okay, listen. Okay, y'all are about to get the fucking tour. Okay.
Is this your inventory right here?
Yes,
this is your lair.
This is my lair. Okay, I've got hold on. Okay, I see.
What's your coolest dragon?
What's my coolest dragon? Okay, hold on. Fuck, there's so many good ones. Okay, by the way, this dragon right here, these dragons right here, this is the one, the Imperial dragons. This is the one that I was saying that it's the fucking yeah, but these, okay, wait, actually it's literally called the top shelf because these are my like top shelf guys.
Wow.
Like all of these are like pretty fucking banger. This one was a whole line of like copper tone dragons that I got, that I like, and all of them have like matching fucking familiars that I put on, that I...
Wow, you went hard on this game, huh?
I'll tell you
how
hard.
much does Mr. Beans know about this game just because you've talked to him about it? That's what I want to know.
Oh, hey, okay, wait, hold on, real quick, let me finish up, Tuna, okay, let me finish up, okay, wait, where's the, oh my god, the hat, okay, listen, these guys right here, these two right here, I'll say I spent the most amount of time on, okay, and let me tell you, like,
that's cool looking.
I wanted, so these guys are called, their species is called Cordals, okay?
Yeah.
I wanted a Quetzalcoatl themed dragon, like, of this species. Okay? So I was like, okay, how do I set about, like, breeding this? So eventually I quickly realized you end up with a pair. Okay? Because you basically just breed them until you get the correct, like, color scheme and, like, the traits, and everything else, basically. It took me literally a year to do this. Because they have cooldowns on their breeding, okay? So, and these guys...
I mean, so do people, to be fair.
Okay, yeah, but it's but a month is month is a very long time to wait, okay?
Ian's has had some conversations with me that seem to imply that maybe I will speak no more.
I guess Pokemon really don't have a cooldown on their breeding, honestly, now that I think about it. Now that Turtle Messiah has mentioned the Geckos clip. Like,
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking about it. You can just kind of breed them as fast as you want.
Yeah, no, these guys have a cooldown, and if you look, and I went as, okay, I'm gonna be completely honest with you, this is the only dragon that I ever did this for. I had art commissioned off them.
Oh my god. You know, you're really not helping the scaly allegations when you admit that on stream. You know who else likes to get art commissioned of their sonas? Bao VTuber. Okay.
Don't tell Shadow, okay? Shadow's the last person that needs to know about this.
What about Rezi? Can we tell Rezi?
Oh my god, Rezi would never leave me alone, okay? And okay, again, I let me see. Wait, hold on. Did I do anything? No, I didn't do anything more cringy than this, okay? I did there are people though who you'll scroll down to like the biography and you'll see full on fucking
Like written fanfic.
yeah,
like
fanfic, like their origins, their fucking lore, everything. You've done enough. Oh no,
Like
it's Maruti. Hide everything. Everyone put it away.
We have a furnace update
We have
from
a furnace
Maruti.
update. Is it in a Reddit post? Oh no, Maruti. Okay, hold on.
Please tell me it's in another Reddit post.
Please tell me it's in a Reddit
Wait.
post.
Maruti's homeowning Reddit posts are the best shit.
I'm
When
hopping.
you say furnace, do you mean like the appliance, or do you mean the degree to which somebody is a furry? Because
No,
I
no,
feel like we're
no.
hitting a
Okay. No, okay, listen. Wait, hold on. I have not looked at this in years, okay? God damn it.
We have a furnace post.
Okay,
Or we have a
please, go
Reddit
ahead.
post.
Welcome
Furnace
in.
up. So, I had not heard anything since I found out.
I'm putting this all away.
After I talked to like the county, I almost said the county I live in. Jesus Christ! After I talked to the county, and found out that the people who did the work weren't licensed. Like that was the last I had heard of anything.
Yeah.
Which was back in like early March, probably. And then a couple weeks ago, not even a couple weeks ago. No, a couple weeks ago. It was a couple weeks ago. I get this email from this paralegal from this law firm. And it starts out like, we received your blah, 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 blah. And while we don't believe that there's any like substantiation to your claim, we're willing to offer you $500 to go away. And I was like, you know what? I'll take your $500. So then the guy, like, they were like, okay, well, so like, they didn't respond. Like I said, yeah, I accept the offer, whatever, you know?
Wait, hold on. You were so annoying that they were just like...
I was so annoying. They were going to pay me $500 to go away. But the story gets better because I am not even near done crashing out over the furnace thing. So like I email them back and I'm like, thank you. Like I kindly accept your offer. Please like advise what the next steps will be. And it's radio silence for 2 weeks. So I'm like, okay. So then I email again. I'm like, I would just like to confirm that you received my email. Like, I know sometimes things go to junk emails. I didn't receive a confirmation. Can you please confirm? Didn't hear anything for like another couple of days. So I emailed again and was like, hi, I'm just trying to confirm that like you received my acceptance. Like, if you don't confirm this, like I'll call your office tomorrow. Like, because a lot of these things can be like time sensitive.
Yes.
So finally the lawyer emails me back and is like, stop contacting my assistant. I'll send it to you tomorrow. I've been in trial. And his name is Nick. That's all I'm going to tell you about his name because you could find what you might be able to find where he is and you would find me.
Yeah.
But so I respond, I'm like, oh no, you didn't, Nick. So the actual email I sent is like, hi, Nick. I would love nothing more than to stop contacting you. However, I can't do that until this is all wrapped up. Imagine how much I would not have had to contact you if you had just said 9 words. We have received your email and we will be with you shortly. That would have made me go away. So then the next day, Nick doesn't say anything about the email, but he does send the settlement agreement. And in the settlement agreement is a line that's like, you will stop contacting Cypress Air, you'll stop contacting Home Depot, and you give up any right to like a cause of action. So if it breaks again, I would have to give up my right to sue. So I emailed him back and was like, no, you can take this out and you can replace it with this. And I wrote like a section that was like, if it breaks in the future, blah, 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 blah. I have reason to believe that they did this work without the proper licensing. Like, I will not be giving up any cause of action. Like, you will remain responsible for any future damage. And yeah, no, I'm not going to stop contacting you if it breaks again. And I will happily walk away from your $500 if you don't accept this. And then I just haven't heard back from them. So I think the deal is off the table.
Oh my God.
I was like, I haven't even had to run the furnace long enough to know if you guys actually fixed it. And I have zero reason to believe you did. So yeah, no. Like if you made it the price of the fucking furnace, which was $14,000.
Yeah, then maybe
I would say, okay. But not for $500.
Not for $500, giving up your entire like right to sue them and shit. No,
right? And I don't even know if they actually fixed it right. I still don't know if they did the work right.
Well, okay, how would you know if it breaks during the winter?
Because it's only since I have had the furnace, it's only dropped below 20 degrees twice, and both times the thing has broke. So I have to wait until it drops below 20 degrees again to make sure that it's not going to break this time.
We literally have to wait a year. Okay. Also, can for everybody, just as a very quick TLDR, can you summarize in like a minute or two? Like, well, actually, it's not really a minute. Well, just Sifu, do your best, Maruti. What is the furnace thing?
Okay, the furnace thing is so I own a condo, and my cooling, like my heating AC broke, like the unit broke. So I bought a new one, which was $14,000. And within 6 months, it dropped below 20 degrees and it broke. And then I tried to call the furnace company to come fix it. And it took me like 2 weeks of freezing cold. And this is the first time this happened, to get somebody to actually come fix it. And then a year and like a couple months later, the next time it got freezing cold, like this past winter when it was 0 fucking degrees outside, it broke again. And I had to call people, and it took like 2 more weeks to get people out here. 2 weeks that I had to stay in the freezing cold condo because in the case people were actually coming to fix it, I had to be here. So, and then it took them forever. They sent people that like weren't licensed. They admitted they did a shit job. And then I think they were just hoping I was going to go away, but you can't just go away when when you're literally freezing. Like, I need that shit to work. Also,
you're allowed to show up at their house.
Oh my!
You're allowed to show up at their house with people in baths.
Right? Like $14,000. That is an insane amount of money. Like, that is all of the money I was planning to use if my car broke down. Like my 12-year-old car. Like,
right.
On it.
That's more. That's more than a car should cost. Like, that's a brand new car. That's like kind of insane. You should be able to take their kneecaps in the lawsuit. By the way, I know this joke is a bit of monster in me. This joke's happening way later. It probably feels like a year ago when this happened, but I wanted to give you the time necessary. When you talk to the county, it's not worth it. The whole point is you stumbled on the word county, and then I was thinking about the idea of like them saying something like 1 zoning relation, 2 zoning relations, something like that. You get the joke. I do like the idea of they are vampiric in nature. With this furnace situation, I mean, you have all of this communication in email form. Yeah. What about the phone calls? Do you have recordings of it? Because I think that you...
Yes, because they use a voicemail system that literally like has people, like live people transcribe your message. So, and then they email you copies of it. So I have like emails of me being like, if you don't get somebody fucking out here, blah, 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 blah. So like you can see me go from like relatively sane but slightly pissed off to like, I'm going to find you and rip your tonsils out.
Oh my God.
I would I think that you definitely have grounds to do if they're doing like the rope around like this, and that's the whole reason that they were trying to get you into the thing to begin with. $500 is kind of the most like you. I don't think that you necessarily didn't know this, but from the very beginning, the fact that they were like saying, we don't believe you. Well, of course you don't believe me. That's what anybody would say ever, always, and forever.
The
like
first
if I
time,
hit somebody with a semi truck. If I
Two
ran
guys
a family
walking.
over with a semi truck and killed their entire family, and they said they want compensation, I'd say, I don't think I owe you anything. That's what you're
Right?
supposed to say if you're
Like,
a lawyer.
How stupid do you think I am? You sent two guys out here with a thing of caulk to how are you gonna fix my furnace with a caulking gun? Like, that's not the problem. The problem is that there's no hot air coming out of it.
Are you sure it's not just leaking? We definitely didn't do anything wrong.
They admitted they did everything wrong. Like, the heat kit was never attached. So
Yeah.
it was literally just like a heat pump and an AC unit. So I legitimately didn't have heat. Like, they just didn't set up the heating side of it.
Also, just if, in case anyone wants the most if in case you want to read about this in excruciating detail, there is absolutely a Reddit post that exists. I will find it and I will link it in chat. It is glorious, okay? Because basically, Baruzzi goes on to like the homeowners subreddit, and she makes this giganto fucking effort post.
It was so much effort.
The best part. I'm sorry. I'm pulling it up. Okay, go ahead.
Rootsy, where do you get the energy? Because, like, I mean, I'm telling you right now, I've had like trees fall on top of structures and break roofs open, and I'm like, is it really worth sending an email?
Wait, real quick. I just want to show y'all this. Okay. Nightmare on HVAC Street. 0 upvotes. 49% upvoted. Look at the fucking... This is how long the post is, okay?
It just keeps going because I put every fucking detail in there.
The best part is that all of Maruzzi's comments are downvoted.
And then
comment score below threshold.
And I would do it all over again because I am right. That's why I am so full of rage over this, because I have been right from the beginning.
My comment was a ChatGPT effort post.
It's crazy. I mean, I applaud the effort, although I more so fear it. It's I got hit by a car and I didn't tell anybody for years.
Wait,
it's just like I don't know how you.
Welcome in, Wick Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream, Wick? We are listening to Maruzzi talk about her furnace issues. I have just put a link in chat about all of Maruzzi's furnace issues in great detail. That then she is now providing an update for. How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. I think you covered the protest, right? I have not looked in on that yet. But yeah, I'm just chatting with these folks. We're about to get back to chatting about Magic the Gathering. So if you want to stick around for that, you can click on that link in chat so that you get counted as part of the viewers. And yeah, okay, I'm gonna unmute now.
The near future with this company, if they already have like, because the way that it's implied is that they have like multiple accounts from the company downvoting stuff, right? Like this seems to be a very intentional carpet sweep, right? So it's like if it's this intentional and this much effort, then they've done it before, they will do it again, and then hopefully it'll end like the Salem witch trials, except the winners will be on the side of the torch.
Yeah, do not get anything from Home Depot. Fuck Home Depot. Lowe's. I'm Team Lowe's from now on.
Good job. The Home Depot is like Republican supporters, and they're Trump supporters anyway.
Right?
Listen, I can't say anything on the side of Rootsy, but from my own words, shoplift from Home Depot every day.
Stop! Do not. No. Okay.
Does not agree.
I do not condone shoplifting. I do not.
We can all think it. We can all think it. I'm thinking it. I'm just not saying.
Listen, and the best part about it is the deadliest objects in the Home Depot aren't even locked up. Just remember that
Jesus
feature.
Christ, Tuna. Holy shit.
I think there were IRL friends and family that were a little worried I was going to do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you read this post, you can feel the Karen rage.
Rootsy, can you think for just a moment how beautiful it would have been if you would have gone into a Home Depot and transformed one of their forklifts into a miniature tank and started just bulldozing over shelves, busting into POS systems.
Well, they would have paid
Starting
you just
fires.
to. Well, they probably would have. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're trying to. The sneaky part is them trying to be like, oh yeah, by the way, you can't sue us ever, or like that.
The best part would be
And I knew they were
after
gonna
you're
put that in
done.
there. Yeah,
After
I'm
you're
not
done mowing down all of their customers with your miniature forklift tank, when the lawyers come to sue you, you just go ahead and send them back an email. I don't think that you really have a case, but I am willing to send you $500.
$500. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's move on back. So wait. So okay. Let's pull back from the murder spree. So basically you're just waiting to hear back from them as to whether you're gonna get $500 or like they're gonna send you like an all. I'm assuming you're just not gonna get like a response from them ever.
Yeah, I mean, like I probably that would be what most likely. Which I don't care because I would rather continue to have my right to sue if that shit breaks again than your $500. Like.
Do you have like an actual lawyer like retained? Because I know you haven't passed the bar.
Yes, I do have an actual lawyer retained because they actually broke the law quite a bit.
Right.
If I went to sue them.
Yeah. I'm sure you're not their strangest case lately, but.
Ian's, what you need to do, pull up that meme grid you were making before. Make a new column called "I committed a crime," and go ahead and drop Rootsy into, and I'll do it again.
Right.
Yeah, Marutsi, you didn't see that. You didn't see this earlier, but we did like a here. I'll pull it up. If you want to
There were
look.
war crimes on it. There were
If you
war
want to,
crimes on it.
basically it was like a 3x3 grid that we then put multiple people into.
It's in the Discord. It's in the Discord.
It's in the Discord, but also if you look at my stream, it's in there right now. But
I was having a mental breakdown at 3 a.m.
Anyway,
I feel like
Beans.
I will do it
Okay.
again.
Oh, whoops.
I'm totally the bottom right?
You would probably be here, yes. But I think like I don't know about war crimes though. Like actual crime, yes. War crimes.
Beans. The thing is, okay, Rootsy. I don't think that you. The unfortunate thing is that maybe you would be having a crash out at 3 a.m., but 3 a.m. means something different to you as a homeowner, adult crash out. That's like right when you wake up, as opposed to right before going to bed. The meaning inverts, which is you're waking up 3-4 hours earlier because you're so angry that you can't get sleep. It's not that you're just like, I stayed up too long and now I'm mad about something I read online. It takes on a different meaning for you.
Oh my God, Tuna Chip, that was absolutely 100% spot on. Like I normally will get up and start work at 5, but if I'm crashing out and pissed about something the day before, I will be up at 3, and I will be emailing people at 3, and I will do that, and I will do it again, and I will do it again.
Rootsy, I feel like you're the person. I feel like you're the person who responds to the Sudanese priest email, but to troll with them. Not even.
I also answer the scam phone calls and talk to them and tell them that I think they're subhuman and horrible people.
Sorry, you need to take the $500 deal and never sue us. Sorry, it's just like those YouTube series, but just you do. You could do it. You could do it. There's quite the market.
If you do make an update post, Miruti, please let us know so that we can read it. Because that would be very, very funny.
You were the first person. Well, after my friends and like my IRL friends and family. Like I was like, I have to tell icebeans.
Yes.
He's gonna love this.
Yes.
I can't wait.
Hell yeah. Keep us updated. We will read it on stream.
Hey, Beans.
Yes. Okay. Also, yeah. Go ahead.
If I don't have the most time in the world. I had enough time to have the conversation.
Yeah.
So
we can get back
on it.
Okay, thank you for coming on, though, Rosie. It's good to hear from you and that you're still alive and not malding too much about this furnace thing.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I don't know. Leonard, are you still there? I see you made
I am still here.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. All right, you can get back to the MTG stuff now.
Okay.
What? Where are we? Lay the foundation, Leonard, for where you were in the conversation on the topic before we did the side tangents.
I was basically explaining the like the idea behind our disagreement, like that it was about proxies, that it was about like whether or not proxies should be useful at a competitive level or not, like whether tournaments should allow them in. And I'd introduced some of the arguments or examples that I was making to Beans as an example of where I was coming from in the convo. So like I talked a little bit about the difference between like why I think TCGs are different than like Warhammer.
Sure.
And stuff like that. Yeah, I brought up a little bit of the background, but and also I spent most of that explaining to Beans why the proxy conversation exists because of like the reserved list and shit like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
y'all
she
can go back
understands the basic economic realities around why people advocate for it most of the time.
Yeah.
Cool. So, my take on proxies and tournament play is primarily stemming from the realities of competitive Magic play and what people end up doing and what happens in the secondary market as a direct effect of how people manage it. So there's a lot of stores that run these tournament circuits. Star City Games was famously probably the most successful of them, but there are a couple others. I won't go into regaling it. The point is, they put up a substantial amount of money as a first prize. They do qualifier tournaments that get you into an invitational very often, and people are able to do sort of a semi-professional hobby that is able to become a professional hobby by being, say, a writer for the websites. And SCG used to have a bunch of professional Magic players that wrote articles, and you would be able to read them for free, and the traffic to their store was enough. Now that's sort of fallen apart because of some extraneous factors. But the point was that it was in the store's vested interest to make these tournaments specifically because it was able to bring traffic to their website, and they would ship cards through the mail. That because the secondary market is as competitive as it is, and because tournament scenes feed into that competitive market and make it so that the cards are worth more, they are able to sort of create this hot dog bun situation where they both produce the desire and distribute the product. So they had like a business going for a while. That's gone in and out due to some other decisions that Wizards has made. But the way that I look at it is you compare the model that SCG has, the model that Magic themselves has had, and the stability, the relative instability of these models, and you see that a very vibrant competitive community akin to chess or to blackjack was made possible, but was always contingent on this professional structure from these bigger stores that did resale of singles, just single cards that they purchased. As soon as that market kind of collapsed because of COVID, it hasn't really recovered since. And because of that, competitive Magic has basically died.
Wait, hold on.
What it was looking like it was going to be.
Maybe some of our disagreement is actually going to lie here. Is that actually the history that you think is descriptive? Because I think you're completely wrong about that. That's not why competitive Magic is dying, and that I don't even think that's a correct description of the singles.
You could also argue that it's because of the changes to the official tournament structure by Wizards, moving away from GPs and moving away from
the problem
and
is
like advocating this very specific series where you're forced to play on Arena and you're forced to essentially be a customer, or not customer, you're forced to essentially be an employee of Hasbro by extension. Okay, so what's your reason that you think that it fell apart?
It's a combination of printing quality and player disappointment in the IP crossovers.
Oh, it does. Like competitive
Printing
Magic,
quality has gone insanely down in the last while, like in the last 5-10 years or whatever, right?
Sure, I agree. Ever since around Modern Masters 1, when they started rolling out that alternative paper that is like really, really glossy and warps super quick, whether or not it's foil or not.
Mm-hmm. That's why the game's dying. Collectors don't want to buy it anymore, because the singles market also, by the way, those shops aren't buying singles. Most of the way that shops get their singles is by buying boxes and opening them.
Yes,
shops
exactly.
are actually
I know
the
that
ones
they're
who
not
buy
buying
boxes.
singles. I know they're not buying singles. Most of the buying of singles comes from players or local stores, which are buying things speculatively when they think they're low. And honestly, the reason that those stores are doing it is because they're being a little foolish. They're being run by people that are thinking like customers. So I agree with you. I think that that's an element, but I do also think that the price of cards on the secondary market, the crash of the price on the cards on the secondary market came from the decrease in tournament play because of the disruption of COVID. And also the creation of Arena and the relative lack of support of the otherwise before extremely supported by the stores formats of Modern and Legacy. The fact that Wizards themselves really only wants to support Draft and Standard, and honestly that they've been pushing
the only thing that makes them
more
money.
than anything. Well, yes,
they only make money on Standard and Draft because the way Wizards
Commander,
makes money is, well, kind of. Commander is one of those formats we were talking about earlier that's like insanely proxy friendly, right?
Well,
Compared to a lot of other tournaments.
To be clear, though, the reason that Commander makes them money isn't because it's like requires people buy packs. It makes them money because it gives them this excuse of a single product, which can then
Commander is profitable only because it drives community interest, right? Most of the Commander players also buy singles.
Yeah, but they will buy the constructed decks, which print Legacy playable cards into the thing, which then creates
they'll buy constructed
together.
products. Yeah,
because like obviously, you know, True Name Nemesis is the first instance of the stitching together of the competitive economy with the casual economy, to the point that people were mass buying these Commander sets in order to get access to the card. You've got this also simultaneously that Grixis Commander was a commander that people actually wanted to play with, because the sort of like competitive wheel deck was not a thing that was popular or super functional, other than using just like a makeshift commander that doesn't really operate with the things that you're doing. But landing the plane here, my take on the issue here is that unlike chess or poker, even though chess and poker, obviously, you go there and both players are playing with a predetermined set of pieces, so there's a difference there. Unlike these games, Magic doesn't allow players to have access to all game pieces regardless of their economic opportunity. So a lot of players who are playing competitively viable, they had to work for stores so that they get to have access to the cards, because the stores own the cards, they hold them, people play with them in tournaments, and then they give them back to the store. People very often were doing what I did and what I'm assuming Leonard has done, where there are massive networks of individual players who decide what deck they're going to play based on what they're able to borrow from one another in time for a tournament.
Usually, I've actually never borrowed a deck for an event that I was attending, like a big event. I've borrowed decks
individual cards though, right? Like you've had to borrow does anybody have Forces? I want to play a tournament this week. Anybody got Tundras?
No, I bought my entire deck before I attended every event, and I owned all the cards. I once owned 5 to 6 Legacy decks separately with all the cards in them.
Yeah,
the vast majority of people have a network where they are negotiating with one another what official game pieces they have inside of their network.
Many people, yeah, it's pretty common that in a game like, especially for these older formats, you'll have some friends that also build, and you'll kind of pool together your collections for big tournaments. Especially, I've borrowed whole decks from people before as well. Part of the problem with that scene, though, is a problem that I've actually had, which is that I once lent my mud deck to somebody to attend an event, and then they lost it and never returned it to me, and I lost $1,500.
Jesus.
So. Especially for older tournaments like that, that's not really a viable model.
What's even more difficult for anybody that has no idea what we're talking about when we say mud is that the value in that deck comes from 12 out of 75 of those cards.
Yeah, I think
I lost a playset of Cydia Traders, and I lost my Grim Monolith.
Wait a second. Did they really lose it, or did they lose it?
Who knows? I never got it back. They probably
And did they ever reimburse you? Like, is that ever something?
No. I never got my money back for that. No.
That's
and to be clear,
stolen, yeah.
It's very common when you're at a Magic tournament that people sit with the backpack looped in their legs in front of them while they're sitting at the chair, because there are people. This is a spectacular event where a bunch of people dedicate their mind to a non-physical space for hours at a time. Like, it's very easy to steal. It's like one of the best places.
I mean, functionally what it is you're sitting in a convention room at an insanely long table full of other people, and if you hang your backpack on the back of your chair and you don't look at it, you can spend so much time focused on the games that you're playing that somebody could realistically come up behind you, slip into your bag, and take something, and no one would notice.
Yeah.
Every person who's trying to play at a competitive level too has like mastered the skill of parsing signal from noise to the point that there isn't even going to be a person, even if they've stopped playing their game. Most people, even when they're not playing the game, they either put music in headphones and look at the floor so that they don't mentally exhaust themselves by the end of the day, because you have to do a lot of thinking over the course of like a 9-hour tournament, which is what they end up being, because of the every single round being extended of time about like 15 minutes, that people are like choosing to dissociate this entire day. It's like the perfect place to steal stuff from, and it's been proven over time that people are very aware of that. Anyway, the thing is, and it's not like people don't steal shit from people at poker tournaments or chess tournaments either.
Yeah,
it's just that the opportunity is a lot less available, because there isn't this issue where the game pieces are a personal object that you borrow and that you own. That's a heavy investment that is contained on slips of paper. Like, you are basically playing with dollar bills of various like physical NFTs are inside of a small box that can be stolen very easily. Anyway, that's not even the biggest argument, although I would say the instability of the thing is present there, because you have to have a certain economic stability happening for the game to be rife.
It's important background for people to understand why people want proxies, I think.
Yes.
All of this is important background to understand why people desire to have proxies, because like you want to play the game, right? You know,
the value of these cards gets to the astronomical amount it does, because these are a scarce resource, often of which become damaged through play. Especially the oldest pieces were damaged because it was before the era of protective play using sleeves and such. Almost none of the copies that are in existence want to be played, because they're in either plastic shells to retain value, they're in people's private collections. We have cubes now where people are putting real fucking Power 9 in cubes. Makes no sense. People are very protective of their Power 9, and they only cash out basically when they're quitting the game. You have some whales who will mass purchase them that are not players. Most notably, Martin Scarelli purchased a very large number of Black Lotuses and sold them, and that was part of the money that he used to finance all of the bailouts and buying the Wu-Tang album. Like, we're talking about big money is involved in the secondary market when it comes to these specific cards. But even further than that, a normal tournament, let's say a modern tournament or a standard tournament, the tournaments that you have to play if you're part of the genuine primary competitive circuit, because Legacy usually is not on that professional circuit.
Yes,
usually
not anymore.
Well, yeah, it was a long time ago.
Since SCG died, right? Not anymore.
Yeah. So there is standard and draft. That's what Wizards pushes for their primary tournaments. And then a lot of other stores, they put modern in, because modern if you're a store, pushes the secondary market, increases the price of all of this bulk inventory that you've been purchasing over a long period of time, often sitting on. You have to kind of produce the demand, and making Modern a competitive format very much so produce that demand. So what's happened over time is that people have developed these decks, meta decks, where there are key cards, some of which are affordable, some of which are not, that basically every deck needs to construct their deck around. Some of the more expensive instances that are still legal, you're going to be having your fetch lands, even though those have gone down in price, your shock lands, those have gone down in price. And then something like a Thought Seize, if you're going to do a deck that's attempting to disrupt your opponent's hand, or previously Tarmogoyf was like a $200 card. It's probably like $30 now, because
I sold my glyphs when they were expensive.
I'm very jealous of you. I never purchased a Goyf, but I did work really, really, really hard to get those Goyfs via trade. So the number that they were worth is like,
I picked up a play set of altered Goyfs on eBay.
Also, I love Tuna. I love that this argument is like, I love that you're arguing like when like earlier you were arguing against hobbies that involve like non-renewable resources.
This is the thing though. This is all paper, and the reason that my belief is informed by this experience. I stopped playing competitive Magic primarily because I don't really think competitive Magic is a healthy game to sustain economically. The decisions that they make don't work well. And then secondarily, I don't like the way that the community is sort of transformed by the economic realities of the game towards duplicity, towards a purposeful hoarding of resources, towards a kingmaker system where certain businesses like SEG become the deciders of what the game looks like in its play format. Because arguably, you could say there used to be this format difference identifier that was called Type 1 versus Type 2. And there was this thing called Extended. There were all these previous formats that Magic made. But Modern, when it first came out, when it was first instituted, was a very closed system. And ever since then, all Wizards does, every card that's printed from this point forward is legal in it. As Wizard has gone on, they've essentially made this a second legacy, to the point where it is not in their financial interest to do anything other than reprint cards that they think people will buy in massive quantities in packs that are artificially more expensive than your standard.
That's all company choice, right? That's like the way they don't. But that's not intrinsic or necessary for the game being like the way it is in terms of being a TCG that sells packs and uses the card itself as a product. Like, you could have a world in which they don't try to artificially inflate the prices of particular cards on the secondary market. Well, that's just like the way they manage their game.
Did you already tell them what the reserved list is? Do they know about that part of this?
Yeah. I explained the reserved list. It's a really important part of the context for proxies, because like they could do things differently now, not with the reserved list, but that only impacts like Legacy and Vintage and those older formats. That doesn't impact Modern, right? Modern and Standard, the prices don't have to be as high as they are.
There are cards on the reserved list that they could reprint and then thus would be in Modern, many of which people do believe should be in Modern.
Well, no, that's the nature of the reserved list, right? They can't reprint them. That's the problem. Yeah, well, so your problem is with the intrinsic existence of the reserved list, but you can't square that. Yeah, but we can't square that conceptually with like with any kind of criticism of how the game should continue. Because it will always include, you should get rid of the reserved list, and like they won't. So it's not, and like realistically they can't. Because if they did, they would get sued into oblivion and lose.
Well, they would be able to print things and they've already done many functional reprints. And
the adjacent functional reprint argument is fine. Yeah, but that's different, and that's what I'm saying is that like they could reprint.
Lay the foundation of the actual disagreement with proxies, because I don't know whether or not we even landed the plane on this, which is that when I look at games that have a healthy competitive environment where people are playing the game and not instead playing this other game that is a container for the game, which is getting the cards, having access, going to the tournaments, and then creating this like.
Well, that's not a game that they're
economic
playing.
buffer.
That's something that they're spending money on. Like we can call it a game, but we're doing so like in a funny rhetorical sense. That's not a game.
Sure,
They're
sure.
buying cards.
What I'm saying though is that the external realities, the economic realities, the external factors when it comes to space and scarcity for the game do affect the way that the people play the game, do affect which formats get played and which formats don't get played. And unlike that, in chess, poker,
chess and poker are not comparable. You don't buy
the comparable in this. No, this is important. I'm doing a comparison, which means that there's a point of difference. I'm illustrating the point of difference. So let me illustrate the point of difference, and then you won't be like they're not comparable. Because the point is, the old way of playing chess disappeared because it is no longer viable, not because, and it's no longer strategically viable because of, standing on the shoulders of giants, not because, so the game has transformed because the play experience and the techniques have transformed, not because there's a scarcity of pieces or because there's a scarcity of resources to learn those old techniques. All of it is available. So in the same way, so most of the things that people argue for and why there should be a scarcity, most of the benefits that people talk about with scarcity, other than the economic, kind of fall by the wayside when you see that there are already, that metas develop circular rotation on their own, and that the introduction of new pieces and new game environments is sustainable by all of these board games that don't exist in a physical space, by board games that do exist in a physical space but release all of their cards for a single set price without packs. I don't think that the trading component of a trading card game is actually what makes it successful. I think it's the fact that it is a deep strategic game where people build their own deck out of a limited pool of cards, just like they do with Netrunner, which doesn't operate on a pack basis, but instead releases sets where you get all of the cards in full, made by the same designer after Magic, precisely because he didn't like the lack of access to key cards and what it does to the play environment.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Leonard. I know you're going to explain. But also at some point, and this was a question I actually had for you, that this was the actual question, okay, the actual question that I remember from earlier, that I think I would like to hear an answer from both you, Leonard, and also Tuna. If you allowed proxies, right, and allowed them unfettered at the competitive level, at what point would they then become indistinguishable from, like, essentially the company allowing cards to come off? Like, what is the functional difference then between like a lot, like not having, like you would functionally not have a reserve list? Like
Correct.
you could probably
functionally not have a reserve list.
Yeah, you could probably make the same argument, and in fact, somebody would probably be able to make that argument in court.
They would make that argument. In fact, yes. That's like less important and not something I'm actually invoking, because that's more of a like. That's a hyper specific, how would WotC respond to this, as opposed to like an abstract principled concept. But you're right. I mean, it has relevance. The reason that I'm saying games like poker and chess are not comparable in this situation is because the lack of commonality those games have with trading card games in the purchasing of game pieces is what makes the comparison useless. You don't buy aces to build your poker deck. You don't buy knights.
That's why I'm saying that they're healthier. I think that the
correct, and that's why I'm gonna finish responding. You just had like 4 minutes.
You're good. You're good.
What you are arguing is that the trading component of TCGs should not exist, which is like an ontological existential concept that is incompatible with the existence of TCGs. But you can't provide a coherent explanation for how a TCG exists without the T. Otherwise, it's a completely different game, right? What new pieces have ever been introduced to chess and poker? They don't introduce new units that you put in the back line in chess.
There are two new techniques that were
different, though. We've seen people explore different lines for existing decks in card games.
I'm saying
but
not
we're
just
talking about
like
something different.
I'm talking about en passant. I'm talking about castling.
These are rule
Changes to the rule
changes to the
structure.
game.
Those are changes to the game which
But they are
function
not
as the
new.
release.
No, but they are not new
yes, they were not in the
pieces that are
original invocation.
introduced. They are not new pieces. They are new ways to use existing pieces. We have to establish and maintain that conceptual distinction.
You have to bridge a gap. What is a card inside of a game if not an object that relates to other objects in certain ways? And what is changing the nature of those object relations if not the
You understand
direct
how
analogy?
much you understand how much you're flattening game theory when you do this, right? You're trying to reduce a difference, not create one.
I'm not trying to reduce it. Well,
Yes,
in this
you are.
particular instance,
You're
I am
saying
talking
that
about,
the introduction of a new trading card game is the same as the development of en passant in chess. Rule changes to existing systems are not, even conceptually, the same as the introduction of an entirely new game piece, which is what makes
introduction of
TCGs
new game
different.
decisions.
No,
It's an
new
introduction of new game
decisions.
decisions.
Now look how you're changing the word to decisions now. It's not a
Legal
piece.
decisions, man.
It's
Legal
not a new
decisions.
piece. Yes, we can take existing
Oh my
pieces
God.
and introduce new ways to use them. That's conceptually distinct from introducing a new game piece, which is what TCGs do. That's what makes them distinct from the games you're trying to draw a comparison to in a way that makes the comparison useless. Those games exist for a fundamentally different reason. Chess doesn't
Okay.
exist
How about
because they sell the
let's
product
go-
of new
let's-
printed chess pieces.
Listen, I'll add another comparison then, something that might be more flattering to you, which is fighting games when they add new fighters to the game.
That's a
You
new
can
game
have-
piece.
Exactly, right?
It's a completely new character. Yeah. The player
Okay.
is using the character.
Yes.
You're not playing a new character in chess when you
are
en
talking.
passant.
What is the difference? What is the difference in a conceptual object, like the difference between one fighting character and another? When the controller's the same, the CD's the same, the format's the same, the place
This
you play
is
it
what
is
I
the
mean.
same.
This is what I mean by flattening, because you can't even draw the parallel. You understand that
Down to
what
the-
you're
down
saying.
to the-
You
down to
understand
the
that what you're
effective
saying
principle.
about en passant.
I'm reducing
is
it down to the
same-
effective principle
No, I'm
difference.
not reducing anything. I'm producing a
I
difference.
am. I
know
am.
you
I'm
are.
saying
That's
I
what I'm
am.
saying. You're reducing a
that's the right
difference that
thing
is
to do.
meaningful, that ought be maintained. Because what you're actually describing with something
Because
like
it holds
en
together your,
passant.
your fucking house of cards, perhaps.
No,
The
no,
whole
because no, you're the one with the house of cards. Your entire argument is built on a fucking contradiction, my guy. You refuse to understand the fact that what you're actually describing with a new character, or then with the change to an existing character, what you're talking about is patching. When you say we introduced en passant, you're saying, well, we took Raiden and we gave him a new move. That's not the same as introducing a new character, and it's not comparable to the
What is
introduction of an
Magic?
entirely new character.
What is Magic doing when they take a 2/2 and they with a cost of 1 and a blue, and then they print a 2/2 with a cost of a 1 and a blue, but now it has a special ability on it that's beneficial? What are they doing there?
They're printing a completely new game piece.
Okay, and what if they, when they're doing this, they print it into a format where rotation makes it so that the previous one disappears and the new one takes its spot inside of the meta? Like, you recognize that
Then they're
this
printing
idea
it doesn't
that it's a
change.
different
They're still
card-
printing a new game piece. It's still a new game piece.
Okay, sorry, I forgot that you recognize that it's a piece of paper with text on it.
It's
that
a
if
game
that-
piece. Yes,
if
that you pay
if that,
for. Yeah.
If that any physical piece of card that is allowed to be shuffled could do this. It could be either of those objects. The only difference is a fucking bit of ink, man. You know,
No,
for a fact that
the
they are
ink
essentially
isn't the
same as-
difference. Both of the cards have ink
between a
on them.
pawn- The difference between a pawn one day and a pawn another day on the introduction of en passant, and the difference between a piece of cardboard one day and another day when they legally, like, they print the same exact card but with slightly different text and it becomes the legal copy, is just whether or not the cop comes over and says, hey, I just realized that the card that you're using is actually from the previous set, and you say, oh, I'm
this
using
is-
it as a placeholder. No, I'm using it as a placeholder for the new card that is functionally the same but with one added benefit. We are playing, I am informing my opponent. We are doing everything in the game space, the theoretical game space, because this is also a game that doesn't use physical objects with tactile physical interactions. It is all representations of a thought space. That is all that these cards are doing. And you're going to tell me that's a new game piece?
When does that ever need to happen in chess and poker? where you look at your opponent and you say, I play this ace of hearts, but like, I know it doesn't look like one. Here's actually what it is. Or like you play a knight and you take a move with it and your opponent's like, that's not how that piece moves. And then you say, oh no, actually I'm substituting my knight today. When does that happen? How do we draw a comparison?
It happen? When you don't have the pieces necessary for the fucking game.
No, but
when
that doesn't happen in those
number
pieces because and when does that happen in a chess tournament? When does that happen in poker tournaments where somebody shows up with their own custom chess set and the other player has to look at them and be like, what does that do? What piece is that?
I love that you bring it up. I love that you bring it up because it doesn't happen precisely because the game pieces are provided by the tournament.
Correct, which is the difference that makes this incomparable.
Which is what Magic should do. It's what Magic should do.
It can't be a business. It literally can't exist as a business if you say that.
That is insane. That is not true. There are fucking
how do they make money?
Rolling release. There are games that do rolling release that function as businesses.
None of them are TCGs. None of them sell a physical product. None of them. None of them sell physical products. You want every card game to become a community managed online card game. Yeah, I know you are, but you're like irrational and absurd for that. Like nice recommendation.
Sir. That's a fucking realistic development because those games are more popular now than Magic is.
To be clear, I'm being realistic and you're being utopian. You're the one who's sitting here and being like, well, I just wish that this business would stop having a profit model and stop trying to sell a product so we could all have fun playing the game. You're the one being a child.
Oh my
That's
God!
what you're doing.
If only the business model that several other companies have taken was taken by fucking Hasbro. Of course, I'm being idealistic. I want that to be
unrealistically so. To be clear,
not unrealistically,
childishly so. Yes, the thing you're describing could literally never exist. It does not exist for physical trading card games. It can't, because how the fuck else are they supposed to actually make money?
They make money by designing the game and then
releasing. Nobody buys that. Nobody buys that.
No,
if there's not a need
seriously.
to purchase the product.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Tuna. Realistically speaking, if they switch to that, what would they sell?
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
What
the
do they
same
sell?
fucking model that baseball cards have, the beginning of the sale of trading cards to fucking begin with. Do you
There's no game you can play with fucking baseball cards, you moron!
You are the moron. The whole point is you can sell cards without a game, so why can't you sell cards that do things inside of a game, but you are also allowed to just play the game with any other fucking piece?
Because exactly why Chodol is saying in chat right now, because nobody buys fucking Warhammer codexes. Because I can download the free rules for that game on the internet. Because I don't need to pay money for it, so why would I?
That's an insane thing. What about the fucking comparison that I already did? Baseball cards. Pokemon cards.
You're again a comparison that doesn't work because there's no game that you play with them. As soon as they became a game piece, the economy of baseball cards would entirely change. The only people who purchase baseball cards right now are collectors, right?
Pokemon cards, same fucking thing, man.
There's a game with Pokemon cards. You can play the game.
What percentage of people that purchase Pokemon cards play the game in a setting where they will be held to the standard of not using proxies?
More than half.
More than half? You're fucking insane.
Well, no, it doesn't. No. But here's the thing. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. No, but here's the thing. It doesn't. No, it literally does. Okay, hold on. It doesn't matter whether or not. It doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't matter what percentage. The point is that they are used as a different thing than just collection, right?
Yeah, and they're also used as a different thing than just a game piece, and they sustain themselves economically. So don't fucking stand on the other side of the room from me, flat face, and say you can't sell physical media that can be used as... You can use baseball cards as proxies, by the way, in Magic the Gathering. People have done it before. It's not crazy to think that you could fucking sell cardboard.
You could use anything.
Intentionally not trying to understand the point.
No, you could use anything at that point. You could use salt shakers.
Yeah, you could use coin.
Correct.
Why don't people, Tuna? Give me an explanation real quick for why people don't.
In Magic the Gathering, you have to use something that can fit inside of a deck, obviously. So that's why you don't use coins there, but people use...
Right, yeah. Do you think that maybe that changes the parallel a little bit? That
There are other game pieces in Magic that people use coins for all the time, such as tokens, such as counters.
I gave you the example of Warhammer, where people even often substitute entire game pieces that you'd spend hundreds of dollars on with a coin or a plastic circle the size of the correct base that you can put down on the table.
Good on them.
Yeah, I know. That's really nice that you're going to say good on them and everything. That's not an answer to how the competitive scene of a game should exist. That's like a way that people individually engage with a game for practice.
No, these products are able to be sold without a competitive environment. Creating the competitive environment where they are held to the standard of not using proxies only creates an opportunity for other people to purchase, and if they don't purchase, it's net fucking neutral because the people who are buying it for the other reason keep buying it. So you're only going to either stay the same.
How does Wizards of the Coast make money if they don't sell cards? Explain that to me really quickly.
They sell cards. They still sell cards. I'm saying you just make it illegal in tournaments.
No, hold on. Think about it. Who buys cards? Let's think about it. Tomorrow, Wizards of the Coast makes a policy announcement, and they say, all competitive REL tournaments, you can 100% proxy your deck. Who's buying cards anymore?
Literally every commander player, every casual player.
No. Why would they buy official cards when they can print their own with cooler art that's like personally customized? Why would they buy an official card? What's the motivation? Explain to me what their motivation is.
You just said, man, casual play.
You said who they are. You didn't explain to me why they buy the card. Why are they buying the official card instead of getting one of their own?
Because they like the card. They want to own it.
Well, no,
these people aren't playing in competitive tournaments.
Well, yes, they are. My point is that people buy.
I'm talking.
The ones you're talking about already use proxies, dude. The people you're talking,
you know for a fact that they use mostly non-proxy cards.
Yeah, but they would if there wasn't
at all.
If official tournaments didn't even require you to use official cards, none of them would. No one would ever buy.
No, they okay. Wait, hold on.
Hold on. Let's start with this. Let's start with this.
Buy them now. They buy them now, even though they don't play competitive at all. They buy them now.
No. Okay, I think. Hold on. Wait. Let me get in here. I think Leonard understands that people will buy them because of like the convenience factor, or because they like the official card, or because they can't afford to spend the good money on the good card.
It's more convenient to make your own proxies,
I think he understands that. What he really means is, the people who would use a proxy would just switch to using proxies. They wouldn't then seek out those cards.
Yeah, why would they buy future cards is another question. Because here's a big spoiler: Wizards does not make money on the secondary market. They only make profit for the company by printing new sets. Who buys new sets? Who buys cases of new sets?
Well, it's partially not true now due to the invocation of their reprint policy. But
no, it's completely true. Wizards makes their money on printing new sets. They do not make money on the secondary market. Everything I just said is 100%.
No, I'm not saying secondary market. I'm saying at any moment they can decide to release a secret layer of previous cards, disrupt the secondary market, and profit from it.
Well, theoretically they could. It would be a business disaster for them. But I guess if you want to invoke the idea that
theoretically could, it's a theoretically has. It's a literally has. It's been done a million times. Like secret layer, the entire point of the thing.
They've printed cards on the reserve list. In the secret layers?
Not on the reserved list. I'm saying cards that are in high demand on the secondary market that they're legally allowed to.
They can do that, but that demand only exists because people need the real cards to play at F&M. What you're talking about is reducing the entire consumptive market.
I don't buy it. People buy the cards because they like the artist.
I know you don't, but let's think about it for a second. Let's think about where the demand for new sets comes from. So obviously, the thing I was getting at earlier is that the majority of the people who buy cases of new sets that are released are who?
Stores.
Yes, correct. Game stores are the ones buying the cases of cards. It's not individuals, for the most part, who are doing that. Now, where does the demand for packs in a store come from? Why do stores buy packs?
Say it again. Why do stores buy packs?
Yeah, why do stores buy all these cases? Why are they the biggest consumer?
Because it's there are like 3 different people, but I know the one that you're talking about is people who are opening up packs in an effort to get lucky and save money, pursuing the singles that they want instead of purchasing them outright.
Well, I'm talking about all three, actually. I'm talking about those people. Those people buy packs. Those people are actually the smallest reason that a lot of those stores are going to buy packs. Like, yeah, you're going to get some customers who come in and they want to buy 6 packs of Ikoria or whatever the newest set that dropped is. But for the most part, there are 2 other reasons that these stores buy packs. Number 1 is draft.
Yep.
Right. You need packs to draft. And so that demand is the only durable demand that exists after proxies, because without the existence of a pack, you can't draft. Right.
Sealed in general, so draft, sealed, and any other like of these casual pack formats that people play for fun. Exactly, the whole genre.
Sealed is the number 1 reason they buy. Now that's durable. The second reason that they buy is for singles. Packs, stores buy cases so they can open them and put cards into their singles case, because they know that whatever new set is coming out is going to have X cards in it that people are going to want to buy for $10, $20 or more.
Yeah,
are they allowed to do that? I guess they're allowed to do that.
Yes, of course.
They are allowed to do that.
Interesting.
They can buy the cases and open them themselves. Yeah, and they usually do. In fact, I had a situation a couple of years ago where I bought a card from a card store online on TCG Player during a pre-order kind of like moment before the set had come out. And stores will often overlist the number of singles they have available before actually opening the packs on online stores like that. So it's kind of like plane tickets, right? Where they're like, we overbooked, our bad. And they'll sometimes have to refund you because they didn't open enough of the single they wanted to sell.
Right.
And,
so
and what Leonard, the even funner thing is that what Leonard has presented is actually the most innocent form of that particular thing happening. There is also something that happens where within the first week or 2 weeks of a release, stores will open copies to the amount of their inventory, but they will also delay shipping them out. Pay attention. They will wait to figure out what the results of the first
they're waiting for pricing to change. Yeah.
Oh, and then they change the prices.
They think the prices will go up next week, so they'll pretend that they're out of stock for a little while. Stores do that all the time. Yeah.
Wait.
But
then
if
you
have some stock, but not ship it to you because they think.
But then
one of the main reasons.
Hold on, real quick. If you pre-ordered
that's what happened
it,
to me that time actually.
If you pre-ordered it though, then like you have already paid that money, no? Like,
they refunded you already though. It's PayPal or it's eBay or it's TCG Player. What the fuck are you going to do about it?
They refund you and then they relist it. They refund you and then they relist it.
Yeah, they refund you and then they immediately relist it at a higher price. That's what most of the stores do. Yeah.
Wow.
That's what basically every store, and it's what they've always done.
Yeah. That's what the secondary market is like, right? So.
And what are the impacts of the secondary market on the game?
We can talk about how negative the impacts of the secondary market are, but you can't have a TCG without a secondary market. That's the point that I'm making.
Yes,
you're upset about that, but it's true.
But I'm saying the value of Magic the Gathering is not in the T. The trading is not the part, is the CG.
Well, no, the identity.
Trading,
the identity is, though. That's the problem. You want to fundamentally change the identity of the game so that it becomes
the identity of the game
else.
still exists? Do you think the identity of the game still exists?
Yes,
after Secret Lair, after the introduction of all of these alternate properties, after this is one of the most important ones is that you're talking about. One of the issues that used to exist with proxies is that people said, well, it's going to be confusing because we can't have multiple arts or we can't have arts that are illegible. What about the quality of these proxies? Who's doing the quality checking on these proxies? It's such a overhead for the stores running these tournaments. And now Magic is printing cards with no text.
None of these are the concerns that I'm raising, though. These are like secondary and silly concerns about proxies that don't have anything to do with the conversation. These are like
they're more logistical. They're more logistic. They're more logistical issues than
they're
conceptual
logistical
ones.
issues that don't have anything to do with our principal disagreement, right? These things could be solved within my worldview easily.
The thing I'm saying, which is that the same thing that I see your argument the same way that I saw those arguments before. I think you will find that not only could stores just do a license agreement with Magic where when they run a tournament, they have to charge $5 more per head, and then all of those people, all of the profits, that $5 goes to Wizards. They could do the same thing. They already have people paying for online cards so they don't get physical copies, something that you yourself admit, I don't know why people do this. I don't get why people do this. And yet, nonetheless, to think that you have the economic knowledge when this game has morphed as economics so many different times,
it hasn't.
That you could speak down to me on this.
The fundamental, well, I am speaking down to you because you're just like ignorant. Your history is so bad. Your understanding and your analysis of the history of this game is so poor. Like, no, it hasn't fundamentally changed its economic model. The introduction of online Magic is additional. It's not a modification of the existing model. It's something that emerged simultaneously in parallel inside of the model.
Wait, hold on. The release of
Arena didn't change the way people physically consume cards.
Yep. It's important here, though. The release of cards that don't even fucking work in the real game, the splitting of the game into two different games, one of which is more popular. Arena is more popular than physical Magic, by the way.
But it's two different games.
And you're talking about the identity being corrupted. People think of Arena as default Magic.
They're different games. Magic Online doesn't have the same identity as a game.
Let's ask people who play Magic Arena whether or not they're an Arena player or if they're a Magic the Gathering player. Let's see what they think.
Why would that help? That proves my point.
Because you're talking about the identity of the game.
Yes,
and the game has changed.
And you're ignoring Tuna, you can't be this dense. You're ignoring your own argument that they are two different games. The identity of the game, physical Magic the Gathering with trading cards that you physically own, has not changed since the printing of the game. The introduction of a new game that you can play digitally with cards that you do not own, that is dynamically and fundamentally different, is not an example for you. Because it doesn't impact the way that people engage with the physical game.
Leonard, what's unique about Arena that bridges the gap between the two of these?
What is it that you think bridges the gap? There is no gap bridging. I don't see it.
The fact that there are tournaments on Arena which qualify you for physical Magic tournaments, right? The fact that Arena is being forced.
Right, but what do you need in order to participate in those physical tournaments once you qualify for them? What do you need in order to participate in those?
You need the physical cards.
Correct, the real ones, right? Not the proxies.
You know why?
Why? Go ahead.
Because the greedy fucking company wants you to be a participant. They want you to be an employee.
Our explanation that Tuna is offering of the existing economic situation of TCGs is based entirely in his own personal moralization about how it should look and not in a factual description about how the world works. Isn't that strange?
It's so strange because there are plenty of companies that don't have the same business technique that Hasbro does that seem to be sustaining themselves just fine.
Name the TCGs that are produced physically with physical cards that do that.
Also, hey, Mumbles.
We already have Netrunner right there. We already have Dominion.
They sell
Dominion. Dominion, the most insanely popular card game.
Dominion doesn't compare at all. Dominion is a board game.
A card game, a deck building card game.
It's a board game. It's a board game that has cards that come with it. Do you call Seven Wonders a card game?
It's absolutely a card game.
Okay, so do you call it a TCG?
No, because
is it a trading card game? Right. And so every example that you invoke here is not a trading card game. You're invoking them as examples for why trading should not fundamentally exist.
If you consider draft Magic to still be Magic the Gathering at its core identity, and you
do I consider what to be Magic at its core identity?
Limited.
Yeah, sure.
Either draft or sealed.
Yeah. Draft or sealed? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So when we have a game that starts from the ground up, where part of the game is building your deck, and then the other part of it is executing, which is what Dominion and Seven Wonders are. What distinguishes that from being a card game in the stylistic trappings?
The fact that you need to trade for the cards, the collectability of the cards, the way the cards are distributed.
In the draft, you get to keep cards.
The way the cards are distributed is the difference.
And yet, there are other games where the only difference between the two of them,
where they distribute the cards completely differently. Yeah, there are other games where they are not TCGs,
and they're economically viable.
But they are not TCGs. But they are not TCGs, Tuna.
Yes.
They're not trading card games.
Where are you missing my argument? My argument is that the T can be removed from Magic the Gathering and the identity of the game.
Yeah, that argument's fucking retarded. Respectfully, that argument's fucking retarded. It's entirely based out of your personal moral dislike of the fact that there's a secondary market for some card games. That's not an intrinsic part of the trading element of a card game. That's a specific policy decision that comes from the way that companies like WotC maintain their trading policy or their printing policies. That's not specific. That's not necessary. That's not intrinsic to the existence of a TCG. And I've given you examples, by the way, in our private conversations of TCGs that don't do this. And your explanation for how they work is, well, I wish all card games would be like that. But the examples that I gave you are community-run games where the company that managed them fucking died. That's where you want the card game to go. Your argument is based in a moral assumption that all card games that exist as TCGs now ought morally move in a direction where the company dies and it should become community run so that everybody can use proxies. And that's retarded.
By a central community, I would have no issue with there being any centralized figure in the matter.
But you don't have a good argument for why all of the people who enjoy the TCG the way it is now shouldn't have their enjoyment. You understand that, right?
You see what I'm saying, though, is that they can still sell the cardboard. The game where everybody all the time, except for inside of tournament play, uses proxies all the time, could just have proxies at the competitive level.
Well, it could, but then the company that produces the game would never make a profit ever again on printing cards.
That's kind of the point, though.
Illusion.
But
no, it's not. No. Explain to me what incentive shops have to buy a printed case of the new set.
The company is not the point. The company is not the point.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it fucking is. It's my entire point. It's the whole point.
I'm not talking about your point. I'm saying the point of the game. The point of the game is not the company. The point of the game is the game.
The game can't exist without the company, Tuna.
Okay, listen. No.
The company is the one producing the game. What you're describing is community management of a game. I play community management games. I play WotC 20. I play Panini DBZ, which is a game that's managed entirely by the player community. We print the cards that come out in new sets. We make the erratas. Okay, the company that managed the IP doesn't exist anymore. That's where you want all of these games to go. You want Magic to become a community-managed game where WotC doesn't centrally design and print sets anymore. Because the central designing of sets by a company is what defines the TCG right now. The new wave of release is the new set that the company designs.
I like that they design it.
How do they pay the fucking people that work at the company to design it if the company doesn't make a profit? Because it feels like your argument is like, well, all those people's needs should probably be met externally.
No, but Tuna, here's the thing.
You're not a fucking soothsayer, bro.
Wait, no, hold on.
What?
You don't need to.
What are they selling?
Tuna, you and Leonard don't agree that they would make a profit or they wouldn't. But it doesn't. The fact is that the fact that other companies have like burned and died is, at least you have to admit that it is a concern of theirs, right? It would be a concern.
And that's why I produce the opposite, which is that there are games that have thrived, made by the same designer, even.
Yeah, thrived, but like, let's make a comparison really quickly. Do you know how many people nationally in the United States play the DBZ Panini card game, or like WotC 20, the retro format that I play in Magic? Do you know what the population of those games is like?
Nope. Go ahead and tell me.
Less than 1,000. Less than 1,000 players across the entire country. And DBZ is like a success case. It's like there are Kais all over the country. There's West Kai, there's East Kai. You have tournaments for this game all across the geography of the United States. There's still less than like 1,000 or 2,000 players who are overall invested in the competitive DBZ space. And
Magic the Gathering,
because of the lack of a central locus for popularity. There is no company that is rallying people to consume the new product. If you want to be a part of the DBZ community, you have to like find the Facebook page where they post the updates on what the new errata is and what the next set is going to be and what's banned. Like you have to be a part of that.
How integral do you feel like EDH has been to Magic sustaining and living through the economic crisis that it had recently?
Oh, well, I mean, EDH is probably one of the only reasons Magic survived for a while.
Sure. the community constructed and maintained format, which they are now printing cards for.
The pillars of Magic have been EDH and draft for a very long time. Yeah, but like also that's not the example you want to invoke. I'm sure it's not. Right?
Why?
Well, because let's take a look at how Wizards has managed EDH really quickly. Sure. Why does Wizards have an incentive to care about Highlander? Because that's what EDH is called. Turned it into Commander, right? So why is it that they took that format over?
Took it over? Not entirely true. I understand what you're saying.
Well, they completely took it over. It was a fan-managed format that Wizards had even never publicly spoken about the existence of, but now they make like formal rules for it and have tournaments.
They started selling whole decks.
Yeah, they sell pre-cons for that shit. That's where they make a lot of their money, right? Is on Commander.
Sure, I know this, but what I'm saying is, unless some changes happened where the people that make the rules and the ban list are suddenly the same as WotC now, and not that they just have communication with them.
WotC owns the committee now. The committee quit.
Okay, didn't know that news.
Like a year ago, because the committee made some changes to the ban list, got some community harassment because it was super out of touch with the way that Commander exists now, and they banned a bunch of expensive cards that people had bought.
Sure.
And so there were so many death threats towards the people on the community management committee that Wizards, that they all quit, and Wizards was like, we're taking it over. This happened like 8 months ago or something.
Pretty delusional thing for those people to have done. Not the committee, the death threaters, obviously. You could just literally play the way that they say.
Sending death threats to someone who makes the EDH ban list is fucking insane. Yeah.
But no, so the point I'm saying is that Magic would have been just another one of those failed games if it wasn't for the incorporation. And by the way, them making products for EDH happened before that rules changed. They've been making them for several years. So it's not like the cart and the horse are backwards with that narrative.
The community's been making those. Like the community is the one who has run EDH for a long time, even though Magic sold Commander precons and shit like that. They started officially supporting the existence of the format and having tournaments for it and stuff a couple of years ago. But Wizards didn't even have a hand in the management of EDH for a very long time until just recently.
I'm saying it's a slow adoption. And from the very beginning, the slow adoption is happening primarily because the game would have failed because the economic model for sustaining the game for a little while was not going to work. Was not going to work without the creation of a new product, specifically a product where almost everybody that plays starts by getting a pre-constructed deck and then buying singles on the secondary market.
It would have failed by its own standards of success, but it would not have failed compared to a lot of other TCGs. It just would have shrunk. You would still have draft, people would still be playing standard. It would just be a smaller game than it is now. But it wouldn't be smaller in the way that I'm talking about, where you have 1,000 players nationally who even know about and participate in this card game. You would still have local game stores running Friday Night Magic and playing standard tournaments and having draft and shit. That would still happen. The existence of those formats is kind of perennial. That's why I was admitting earlier that stores still would have an incentive, even if proxies were introduced, to buy packs to some extent because of draft. But the consumption of local game stores buying cases from Wizards, if tomorrow they were introducing a policy that says 100% proxies in Constructed, would go down substantially. Because Constructed players, especially people who play Standard and Modern, but mostly Standard, only Modern for the sets where there are big power cards being released that affect Modern, those are the players who are buying packs. And if the store doesn't have an incentive to sell packs to those players because all of a sudden they're printing out their own cards for Standard that cost $20 that they don't want to buy from the store, the incentive for those LGSs to buy the next set, they're going to buy less cases. And the general, the print run for every set is going to drop drastically, and the income that Wizards gets from selling cases is going to drop drastically if you pass a policy like that.
What I see happening, and the reason that I'm maybe this might be a point of difference, but the thing that I foresee as an inevitability of Magic is that physical Magic is slowly but surely becoming, already become technically, but it will become even more extreme, the non-primary way of playing Magic. It will lose its stranglehold on the identity of Magic. Arena will be the default Magic, and Wizards of the Coast will stop printing cards outside of specifically releasing these physical representations of something that people mostly play digitally, and everyone will be using proxies anyway.
But what you're describing is that
physical tournaments will continue to exist.
But what you're describing is appealing to collectors and the slow death of the game, right? And that's descriptive, but it's not proscriptive. It's not like a thing we can take an opinion about how Magic should make policy from. And also, I think that from the way we talked about it earlier, you would probably agree that in many ways that represents itself the death of the game, right?
The depth of the original game, yeah. But
yes,
I do think
the thing that we were talking about earlier, like, you know, this is the game when you're talking about proxy testing and stuff. That shit disappears, right? Nobody's sitting down with physical cards in their living room to test with their friend over a gauntlet of games with their proxy decks to test for an event anymore.
Well,
in the same way that you described earlier, where you're like, that's the game, you know, that doesn't exist.
What I'm saying is everything that happens outside of that room is not the game. So to give background for what I'm talking about, people who play competitive Magic very often do this thing where they take 60 or 75 pieces of paper that they have printed out and cut out that have a list of cards, just the names and a number next to them, an index number. So one card will have 10 indexes and 10 names. The next card has the same 10 indexes, but 10 different names theoretically. And what you do is that you shuffle it together, and because you know all of the cards that are inside of that lot, you were able to play the game because you've memorized what they do, what they cost, how they interact with one another.
All this is the way you did proxies, but yes, generally speaking, people will proxy. I don't think most people proxy that way. It's way too complicated.
That is
a lot of
not
people wouldn't
typical.
play with you too.
That too, yeah, but that's a
Wait,
different
why not?
conversation.
Wait, why not? Oh, just quickly then.
It requires that you have two people that have the same memorization and who think the same way, that don't need the visual reminder of the text of the card.
What Tuna is
okay.
describing right now is a super specific way to test for events.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Because it's an example that we were talking about earlier in DMs. Like one of the things we were talking about is like, Tuna and I were both kind of reminiscing over the time that we spent in Legacy and Magic, because when you're a competitive Magic player and you really want to go to these high level events, one of the things that you'll do is, like, you and your play partners, whoever's going to go to the event with you, you'll sit down and you'll build a whole bunch of proxy decks that you're not actually going to play in the tournament, but that, like, you want to play practice games against to test the deck that you are going to play.
It makes you more efficient. It makes it so that you don't have to bother with having 10 decks
knowledge.
Separate, you have one. So the reason that I consider that the game is because it is the game stripped down to only the game. And to me, now I know this is not common, that's how I...
Yo, thank you so much for the raid, Lily. I'm so... welcome in. We're still fighting about MTG.
Grinder, though.
Have a board game, just like the point of chess or poker, is to play the game at the highest level you can possibly do with another person. It has nothing to do with... Because when you go to a tournament, unless you're absolutely batshit insane, you expect to net negative on the money that you put into it. The only people who don't expect to net negative are delusional people, or people who are being paid to go to the tournament to begin with. Their travel, their board is all that because they work for a store. This is the
but you understand how uncommon that orientation to competitive Magic is, right? You're describing like a small slice of the top percentage of spikes.
I would say when you're at a modern or legacy tournament, there's
an even mix of Spikes, Timmies, and Johnnies in that pool. I'm going to tell you right now.
At the game as I
there
play,
are 1/4s. Like they're Timmies.
I don't know what your legacy community is like.
No, it's not even just legacy. It's everything. It's like there's Timmies and Johnnies in the pool too. There's that guy who's going to show up to the tournament with his pet deck, even though it's not particularly competitive. And there's the guy who's going to show up playing Emrakul because it's a big 15-15 and he's a fucking Timmy. Like those people exist in the competitive scene.
What is a Timmy? Is that a green person?
It's like a psychology shorthand. There's this old article about the different psychological breakdown of card game players, and basically
Okay.
What is the motive by which you play the game for? That is the idea.
Oh, okay. No, I got
It's
it.
about
I got
like
it.
why do you play the game?
I got it,
Timmy's
I got
like
it.
playing the game because they want to throw down a giant fucking cool dinosaur and look at it on the table, right? They just like cool
Gotcha.
shit. Johnny's want to play the game because they want to
Cleverness.
express their own creativity and intelligence through the decisions that they make in the game. So they want to innovate. They want to break the meta. They want to create some kind of new concept or idea or deck that hasn't been thought of before. Spikes are people who show up to the tournament wanting to win the game no matter what, and they don't really care about aesthetics. They don't really care about the creative decisions and the way that other people kind of respect their intelligence or the coolness of what they're doing. They care about results. Right? That's the. And then there's a fourth category that was invented later, which is just like nerds who care about lore. But
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
the
An important thing to
Vorthoses of the
recognize.
world.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's great. Somebody actually made
the
like
reason that these terms have any influence at all or meaning at all is because the primary design lead of Magic the Gathering has described that this is the way that they think of their player base. This is what's called a psychotropic profile. So this is the types of people that they design the game for.
This
they
is how,
always, when they design, they make cards that are suitable to each of these or overlaps of these. For instance, there's a card that got printed that ended up being extremely competitive viable, but was primarily a creative card in the form of Underworld Breach, which in combination with some old cards,
a card
became
for
the
all
de facto
types.
most powerful thing that you can do in the game for a while. And this is sort of the point, is that sometimes they give you a puzzle and there are overlaps. Like I am definitively, I guess, like a Johnny Spike or whatever order it goes in. Like I want to innovate the competitive environment. That's my motive. For instance, I could play Burn. Stupid though. I don't care. Not enough creative decisions, not enough agency. Similarly, there are people who, and this is why I think you could still make the game and design the products around it, is because we do have now the stores pulling out is the strongest part. And I agree with Leonard on that. That's a huge hit for them. Although I would say that's already going to happen, and it's been happening for a while, that there's a downtick in that. I do recognize that just pulling the ripcord could have the effect of ending physical Magic entirely. But I already think that physical Magic's just like literally one economic crisis, which we're about to go into, away
You're right
from
about
completely disappearing.
You're right about this, and I completely agree with it. Magic is of death as it is now. So like the things that you're describing for how the Magic community should handle maintaining the game once the company dies, I'm not going to disagree with. I'm just saying that like I think that right now this isn't a policy that Wizards could ever introduce. It would be a terrible idea. It would hurt the game, it would hurt the company, and it would accelerate our trajectory towards that world. And personally, I mean, like, even though I don't play Magic anymore and I haven't in years, even because of my historical investment in it, I don't really want to see the game go in that direction. It would be sad to see it go in the way of so many of the games that I do play now that I love, in the same way that I love Magic, where like I think that WotC 20 is like probably the coolest card game that exists. And I wish that everybody else would play it. But like 30 people play that format. So, you know, like I don't
What's WotC 20, by the way? Can you just give me a clarification?
Yeah, it's a classic retro Pokemon format that includes all of the cards printed from the very beginning of the game all the way up until Wizards stopped owning and managing Pokemon, which is the e-reader era of Pokemon. Okay. So it's everything from beginning to e-reader, and it has its own special kind of format rules. So it comes from like the people who designed the format were retro Pokemon players to begin with, who were frustrated with the fact that a lot of the old formats that are historical, in that like you could say this was standard Pokemon in 2005 or whatever, are that those formats are really warped by the fact that trainers are too OP. Because trainer cards are just
because they don't have a limit on how many trainers you can use per turn.
Yeah. Exactly, right? So WotC 20 is a format that says, here's a proposition. Let's take this historical era of Pokemon, but only allow you to play 20 trainer cards.
That's what the 20 represents. I thought it was like there were 20 sets before the e-reader or something, and I was like, that seems like a lot before.
It's the limitation on trainer cards. And it makes the format super vibrant.
The the thing that's okay. Is it 40 card decks in Pokemon or is it 60?
60. Yeah,
it's 60. Okay, I wasn't
limit of
sure
4
whether or
per
not-
name.
Okay, so yeah, WotC standard. I do think there's something there. There's something there, and you know, obviously Yu-Gi-Oh has their own custom retro
they have
format.
Time Wizard, right? Yeah, Time Wizard is a it's here too.
I can't remember what it's called. The one where it's the quote unquote golden arrow, which is I
the
believe
format we played as kids.
Yeah, exactly. The
Goat
exact set. I think it's the exact set before they added the.
Wait, no, you don't understand, McFiston. This is an important part, okay? We need them to, you know, settle down, cool off a bit, and then remind them of their disagreement. But they have to build the camaraderie. It's important, right?
2002 2003 format shit. You're thinking of shit that comes before GOAT, because GOAT format is like one of the oldest maintained Time Wizard formats in Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's and that format has Chaos Sorcerer and Blackluster Soldier Envoy at the end, and those kinds of different Chaos engines. The Chaos engine is actually the strongest deck in that format right now.
Yeah, I mean,
even
makes
to this
sense that it
day,
would be.
even to this day, Chaos Control is the strongest deck in GOAT.
There's very little reason to not do it right. But when I think of the like definitive, I think what you've got the continuous trap that whenever they gain life, they lose, and you get your upstart goblins, and then you
bad
you do all
reaction
these
to
other things.
Samochi. That was never a foundational card for GOAT, but I imagine.
Oh no, not
crazy.
GOAT. I'm not talking about GOAT.
In
I'm
the
talking about
burn
the format.
format.
The format
Yeah.
I'm talking about, the three main decks are there's Clown Control, like Clown Prison.
Yeah, with Dream Clown and then Exodia, right?
Well, not Exodia, although I'm sure some people do that. The one I'm talking about is you have the thing that exiles 5 cards from the thing, and then you've got beaters that will
Soul
kill them in a
release.
single turn after you do that. But you exile cards in order to look for your prison pieces, you lock them out, and then at the point that you're able to break the lock for 1 turn after controlling the board, you hit them.
Those old formats are usually hyper simplistic because you have those big floodgate pieces that are so powerful. Yeah.
Turtle cannon, things like that. Pyramid turtle cannon, stuff like that, where you've got your single turn kills that come out of a prison lock or after doing disruption, continuous traps, things like that. Anyway, regardless, the whole point is, I know that community-driven metas exist and very often are good, and EDH is like the most successful one of all time. It got adapted and then started having cards printed for it, which inevitably put the centralized team that didn't have control over the printing in a position where the only thing they could possibly do is, I would argue that you have something of an Epstein log type situation going on there, where it's like, okay, we're going to put them in an impossible situation where we can kick them out of the committee, but that's going to conspiracy unto itself. What I'm trying
really
to say
sorry
is
to do this to you, Tuna. I really have to pee. Can you rant to the audience for like a minute while I pee?
Actually,
you
hold
didn't
on.
even have to say it; it would have happened.
All right, cool.
Okay, real quick, can we just appreciate that that y'all have been arguing so long that the birds have stopped singing in your background, Tuna, and now all we hear are crickets.
I didn't know that you could even hear the environment. I'm definitely not paying attention
when
to
you
it.
when you talk. I used to hear like cheerful bird singings, and now all the night creatures are literally coming out.
You sure that's not your chat right now? I don't know if they're enjoying this at all.
No, they're enjoying this. Okay.
Okay.
I
don't even know whether or
you
not
have been requested. You
I
have been
think it's a
asked. You have been asked to explain what the Pot of Greed does.
So Pot of Greed is a card that draws 2 cards. Pot of Greed inside of Yu-Gi-Oh! So each game has a different resource management system, and inside of Magic there is mana, which is it renews at the beginning of your turn, and you can play cards into play. Anyway, the whole point is, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't require you pay costs to play non-monster spells, such as Pot of Greed, what it represents is a de facto must include as many copies as you're legally allowed, because it basically says, if you get lucky and draw this out of your 40 cards, you have 1 more card than your opponent does for having drawn it. Originally, you were able to play 3, then it was restricted down to 1. Now it's banned, and there are several cards that do essentially the same thing that it does with a drawback, all of which have had the same history. It turns out that having a card advantage on your opponent is so powerful that jumping through hoops for it, taking massive amounts of damage, doesn't matter what it is. Basically, nothing matters more than card advantage in Yu-Gi-Oh! And they've borne it out to be one of the most complicated card designs that they can. It's a simple card design. It's not a hard thing to understand what it does, but it's really complicated to make it work. So that's basically all it is. Divination exists in Magic, and it costs mana. It costs 3 mana, and because of that, it's not busted in the same way. Is the idea?
Okay, I'm back. I hear we're talking about divination, and I'm being asked about Pot of Greed in chat, so I assume we're talking about.
Yeah, I just explained the reason that some games have an inborn design issue and others don't. Specifically, that Magic has become so successful as a competitive environment precisely because it feels fair.
Yes.
So
Also,
long
real
as
quick,
they do not.
Yes.
Yeah. What is up?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I think I've heard about this Pot of Greed. Like I think I've either watched that or I know about it. It basically breaks. You can break the game with it, as I understand.
If it were legal at the maximum number of copies in the game that it is from, it would be played by every deck, no matter what the distinctions between the decks were, which is one of the design problems with the card. It's so efficient that it's universally efficient, right?
It's even more than the efficiency. I think maybe the fact is that because Magic has a mana system, there are cards in your deck that don't do anything without other cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, every single card you draw does something. This is also true with Pokemon. Every single card you draw does something. So that's one balance factor. And then the other one is that drawing 2 cards is such a neutral effect that, all things considered, the only thing that could possibly convince you to not play something that is so neutral and so universally valuable is if you have to pay something akin to mana to do it. Like if there were a Pot of Greed, for instance, that drew 2 cards and ends your turn, it would still get played in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because there are cards that can. There are very important cards that only get played on your opponent's turn. Like there's so little that actually happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the way it's designed that you can actually use as a sufficient punishment for such a universally useful ability.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, to say it breaks the game is one thing. What it really does is introduces a lot of luck into the game, and it reduces the number of creative decisions that are made in deck building. That's a real issue because does it break a game if everybody has it? It makes the game more luck oriented, but it's a deck of cards game. Everything's luck oriented, but people don't like the way it feels. People don't like the fact that and this is why I said the reason that Magic's been more successful than Yu-Gi-Oh! And other card games of a similar monster combat spell fantasy basis is because it feels fair. Basically, when you do anything, almost nothing that a single card does feels unfair. And even when a combination of cards feels unfair, they either ban it or they introduce cards that are answers to it. It has this perpetual self-balancing. Anyway, that's the.
I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a super unique game among TCGs, and that it's actually really hard to compare a lot of things to Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though they're both TCGs.
Yeah.
Like they share a lot of shit, but also like Konami runs that game so differently than like every other company ever has, and they make such bad decisions, and their printing philosophy is so weird. And like, I don't know, there are a bunch of things about Yu-Gi-Oh! That I think make it different, but generally you're right. Like, and the thing you're pointing to is correct, which is that like Yu-Gi-Oh! As a game demonstrates this difference in the core philosophy of like card advantage amongst a lot of games really well, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of those card games that doesn't have a resource economy in the way that a lot of other ones do. Like even Pokemon, you have energy cards, but and that's like slightly different from playing a land every turn in Magic. But you know, in Pokemon, for the most part, attacking is still a really important part of the game. So they've kind of limited how important the energy is still really important, like even in the current game. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have that kind of which is why the game has developed the way that it has. I actually still play current Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm like a couple of wins away from qualifying for RCQs on Master Duel right now. I'll probably play those later.
Beans, if you if you're already familiar, just from random exposure, dating a nerd that like makes games, might have just shown you this. The only limiting factors that were really baked into Yu-Gi-Oh, one of them is that you have a limited number of creatures and a limited number of spells that you can have in play, 5 of each. And if it's a continuous spell, like Magic has these things called enchantments, artifacts. They don't attack; they're not creatures, but and they have a continuous effect on the game.
Anything permanent.
Yeah. So unlike in Magic, where it's an untethered number of things you can have in play, unless said otherwise, the philosophy of Yu-Gi-Oh is, okay, what if we constrain the environment to how many active things can, and what's happened in effect is that unlike Magic where you can keep printing, new ideas that sort of create a systematic, relational, like a matrix with one another, where the game becomes more complex because the board can keep breathing and evolving. In order to make Yu-Gi-Oh have new creative designs, they actually have to just make individual cards more wordy, more complicated, have them have new things, because the constrained board means that you can't grow out the game wide. You have to grow it like tall, deep. You have to make it so every to the point where now cards for basically ever the issue that they've had is that every card in the game like references another card in its specific name. They're released as if they were pre-constructed decks, but you have to pull them from packs anyway. It's like this weird philosophy where Konami essentially makes something that doesn't feel like a card game, because card games are partially about you having a participation in constructing your own competitive algorithm of interlocking systems. What they do is they release a puzzle that it takes about a week for everybody to figure out, oh, it turns out the samurai cards are busted. And then Konami has printed your deck. You just have to scry the bones and find the holy symbol that
like
they
League of Legends
preordained to you.
characters.
So it has like this really, really weird consequence of its design philosophy of a restricted board, where in order to survive as long as they have, what they have to do is just actually basically make a new game every single fucking set. They make a whole new game as opposed to releasing parts for a game that expand and complexify what's already existing. It's so rare because they don't have, for instance, standard. They have they have what we call vintage, where every card is legal. And the main thing that they do is they restrict copies that you can play, ban certain cards, but almost exclusively the new cards get played, because power creep and complexity creep is the make or break factor of competitive viability. It's like, do you understand what these cards do, and more than your opponent, and that's it. The more complicated new cards are just the best ones. It's insane that they do it every year.
I actually have an interesting contribution. I think there's something to be said about this, where like reprints in Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic are different, because like you were talking about divination earlier, right? Divination is just like 2 and a blue, draw 2 cards, right? That's a sorcery. We can reprint that with a bunch of other names, or maybe a tiny little added effect that's different, or a condition or something like that.
Yeah.
But Yu-Gi-Oh approaches printing itself very differently as a game in terms of game design, right? Yu-Gi-Oh operates off of these like archetypes, because what you're talking, and Magic doesn't have archetypes in the same way that Yu-Gi-Oh does. Like Yu-Gi-Oh will be like, they'll design an entire rule set around a particular naming convention for a card. Like they'll be like, oh, these are all punk cards, or these are all vanquished soul cards, and the name of the card.
To the point where Magic actually made a card making fun of them for it, where one of the cards that Magic printed famously says on the card what doesn't seem like rules text but is, which is coward. What is it? Blank. Is it cowards can't block? And then you're able to use an ability that turns something into a coward.
Oh.
It's like it goes so out of its way to have and it's released in a set with a specific understanding that this is not what we do. Let's do it once to show how,
show how silly
it
it
looks
Oh
when you
yeah,
do it.
okay.
Yeah. And Yu-Gi-Oh uses that printing flow. Or it's like part of the reason that like Yu-Gi-Oh functions without almost the existence of generic cards. What the Yu-Gi-Oh calls generic cards freelance cards. There's like a specific name for them or a term for them colloquially among people who play competitively, which is like triple tactics talent. Is a perfect example of this. So this is a generic spell card that almost any deck can play that has an effect based on whenever your opponent activates a monster effect during main phase. And
which everybody does, because
everybody does that, no matter what archetype you're in. Yeah, exactly. Second, your opponent is going to activate a monster effect in your main phase, whatever it is. It's maybe they're going to negate a card that you play or destroy something or change the way you draw a card, whatever it is. And so there are generic freelancers that exist in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, but Magic is built entirely on the philosophy that everything is freelance, right?
Even when something
their
isn't,
game is
even when
built on
something-
colors.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even when something isn't quote unquote freelance in Magic, which is so rare, like the nature
splashable
by
still.
which it is, the nature by which it is, it will be 2 cards. It won't be a whole system.
Yes.
Like we have a card that has an unpronounceable name that you're only able to cast if you have discarded a card this turn. And what it does
Asmo.
when it comes into play, Asmo. We don't pronounce the rest of the name.
Asmo, whatever the rest of it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what Asmo does is when he comes into play, he goes and fetches up this artifact, which is like a cauldron or something similar. I can't remember, but he's a chef. And the idea of the cauldron is it costs 1 mana on its own, and what it does is you tap it, you discard a card, and then you get a certain ability. The ability doesn't matter for him, though. The point is, it's a card it's a pair of cards that are good in either order, one that supports the other, but ironically, you need the first or something similar to its ability in order to play the one that goes and gets it. So it creates this sort of like interesting backwards philosophy. That's the only time that Magic does this, is when they have a card that basically, like they had Cat Cauldron is an example, but the Cauldron does something on its own.
Broken. That card's broken also.
That pair is broken. But the thing is, so when you have a card that references another card, such as Asmo does, it's usually because it is supposed to be a very tightly designed alternative to another.
It's a
Cat
play
Cauldron.
loop.
Cat Cauldron is made of 2 components that you have to see between the lines. It doesn't say the name of them on either one. It says food token on both of them, and it says discard on both of them. You have to see between the lines. Asmo spells it out. And the thing is, Asmo only really sees play when you're so dedicated to discarding that he's kind of niche at this point. There was a period of time when he wasn't.
He's very niche. He's siloed into decks that want to take a particular play style and approach, which is what makes Magic different from Yu-Gi-Oh in a lot of ways. The archetypes in Yu-Gi-Oh are what determine your play style, whereas in Magic, your play style can often fit into many different archetypes, and you need to kind of decide which one is preferable for you. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you want to play, a Ghost second play style, there's usually only like 1 or 2 decks that are competitively viable for you to choose that do that. Where, in Magic, it's a lot different. It's like a design philosophy different, because in Yu-Gi-Oh, each archetype is siloed. It's like self-contained. Like either the cards that reference each other are good or they're bad. And it's very binary. When they release a new archetype, it's either powerful or not, which is very restrictive. Whereas in Magic, they can be like, well, I'm going to print a blue card that does this. And anybody who wants to play blue could potentially have access to it. So it's like a big design difference between the two games.
And in this particular game, you in Magic, unless you're playing a very specific, like unless you're playing Commander, you are allowed to play any assortment of cards in any color, so long as they are within your format, which means green, for instance, its identity and philosophy is that it is able to generate colors of other mana very simply. It tends to be the central piece inside of limited, like constrained, not limited as in like made out of packs. Constrained environments, the multicolor deck is always green based. You get down to some older ones, there are other ways to do it. But
green always has a tap add mana of any color.
set.
Yeah,
Like,
so
they
I
always
think of it
do.
as,
You know?
I think of it as Sylvan Carapit or whatever it's called, but there's all kinds of cards like this.
Caryatid. Yeah.
Caryatid, yeah, and then Birds of Paradise, the OG.
Bird. The OG.
But there's a very often people will look at Yu-Gi-Oh and they will say, why doesn't Yu-Gi-Oh just design like Magic does? Obviously, it's because Konami is running the game, and I don't even think that that's entirely wrong because clearly they made the decisions. But
they're just going for a different thing, right?
It does also come down to what are you actually able to do with the design constraints that you set yourself up with from the onset. Because you have a limited number of things that can be in play, you need to make it so that your quote unquote counter spells, as we call them in Magic, are either physically in play and can be destroyed, which was the original design philosophy, or they are cards with like 7 different things they do. One of which, the one that everybody uses it for, is it counters a spell or it prevents damage if you have it in your hand and you're on the draw or something to balance the game. So now, if before the issue was, well, we can't have the cards that are universal be too good because otherwise everyone will play them, everyone will have the same pile of 40 cards. Now the problem they have is every single card that is universal because it is powerful, and thus you have to play that archetype, which makes 90% of cards completely meaningless, if not more. Versus Magic, where, at least inside of standard formats, modern formats, I would argue that half of the meta is invisible to the competitive scene every single time that a tournament happens. Then the next tournament comes about, suddenly that half of the meta exists again, completely new decks. Everything that existed like a month ago just doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't even happen to be because they printed new cards. Sometimes it's literally just, oh, wait a second. People learned how to play Infect against the control deck in this environment. There was like, it doesn't even mean that they put new technology. They just learned how to do the play pattern.
But I think an important comparison is that almost never happened in games like Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
It's very rare that in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! You'll have an uninterrupted meta where like a deck has been posting 70% results at tournaments for the last couple of months, and then somebody shows up and is like, oh, I figured out this thing that has existed the whole time that nobody else saw. I think that's actually one of the differences in design philosophy between the games, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is way more rigid and dependent on the power creep of things that come out compared to games like Magic.
I also think that the power creep is a consequence of their design constraints that they can't even get themselves out of because they are
kind of sort of, but Magic is stuck in the same problem. Magic has the exact same power creep problem that Yu-Gi-Oh! Does. It just expresses differently based on the game system.
It's
because Yu-Gi-Oh's been, Magic's been subject to power creep. Like you brought up Tarmogoyf for, like, why is it that Tarmogoyf's an unplayable legacy card nowadays? Right? It's the only explanation is power creep.
Yeah, I would say another clear component of it is that the amount of graveyard hate that is generic as opposed to pointed and specific, the amount of main deckable graveyard hate has gone astronomically out of control because
that's a product of power creep, right?
You could say it's power creep. You could say
it's printing. It's printing. Those are new cards, right? Like Relic of Progenitus and like cards like that. Those are new prints.
But at the same time, when you say power creep, the thing power creep looks different in Magic versus Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Puts all of its power in one card.
Correct.
Magic puts its power in the interrelationship of cards. It's so
that's
systemic.
My whole point. Yeah. That's that's the exact point I'm making. Yeah, Magic is a more system, whereas Yu-Gi-Oh!'s power
it's a more what system
is very specifically dependent on whether the type is good.
You cut out when you said what type of system it is.
Yeah. They're very different game systems. Like the dominance of Snake Eye and Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like way more attributable to printing philosophy than like the power of like mono aggro and standard or something like that.
Yeah. When you play a game of Magic, there are a lot of cards that people have like nicknames. Like we have what an Elvish Mystic is, even if it doesn't have that name, and it's because. And sometimes they don't even do the exact same thing. Very often
Yeah, I'm farming, but also, yes, I have lost control of the sheep. It is correct.
Spells out. When we say bolt the bird, we don't necessarily mean lightning bolt targets bird of paradise. We mean removal spell inside of an aggressive deck that could be used for attacking the opponent directly is instead being used to slow down the opponent by destroying...
To bolt the bird, yeah.
Bolt the bird, to the point where we don't even say the exact thing we're saying. We're saying these sort of adages.
Well, yeah, bolt the bird exists because people have known for years that if instead you allow your opponent to keep birds of paradise on the field, that you'll probably lose the game in the long run.
Yes, because green's tempo, red has tempo that is transparent.
Yeah, them being ahead one turn on curve is enough for you to lose, right? That's why people know that. Yeah.
And 3 damage to a person's face, or 2, or even 5. You often, there's this one card where you have to exile a card from your hand to do it. You'll spend 2 cards to bolt the bird. You'll go down on card advantage if you can get up on mana advantage against certain opponents. Like, this is the thing. You would never go down on card advantage in Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless you were about to die. So that's the complexity of the game that's bore out in the way that it operates as a system.
Yeah, fundamentally different. Yeah.
Regardless, I gotta go do some stuff.
Okay.
So
really good timing, actually, because I have to class in 20 minutes.
I was gonna say, I thought you were about to say that's gonna be really good timing because I didn't just have to piss, I had to shit.
No.
Okay, well, logs for later.
Okay.
Logs on rebate.
Jesus Christ.
You let that thing snake right back up, I'm sure. Okay, I'll see you guys later.
All right, see ya, Tuna.
Yeah, see you later, Tuna.
Thanks for stopping by, Tuna and Leonard. I had a fun time. Yes.
I'm holding Leonard's feet to the fire. I'm going to have a conversation in the future with you, Leonard, while we play my card game.
Oh,
so just let me know when we can schedule to do that on
hell
stream.
yeah.
I will do a constrained build environment so that we don't have every single card, so it's not too long. But I would like to play a basic version of it and have this talk.
How does Monday work for you?
Monday's a great time. Let's do it.
Okay, let's do Monday then. I'll be streaming on Monday.
Cool. Send me a DM later with the times that you expect us to do that segment, or yada yada.
Okay. It'll be 2 p.m. EST. I'll see you later.
Oh, beautiful. That's like right when my meds kick in. See ya.
What a way to... Perfect. I'll be on my meds. Disappears. That's a sick ending to that conversation. Okay.
Oh my god, that was great. Thank you, Leonard.
Yeah, we've been arguing about TCGs since like 2 p.m.
It's totally listen. It's totally fine. I mean, as you can probably see by my title, I have no issues with any of this.
No, you're milking us. I understand. It's okay. We are at the milking table. Okay.
Now the only problem is that I didn't realize that I have only one. Okay. I thought I had enough creamy switches to replace my numpad with.
Oh, but you don't.
But apparently I don't. I only have 10, so I think that I have to do the thing where it's only on the numbers, I guess. Is where does the hold on, I need to look at a freaking numpad. But yeah, that was a good debate. It didn't end with
certainly
y'all
a debate that you knew and had tons of background information for. Like, you've played all of these card games at a highly competitive level. So what do you
Of course. Yeah, I can totally tell you exactly what y'all talked about and reference everything that y'all mentioned earlier. Yeah, totally. I'm not gonna do it just because, I think that'd be kind of boring to hear me repeat that stuff, but I could totally do it if I needed to. What Saku? And also, I absolutely needed something to finish building my keyboard to. Now, I will say, Ties and Wine, I am very sorry, but you will not see me finishing building this keyboard because I have to wash and dry out the actual keycaps. So that's not happening today. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Ties and Wine. Now, I will say that will probably that can happen tomorrow, like on stream. If you want to watch the rest of the keyboard building, I can certainly wait. I'll have to wait till tomorrow anyway. But yes, I need closure. Okay.
You got to give them closure.
Yeah,
Who
I
won this
gotta
debate,
give them
think?
closure. They watched all this time, so that makes sense. Yeah. Okay,
Who
wait.
won
What?
this debate?
Who won this debate? Well, okay. You know what's funny is that I meant to ask y'all to go back to the the point of contention, and oh my, McFiston! What the fuck? Is this an actual card? No way.
There's no way.
There's
that's an
no
actual
way.
printing of a
Wait,
card.
hold on. It's called Pokey Knots. Yes.
That's a cheeked up Pikachu.
It's a cheeked up Pikachu.
Did they actually print that? That's crazy. Like somebody did the shading and the definition on the underside of that left cheek, and that.
Also, I'm sorry.
There's no way the Pokemon Company approved. Like there's
Furries is mage. Wait, that's not a. Hold on. Wait, let me make sure this doesn't dox me in some way. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. No, it doesn't take you to the actual item because it's, I'm guessing, sold out. This is... No, this is not a real card. Get the hell out of here. I definitely see the part.
I would sooner believe that is a real than the cheeked up Pikachu, because look, the Pokemon Company has done collabs before with really poor art. Okay, they printed a promo card a couple of that was like a Make-A-Wish person's art for a card or some shit like that looked just like what you're looking at.
Oh,
so
really?
I would believe that before I believe cheeked up Pikachu.
Cheeked up Pikachu just has such a funny ring to it, honestly.
Like, there's no way that they ever did cheek Pikachu with ass like that. Absolutely not. Pikachu is not bouncing on it, crazy style. Absolutely not.
Also, as a side note, I think what we need to do is get like we need a cropped version of your avatar, so that it's just like it's basically just like a profile, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Like, okay,
for my Fugi or what?
No, yeah. So like, okay, so basically, I'll crop and send you this,
So that
but
it's
like,
just
okay,
the top half. And
yeah,
doesn't
so that it
include
looks
the
like
bottom.
this,
it's larger.
essentially. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay,
just-
but we also need the sitting version. For
Yeah,
when
we
I'm
do need
deaf
the
and
sitting
stuff
version. The sitting-
to be that large.
Oh, wait, say that again.
Well, we would want it to be the same scale, right? So that when you see the zoomed in version of me while I'm active, and then I transition to like I need to pee and I'm deafening or something, that it looks like roughly the same size.
Oh
right?
yeah, I mean, here I'll actually pull it up. But like that just said if you're talking about the sitting on like your actual stream, then yeah, that
I just mean for the Fugi.
Oh, for the Fugi.
Right, because like if the Fugi transitions from being cut off at the chest and being really large, and then like a small figure that is sitting and facing away, it would look a bit
Oh, I see what you're saying.
strange. Yeah.
No. I would like both images would be cropped the same way, essentially, so that like it doesn't change like aspect ratio, like sizes, if that makes sense. What are your thoughts on this card? Oh dear. What is this card?
It's a fake card.
Oh, I put City of Ass in chat earlier. Yeah. City of Ass is one of these. Ah, here we go. City of... Pokenots also
Yeah,
have...
it's a funny card though, for sure. Like as a kid, I thought those cards were tournament. Yeah, they come from a set called Unhinged.
Okay.
Which is exactly how it sounds. It's unhinged.
Read the text beans.
It's a bunch of cards that aren't tournament legal, but are like funny and have effects that are like silly and goofy. So there's a card in that set called Cheaty Face.
Chibi Face.
And he's a genie, and You can sneak him into play without paying for him illegally at any time. But if your
Ooh.
opponent ever catches you putting him in play and they call you a cheater, you have to return him to your hand.
Oh shit.
That's the rules on the card. Okay. So it's literally about cheating.
City of
And
Ass.
it's really funny.
You said, what is it called? Genie?
Cheaty face.
Oh,
Like
cheaty
cheating.
cheaty
face.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just like Tuna put it in chat. Cheaty face.
Okay, here we go. City of Ass. I love the ass imagery. Okay, City of Ass comes into play tapped. Add 1.5 mana of any one color to your mana pool, but
You know, it's
and then
funny
a little
that
button
this.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, the butt as the flavor text is obviously funny because it's a city of asses and they are butts. But also, this card is based off of a card called City of Brass,
I
which
see.
does exactly the same thing, except adds 1 mana instead of 1.5. And the joke of this card doesn't even make sense in the game anymore. Because the joke of this card was that you would take 1/2 of a damage at the end of your turn after activating this card because of mana burn. Which is a thing that no longer exists in the game. Mana burn is not a rule in the game anymore. It used to be that if you added mana and then any unused mana that you didn't spend after adding it would be subtracted from your life total. But they removed that rule a long time ago. And so now this card is completely incoherently fun.
Okay, well, as long as it's
which is even better.
as long as it's still funny and
I mean, there are asses on it. How can it not be fun?
of course, yeah, of course.
There's big butts on the top of those buildings. Like, look at them.
There's big butts.
Those are
and then...
asses.
Whoa, hold on. If opponent invokes
Oh,
prejudice,
no.
if opponent
Not
casts
that.
a summon spell that does not match the color of one of the creatures under your control, that spell is countered on the list unless the caster pays an additional X, where X is the casting cost of the summoning spell. Interesting.
This is one of the cards that will never be reprinted because the artist who made it based it on KKK members and is a white nationalist.
What the? Oh, fuck! I did not notice that until you literally just pointed that out. What the
And the
fuck?
text of the card literally mirrors that concept
If an opponent casts
because it's racially intolerant based on
Oh.
colors. So this, along with Stone Throwing Devils, which is a card that you could Google.
Devils? Oh.
Yeah, go ahead and Google Google Magic the Gathering or MTG as a part of that. Okay, please don't just find generic images. But yeah, that's an ancient Magic card that won't be reprinted, not just because it's on the reserved list, but because Magic has decided that the artist and or origin of the card is so racist that they never want to reproduce it. This is about Palestinian people.
Jesus fucking, sometimes those with the most sin cast the first stones. Bro!
Yeah, there's a list of 14, I think. Maybe
Stumbled
more.
into
Banned
typical
cards.
Beans content.
For example, the card Crusades in Magic the Gathering, which was printed in one of the first sets that gives a +1/+1 benefit to white creatures.
Okay.
Surely that's not thematic in a racist way.
Racism, but magical!
Yeah, Magic began in 1993. Okay.
Jesus. Well.
It was not immune to the racial attitude of the time printed because the internet did not yet exist to levy heavy and immediate criticism against those kinds of attitudes. So
Amazing. Well, that's fun. I'm glad MTG has their own like sorted past that that they've decided to, discontinue, obviously. Okay, all right. I'll look at one more card and then I need to move on because I need to go eat. Apparently, it's 8 o'clock.
I do too. Okay,
apparently, it's 8 o'clock. It's almost 8 o'clock. Holy
that's not
shit.
a real Magic card. Okay, that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card that somebody
that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Okay.
That's a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Okay, that is not a Magic card.
Okay, all right. I don't understand. I think I've seen people reference this. We've seen
It
people.
has 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense. Okay, it doesn't have any abilities. That's not a magic card.
What the hell is this? This is not a magic card either. This is a game.
No, it is. That's a real magic card. That
No,
was
this
printed.
is not.
Yes, it is. You can buy that from Wizards of the Coast. That is
Shut
a secret
the
lair
fuck
card.
up.
That is an alternate art of Bearscape. Yes. That is officially available as a card.
This is the
You can
most
play that in a
gauge thing
tournament.
I've ever seen in like a.
You can play that in a tournament if you want to.
This is hilarious. I love it. I actually love it. I love this art. Holy shit.
This is why I said Magic's identity was lost. Look, I'm not going to disagree with you on that particular part. Okay, that part of Magic's identity as the Magic universe that was lost when we started doing the IP crossovers. But like, I have my own issues with that.
Yeah.
You know, that's not intrinsic to it being a trading card game. That's just like Magic deciding that they want to try to make money by appealing to Commander players and crossing over with the Warhammer IP and shit. That's like a different,
yeah.
Like that's like we're gonna print Final Fantasy cards. That's like like, you know, the modern fan service kind of like mentality of Magic printing is. That's not like a TCG intrinsic thing. That's just the way that the company manages the game, which is dog shit.
All right. Okay. So. I'm gonna call it here. I will talk to you soon, Leonard. Thank you for coming on. This was interesting, despite it being like very deep lore on stuff I know basically nothing about.
And super rambly. Yeah. I'm glad you had me on. Thanks again.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Happy to come on anytime. I'm gonna let you go and get to your food. I'm gonna go and teach my class.
All right.
Love you all. Thanks for having me on. I'll see you all later.
Bye.
Bye.
Can somebody shout out Leonard, because I just realized. Okay, so basically what I'm gonna do real quick. Kid ended. What? Kid was streaming. Wait, hold on. That does not make sense. But also real quick before we end, I am going to. That's not. Okay, hold on. I need. No. Okay, I'm going completely off of muscle memory here. Oh no, where's the fucking R key? Okay, keyboard. Oh, wait. Yes. Oh, there we go. Keyboard tester. Okay, this is what we're gonna do last before we end. Okay. And I will only ever use this website to keyboard test. Okay, wait, hold on. He did the parade. That's all. Okay. Also, welcome in, Orgy. Let's see. What is this? What? Trump. Oh my god. Holy shit. The fucking music. I love the way that just fucking ended. That is amazing. Good job, kid. Good job, okay? Very cool, very cool. No notes. Yes, no notes. That's amazing. That was great. Okay. Real quick, the only website I will ever use for keyboard testing ever is keyboardtester.com, okay? Welcome to the internet's premier keyboard testing website. Our custom hand-coded testing software allows you to test every key on your computer keyboard within the comfort on your own browser. Simple, fast, efficient, and free, keyboardtester.com is the top choice of keyboard users around the world, made in the USA. Keyboard Tester is 100% guaranteed to probably work with most keyboards and several browsers. That's the keyboardtester.com 100% guaranteed TM1. Okay? Keyboardtester.com 100% guarantee TM has a margin of error of 43%. You'll be overjoyed to find out that keyboardtester.com is compatible with most popular typing techniques. Home row, content pick, the wand, Pennsylvania Dutch. Celebrating over 6 months on the internet. Oh, this is interesting. This is new. They've added this new, okay? And now there's a brand new way to enjoy Keyboard Tester, monophonic key sound experience. If you find that your keyboard no longer functions, you may purchase a new technologically improved keyboard here. Please responsibly recycle your old keyboard. Do not throw it into the ocean. Oh, wait, hold on. Fuck. What the hell, bro? For the latest keyboard testing news, gossip, misinformation, follow us on Blue Sky. Testimonials. How did I even test my keyboard before keyboardtester.com? Larry F., Canada. I tested my keyboard and found out that my key between my Z key and my C key is broken. Thanks! Alejandra D. T.S. I used keyboardtester.com more than Facebook. Jim from the internet. It is definitely a website. Susan L., California. After a successful fundraising campaign, we have licensed this song as the official anthem of keyboardtester.com. Please enjoy it as you test your keyboard. Okay, this is pretty funky. Okay, but we will not be listening to that because we will instead be actually launching the tester. Wait, where did the tester actually fucking go? Oh, here we go. Okay, perfect. So we could do the click. I think I really prefer Josh. So that's what we'll be doing, okay? We are gonna test all the keys just to make sure that they work. Oh, we've got a live one. Wait, hold on. Let me bring up the. Oh wait, is it? Okay, cool. So this one is, something's wrong with that one. We'll just take it out for now. Okay, cool. F11. Okay, that one wouldn't show up because that's not technically bound to any specific thing. Actually, you know what? I wonder if that's why this didn't do it either, because it's not actually bound to any. Okay, no. You know what? I took them out needlessly. It's fine. Okay. Okay, cool. Burrito, burrito. Okay, alright. I'm gonna go quickly. Oh, wait, that's the Windows key. Okay, that worked. I don't remember what this key was. I think it might actually just be like. Oh, I think it's a custom. Okay, okay, no, it's a custom thing, so they wouldn't show up. Okay, all right, cool. Let me put this back in. I'm pretty sure this was like something I bound. Like this one I know was like I bound it to something specific, so I'm just gonna put them back in. All right, cool. I'm gonna use this the next time I work in the office. Isn't it great? All right. Gooners. Gamers. Gay people? I don't. All right, I'm gonna go eat dinner. Imagine if it says James one time. That would be very funny. Okay, who can we raid since Kid already ended the stream? Oh, hold on. Wait, did I miss something? I saw my bird eat something. Oh, thank you, Argy. Thank you, Ties and Wine. Wait, did it not play? Did that not play? Did it not play the alert? Did I just, like, fucking miss it? Raid Gappy? Not Visora? Wait, what? Okay, wait, is there a meme? Is there a meme I'm missing? What is it? What about Visora? It didn't play it? Okay, here, I will... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm forgetting... Ah, here we go. He's just insane? I don't know who that is, honestly. The guttural, like, Arky at the very end is just fucking great. Alright. Y'all, we will raid. She's a typical lefty type. America should be just, okay, gotcha. Okay, alright, wait, hold on. What the hell? Well, I'll be back tomorrow. We will put the keycaps on tomorrow. She seems pretty concerned with America being destroyed. I mean, no, you know, it's fine. I'll raid Gappy. It's all right. I'm, you know, it's fine. All right. Oh wait, hold on. This is gonna take some time because I actually have to like fucking I have to type this out without knowing any. Gappy. Oh. Gappy. Oh my god, stop! Okay. Okay, yes. Wait, the raid message should be clean your keyboard on stream, please. You should definitely use that as the raid message. It's hard to type without the joshing, isn't it? I don't know where everything is. Okay, everybody get in there, please. Copy this raid message. Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh yes, thank you, Ties and Wine. Get in there, please. Okay. They won't have the clean emote in their chat. It won't look as good. I think he might actually have the clean chat in his emote. The emote in his emote in his chat. Jesus. All right. Okay. Good night, everybody. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna wait. I need to preload. I need to preload the tab so that I don't like miss it. Okay. All right. All right, everybody. Be good. I will see you tomorrow. And yeah. Oh, he literally just started. Okay. Perfect. All right. Bye.